colleagues, dear Mr. President of the Senate, dear Vice Rector, dear Mr. Meinel, dear Ramona, dear Mrs. Dean, dear colleagues. Uh, it's 9 o'clock and because we are living in a German city, my wife said "pünktlich sein," so I don't understand, but finally I learned, and it's time to start our fourth edition of Sibiu Innovation Days. I'm very happy that you are here. I may say that it's the first time when I see also new faces, but I'm not referring only to the speakers, because from the speakers I have a picture I can identify a little bit, but I have new colleagues or partners from companies or from universities that are here and that make me to understand that we are on the good path with this event. We entitled this event, this conference, because you will see later that is more than a conference, as digital transformation, necessary approach for sustainable development, having the target to close the innovation gap between Romania and the European countries. I am Adrian Florea. I'm professor of computer science at Lucian Blaga University. Most of you probably know me. Most of you probably collaborate now, or we intend to collaborate in future. I'm also director of Knowledge Transfer Institute at Lucian Blaga, inside of Lucian Blaga University, and also vice president of Cluj IT cluster. I will introduce later also the organizers and the speakers, but just to show you a few ideas about the context of this fourth edition. What makes me happy is that we succeeded to continue our first two editions that was online, then start last year, first edition that was in a physical mode. And this event starts from the initiative of Hasso-Plattner Institute, who said that Sibiu or Lucian Blaga need to be more recognized in the innovation ecosystem, should be a point of reference point on the Romanian and European map. So also, because in 2019 I participated to the first edition of Cluj Innovation Days through my job as a Hasso-Plattner Institute Director of Knowledge Transfer, I learned, and based on the proposal of colleagues from Cluj, we said that this is an opportunity to start to, let's say, create such an innovation reference point on the south of Transylvania. That was the beginning. But our target is to develop collaborative networks between academic side and business side, and also municipalities or regular, the body of European organisms that create, let's say, rules for our future, from our future regarding our life, but also regarding our jobs and the life of our children. So we intend to replicate good examples that happen in the strong innovators countries from Western European countries, and to apply here in Sibiu or in the south of Transylvania at least. So in this year we have more than 25 academic partners. There are some new that are part from Fordham Alliance that helps through our vice rector and our leadership of university. We are part of this alliance, which includes, beside that, other 8 universities. But we have also some very, let's say, partners that we like to say that became friends and comes now for the 4th time here and are happy to come again in Sibiu. And we have also partners from new countries in this year from Switzerland, from Finland, from Portugal. So I'm happy that we extend our network. But also we have 27 industrial partners that send speakers to this conference and make us to understand the importance of this collaboration, because it will be a win-win collaboration. And we have 3 representatives of municipalities and decision makers from local but also European level, from European Commission and also from European Parliament. So we intend to coagulate the business forces from Sibiu in the IT field, but also from engineering side, into a cluster. And that happened that in 2022, after the Sibiu Innovation Days started or born the Sibiu IT Association. Sibiu IT Association is now partner in organization beside Cluj IT, Lucian Blaga University and Hasoplat. Few things that we see around us, that digitalization represents an irreversible path to progress. And in our life now, after pandemic and with a lot of challenges, we can say that change is constant in our life, the change. In rest could be new or old other opportunities, but every time we are in an agile world, changing in every moment. Also, the rise of AI, of artificial intelligence, is inevitable and contributes to automation of processes, but also developing new business models and emerging new jobs. So, in this edition, we have some old but also new challenges like cybersecurity, like artificial intelligence, climate change and climate neutral smart cities, smart health, digital green transition, and also we are interested about the education of the future, new jobs, new skills that we need to prepare for our students, the future employee. So we have 6 panels, and in total we have 40 speeches, 40 lectures, plus 2 additional keynote speeches, and also a debate tomorrow morning. So we have 7 presentations of cybersecurity panel, 6 artificial intelligence and innovative partnership, because we also want to express the opportunity that our project to be known for a lot of people from our networks, and to see how we can contribute to start new projects in the future. As I said, job skills and education have also 6 lectures, but the most or the highest number of lectures are in a hot topic, probably not only in Sibiu, in the world, is the climate neutral smart city. We have 10 such of lectures. And also smart health, because health is very important. We discuss about Industry 5.0. This means transition from 4.0, that means automation, that means AI, and but should have in mind sustainability and also health of the people and resiliency. We organized this conference a little bit different as Cluj Innovation Days, and they introduce 3 sections and also 1 workshop where we provide opportunity for companies to come with new things. So we will have in the first section, that means this conference, you are part of it, some keynote speech from our guest about ChatGPT and Clean IT. It's Professor Miner. You will see later the schedule. Also about AI and education, Professor Frank Reichardt. But also we'll have tomorrow a debate to see what is the situation in Norway, what is the situation in Italy, and what we can learn from our partners about digital transformation in post-COVID era. And if our habits or challenges comes new such of, or change our habits. We have also very important and you know that in parallel with us, our students, but not only students, we have 15 teams, around 52, 55 students and pupils from high school that are participating in a hackathon with IT ideas and projects where colleagues of us, which are from companies but also from universities, will mentor them, and for 24 hours they will need to develop a project, and finally they will be rewarded by their work. Of course, we will speak shortly about these awards. They were happened due to our sponsors. And also we have the opportunity to provide some innovative project session to disseminate online based on contribution of our colleagues and professors, and a workshop developed through the organization of Continental Company about autonomous mobility and smart mobility and what comes in, what happens in an AGV that works in a plant. As I said, we have 55 speakers, academic speakers, but also experts from industry, invited guests from Hasso-Plattner Institute, from Directorate General of Research and Innovation from European Commission, from countries like Germany, France, Italy, Switzerland, Portugal, USA, Norway, and Finland. But also we have the two clusters beside us, that is Sibiu IT cluster and Cluj IT clusters, and knowledge transfer centers from Sibiu and Cluj-Napoca, but also colleagues from Bistrița, Iași, Craiova, and Bucharest. This year, with the help of Cluj IT, but also from our side efforts, we disseminate quite large this event. Of course, it was also some TV shows where, together with colleagues of mine, promote the objectives of this conference, let's say. But we have also some small event dissemination on For Them Alliance or European Cluster Collaboration Platform, Enterprise Europe Network Transylvania, or European Digital SME Alliance. Digitalio also help us to have this dissemination first, and then we continue. I like to introduce, but after I end my speech, the 8 speakers that will say a few words in this opening speech about this event, about, I think, the importance of this event for university, for our lives and our jobs and our education systems. I invite, but shortly later, the President of the Senate, Professor Ioan Bondrea, the Vice Rector dedicated for research, development and innovation and internationalization, Professor Andrei Terian, the former Director and CEO of Hasso-Plattner Institute, Professor Christoph Meinl, and the Chief Economist Unit from European Commission, our friend Ramona Samson. And also, she was one of the person who started to discuss with me to put this plan in action, let's say. Also, I have here the pleasure to present Mr. Daniel Homorodian, the Vice President of Cluj IT Cluster. Also, Mrs. Delia Ștefănel, who represents the Directorate for Internationalization, the coordinator of this. Mr. Cătălin Mihacea, the President of Sibiu IT Cluster, and Mrs. Maria Vințan, our Dean from Faculty of Engineering. As I said, most of the activities happened with the effort of our sponsors, and that means premium sponsors, but also support sponsors. Continental, NXP, and Vitesco are our premium sponsors, and support sponsor Marquardt, Multiversix, and Sibiu IT Association. So I will end just to remind and give you some hints about technical or logistical activities, because this event is also live stream on our university channel. you can or you can recommend to your collaborators or other to follow us live. But if they have questions for our speakers, you can send an email on the event.sid@ulbs-sibiu.ro, and where if we can have the opportunity, we'll send in time question to our speakers, or later and wait after that to answer. So I wish everybody, at least the people who are not from Sibiu, to have a pleasant conference, let's say, but also a pleasant stay here in Sibiu, and more than that, to have the desire to come again, starting with next year. So thank you very much, and I invite now our Vice President, Professor Bondga, to say a few words. Please, Professor Bondga.
Thank you, Adrian. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, first of all, Adrian, thank you for your effort in organizing this conference. It's a pleasure for me to be here. And on behalf of the Senate of the Lucian Blaga University, I would like to welcome all participants and wish the best of the luck of the proceeding of the conference. Sibiu Innovation Days is an outstanding scientific event organized by the Lucian Blaga University of Sibiu in view of identifying in the most appropriate means and processes of organizational digitization. The common denominator of innovation in our university is represented by scientific and business partnership with other universities, companies, clusters, and research institutes. Moreover, mention should be made of the effective cooperation between Lucian Blaga University of Sibiu and the companies located on the industrial platform in the western side of Sibiu, rendering and increasing win-win advantage and mutual added value. Here I want to mention our collaboration with the Hasso-Plattner Institute was and is special for us. And on this occasion, I would like to thank Professor Meinel and colleagues from Potsdam for his support and involvement in this project starting in 2018. I mentioned this partnership at every edition of our conference because he brought added value to the research innovation activity in all faculties of our university. By the way, I saw that is also a topic here in the conference for AI. Generative artificial intelligence as an emerging technology is rapidly gaining popularity and widespread application across various domains, sparking extensive discussion and exploration on the global scale. With the integration of generative AI into higher education ecosystems, a new era of transformation awaits in the realm of higher education students' educational management. Ladies and gentlemen, let me thank you once more for your activity, support, and commitment to our university and your contribution to making the Sibiu academic community a pole of excellence and expertise in the field of advantage technology and innovation. I wish you a pleasant stay in Sibiu, a pleasant stay in our university. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Professor Bondrea. I invite now our Vice Rector, Professor Andrei Derian.
Thank you, Adrian. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, colleagues, and guests, first of all, please allow me to welcome you as well in our beautiful city, and especially in the Lucian Blaga University of Sibiu. I really hope you will enjoy your stay here. Now, as for the speech I was planning to give now, I'm not a specialist in Chinese rhetoric, but I have noticed with several occasions that they used to structure their speech in past, present, and future. And somehow this is understandable because, of course, these temporal moments are not cut one from each other, but on the contrary, the past determines the present, and in its turn, present usually defines future. So if it is to try to imitate to some extent this pattern, first of all, I have to be fair and admit that Lucian Blaga University of Sibiu is not a university with an extensive past. I mean, of course, there is a joke I would like to say to you about how German, French, and Romanian archaeologists invent each the past, but I leave it for a private event if you meet again. But in any case, we are a younger university, and I think we should be proud of our youth. We don't have to invent an inexistent past. And focus rather on our dynamism, which is largely due to our youth. And if it is to bring forth our more recent past, then I think that in the last years, let's say starting with the second term of Professor Bondrea as rector, our university went through a significant boost, both in research and innovation. And again, to be fair, this boost was due mainly to the very generous donation we received from the Hasso-Plattner Foundation. We were the beneficiary of a donation amounting 5.2 million euro. Perhaps it is not such a great amount compared to the budget of some of your universities, but for Romania it is a huge amount of money. And it was, in any case, the largest private donation a Romanian university ever received in the post-communist era. And this gave us the opportunity to launch various initiatives and actions. Which brings me to the present, to Sibiu Innovation Days, which are now to their 4th edition. Sibiu Innovation Days was also an initiative that was made possible given to this Hasso-Plattner donation. And I cannot but congratulate Adrian Florea for the way he managed and expanded this event, which I think now has a very distinctive profile. And I'm sure it will grow and raise in qualitative terms as well in the years to come. Now, about the future, I think the topic of this year's edition, closing the gap in innovation between Romania and more developed countries, is very inspired. Adrian is the one who selected it. I'm his boss, but I assure you I'm a gentle dictator, so I'm not a harsh dictator. Actually, Adrian does everything he wants, so he didn't ask me about the topic, but I honestly think it is very inspired, because this brings me to the next point and the last point, the future. well, I'm not specialized in innovation, in digitalization. I teach Romanian literature, mainly poetry. And as you know, professors of Romania, of literature in general, are very tender souls and very sensitive. So my message will be connected to my specialty. And the message I want to send you today, connected to my specialty, is, hey, let's make some money together. Because I cannot leave aside the fact that I'm also the vice rector in charge of the research and innovation. And at the same time, I think there can be a very good connection between the topic of our conference and the Horizon Europe funding line devoted to the widening countries. It is a funding line we have already accessed as an institution. We have now a very, I would say, a very successful project ongoing, a twinning project with the universities of Dijon and Ivascula. Last week, we submitted 4 new applications on different topics, but also in the funding line, on this twinning funding line. But there are more other opportunities, and I'm sure that Ramona Samson, who is present here, won't mind too much if we exploit her on this, in this respect, and ask her to give us more details. And I think the best part here is that these funding lines, which are sometimes very generous, for instance, there is expected to, I think it was already launched, the funding line on excellence hubs, who can include as partners also companies and representatives of local administration, can be generous with projects amounting to 5 or 6 million euros or even more. So once again, welcome to Sibiu. I'm sure it will be a very fruitful event, and good luck in your works and actions in the days to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrei. I invite now Professor Christoph Meinl to say some words about our collaboration.
Yeah, also a warm welcome from my side. I am very happy to see what after 5 years came out, from the gift of Hasso Plattner here at the university. Why Hasso Plattner gave this gift? He lives in the US, he was a founder of SAP, became rich with it, lives in the US, and in the US it's very common that you have also to think about the places where you come from. And the family of Hasso Plattner lived here in Sibiu, and so he said, in that time I was the director of the Hasso Plattner Institute, I should start discussions what we could do together if he would give a gift to the university in Sibiu. And then I came here, I remember, and I think it was a half an hour, and we were clear with the former president of the university here what would be the best. The best would be to create an innovation center. Hasso Plattner also is funding the Hasso Plattner Institute, which is completely financed by the foundation. And the idea is, he lives in the US, to establish something like an excellence center for digital engineering. We have many universities in Germany, we have many computer science departments, but he says we should do something, and came from the tradition in US. He lives in California, and his role model is the Stanford University. And in the Stanford University, it's very, very important and common for the development of that, and for the size and for the appearance of that university, to have strong connection to business and to support founders to create new business. And this is innovation. This is innovations, that is startup culture. And innovation is only possible if you are in close connection and have a good knowledge about what's going on in the society. And in that sense, it is very important to cooperate with the companies around a university. But we in computer science, we in the university, we can make research what we think is important. But particularly in IT, in digital, important things is not what came out from academic consideration. Important things are what is a break in the industry for getting more progress, for making new services, new applications possible. And so it's very important for the academic people to know the problems of the companies, the problems, and then to make research to solve this or to provide solutions. But it's not so easy to get to know the problems of the industry, because industry has no problem. They had the best products and they want to sell the product, the best products. So you need a trust relation. And this needs some time, it needs some interaction, that they are willing to really explain, oh, we could do much more if we would have a solution for that topic, or if we could make this algorithm faster, or whether we could here having more computational power. And so we agreed to establish an innovation center with such kind of conference, with such kinds of contacts. And I am very happy that also the new university leadership took over this idea and supported Adrian to do this. And I say congratulations. What I see in this relatively short time, in this 5 years, what came out of this gift. Sometimes a gift is given and then it's over, but I think here is something sustainable developed, and I am very thankful to the university, to all the responsible people for doing this, and I wish you a good conference. A last remark about the importance of innovation, particularly for our discipline, for computer science. Computer science industry is almost as fast, or sometimes faster, than the academic institution. If you think on the development of the big AI models, this all came from industry, from industrial research labs. So we in computer science, we need this relation also to get the possibility to understand the most forefront activities, to contribute scientific ideas. And we have also the responsibility to educate people that can continue in the industry or in the university this kind of research. And IT every time is connected to innovation. When we design a new algorithm, a new program, when we bring in a new computer system or other things, something is changed, something basically is changed. And what we know, it is not enough to come with a new solution. You have also to help the people to accept the change, that it is connected to this new solution. And this is, in HPI, we teach our students the design thinking to develop their professional skills, because every time where they come as computer specialists, as a digital engineering specialist, they are connected to help also to provide change management, to understand the problems that came not from the discipline, and to overcome this with the understanding that not only the technical solution is enough to push innovation, but also an understanding of how to bring this in reality. And also here, a lot of activities are done in the university. Thank you. You made the best out of the gift. Greetings from Hasso Plattner and from the Hasso Plattner Foundation for this good work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Meinl. I invite now Mrs. Ramona Samson, who is the representative of European Commission at this conference.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, dear colleagues, I'm honored to be here with you today to discuss a very important topic, namely digital transformation. Sibiu Innovation Days is an important event for Romanian research and innovation, and I would like to thank, Professor Adrian Flora for implementing our action plan and bringing this to the 4th edition. Talking about roots, Well, 25 years ago, I graduated from Lucian Blaga University, so for me it's like coming home. Since this is the fourth year, I believe that we also developed some friendships. So I'm working for the European Commission, DG Research and Innovation, leading the team in charge of the strategy for European research and policy. Even if I'm sitting in the chief economist unit, we are not all economists. I have colleagues dealing with economic analysis, with statistics, but we are mostly dealing on how to, how to spend the money. What are the priorities? What are the long-term, short-term, specific objectives for the program, and so on. So first of all, because we are in Romania, I wanted to emphasize the significance of embracing digital transformation here in Romania. It's, as Adrian said, it's a transformative force that is reshaping industries, businesses, and our society. But it's not just about adopting new technologies. It's also about how we harness them to enhance our lives and drive our economy. Looking at recent statistics, Romania has the opportunity to become a digital powerhouse in Europe. And you mentioned Horizon Europe as a program, but I would mention a second program as important, that is the Digital Europe program, which offers substantial funding opportunities to help you achieve this goal. And because we are at the Lucian Blaga University, let me say that education lies at the heart of this transformation. And we must equip our young generation with the digital skills they need, but it's also about fostering a culture for continuous learning. Because in the digital era, as Adrian said, the only constant is change. So technology digitalization is the major force driving this process. So if we look at the higher education landscape in Europe, and whether we are training people with the right skills, knowledge, whether we are transferring this knowledge into innovation and society and entrepreneurship, the answer is, I think European universities have accepted the challenge, but I don't think the results are sufficiently there, because technology and digital need to be integrated in everything we do. It's not only a computer science department in the university that should use technology and digitalization. Well, because of course, technical university, they do their job, but this is also embedded where we learn agriculture, where we learn business, where we learn sociology, where we learn literature. It needs to be everywhere, because everything digitalizes, and here I think we still have a way to go. So ladies and gentlemen, I think the path of digital transformation is one that requires collaboration and vision. It's not a journey for a select few. It's a journey for all of us. It's about inclusivity, sustainability, and creating a better future for the generations to come. So to conclude, I think Romania is at a crucial moment in its history, and Sibiu is part of it, and the proof is this conference that brings together so many researchers and innovators, and synergies that are created here, implemented in interesting projects. But I think digital transformation as a topic of this conference is our bridge to a brighter future. So let us embrace it with open arms, harnessing the power of innovation and paving the way for a digitally advanced Romania. So thank you, and let's embark on this transformative journey together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ramona. And now I invite Mr. Daniel Homorodian, who will be representative of Cluj IT cluster, is the Vice President.
Thank you very much, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear organizers, dear friends. Sibiu Innovation Days is an important pillar in the mission of Cluj IT cluster, is a pillar in our professed mission of developing a culture of partnership in the Romanian digital innovation ecosystem and beyond. And it stems from the reasons for which Cluj IT has been created in 2012 to foster the ability of partnership and access of opportunity for the Romanian IT industry, and the capacity of partnership in between the industry and the academia on one hand, and also the industry and the government or the public sector. While we have started in 2012 with a regional mission, let's say, from Cluj, we have evolved to have a national mission, a fact that which is reflected by the distribution of our members right now, covering all the country, and also by the distribution of our activities and action. One of them being actually the fact that we have supported and were very, very intensive into supporting the idea of establishing the Sibiu Innovation Days 4 years ago, somehow on the model of Cluj Innovation Days event, which we are organizing in Cluj since 2013. I believe that it is more and more the moment into which we should develop the capacity of partnership, both at the level of local, regional, national level, that initiatives such as Sibiu Innovation Days is extremely important to show and promote and project the capacity, local capacity, regional capacity, and also Romanian capacity of technical excellence, of capacity for innovation, and of agility and ability to reach opportunities. Cluj IT cluster right now numbers more than 100 members, companies from all over the countries, 16 universities and research centers covering all the country, and a large number of partners both in Europe and outside Europe, with activities that span both from European projects into which our members and partners are involved, and also international actions in the logic of development cooperation in other continents such as Africa or even Oceania. While we believe that there is a great importance in developing digital innovation ecosystem at regional level, we also believe that we should act together in establishing a mature and capable national digital innovation ecosystem into which all the actors, both private sector, academia, and the state or the public institution have a place, and that we should work together to promote Romania and our capacity all over the world. So with this logic and with this mission in mind, again, Sibiu Innovation Days is an important pillar for this endeavor, and we are very happy to support it in all ways possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. And now I invite Mrs. Delia Ștefănel, who coordinates the Directorate for Internationalization. Thank you, Delia.
Good morning, everybody. Dear guests and dear delegates, I would like to welcome each and every one of you to the opening ceremony of this outstanding event called Sibiu Innovation Days. We are really humbled by the patronage of Hasso-Plattner Institute, who, together with other like-minded people, either from the EU Commission, from industry, from business, or from academia, came here in order to join their forces and have this event happen. I would like to welcome also all of you who are guest speakers at the events today, and also to the representatives of FODEM European Alliance, with whom we are having a very great work together, within which we are working on research, also innovation and transfer. I would also like to wish best of luck to you, all of you who are working with the mentees in order to generate impact and change during this competition hackathon that you are hosting, and also to congratulate the, how to say, the soul of this event, Professor Andrian Floria, who together with his great team have joined their forces in order to have this event today. I wish you best of luck. I wish you to generate change within these events, which is already on the map, not only on Sibiu, but also on the international and regional area as far as innovation and transformation is concerned. I assure you of all the support on behalf of the International Office of Lucian Blaga University, and I'm looking forward to seeing the outstanding ideas that are incubating during these days at Sibiu Innovation Days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delia. And now I invite Mr. Cătălin Mihacea, who is also alumni of Lucian Blaga University and is the president of Sibiu IT Cluster.
Thank you, Professor Floria. First of all, thank you for all of you participating. I believe that it's a great event. I remember participating myself to the first event in 2021. I would like to start with a small video, you know, just to understand a little bit about the association, what we did in the last couple of years. And yeah, let's just watch it through. Because we did, personally, I did not saw any conference, you know, at that level in Sibiu at that moment in time. Then what we reconnect, I wanted to understand a little bit how we could contribute a little bit more, and we realized that in 2020 there was not the opportunity to do that because it was a little bit too late. Still, in 2021 we started to be involved together with other companies, and also in 2021, what Sibiu Innovation Days, through the help of also Professor Floria, through the help of the Halsu-Platter Institute and the university, to this strategy of creating innovation in Sibiu, allow us the opportunity to put the seed to what actually later on in 2022 became Sibiu IT Association. And yeah, this is what we started to be initially Asociația Sibiu IT. This was our name, and as you could see, so also into the video, we would like to announce today a rebranding because everyone was asking us, including our colleagues from Cluj IT, why association. So this was the juridical form that we could have at the moment in time, and it will continue to be, but still from the branding perspective, we are becoming the Sibiu IT cluster. What is important to say about the Sibiu IT cluster is that one of our important pillars is education, and as you could see into the video, which we just did with a series of events and facts from 2023, we fostered a lot with the help of the university, which is member into the Sibiu IT cluster, also with the force of the local companies, to create a bridge between students, companies, and also to create a bridge to create more innovations. We are starting this event today, but last night I was until 12 o'clock to the hackathon, which is currently happening, and it was very interesting to see, these teams of high school students, also university students, which are coming with ideas and with new projects. Everyone was talking about artificial intelligence, and they had projects into that area. And this event will continue. So actually today they are starting to code 24 hours. And of course they're gonna get some support from the university and also from the sponsors of the event. So what is important is that with the Sibiu Innovation Days, what Sibiu Innovation Days brought to the local community was creating an environment which was allowing and fostering collaboration between local community, also with the help of Professor Florea, which at some point into a personal conversation said, yeah, we are connecting people. Yes, indeed, we are connecting people. Why? Because it is important to create innovation, to leave the university, to focus on the innovation and to focus on research and bring that innovation into the community, into the business, and also to foster a more, what also the Hasselplattner Institute, I believe, supports a lot, creating an innovation startup hub, which will allow the town, in essence, to grow, but also will allow the country, because us as a country, and this is important, and one final point for me to remain with is that it counts a lot to switch from what we did in the past in terms of the business to create more value added. And the value added needs to shift to research, to innovation, to product, and to get a little bit more from the previous, last 20 years where we are focusing more on the services side. So with this, I would like to finish my speech. I wish you all, and I like a lot that I see a lot of faces from the companies, and that you are involved, and I'm glad that I believe more than half of the speakers are also from the local companies, and bringing more value to the community. And yeah, let's continue with this event. Let's support this event, and we're going to be here also next year to support and to grow the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cătălin. And now I invite Mrs. Dean, Professor Maria Vințan, to say a few words from her side.
Distinguished guests, dear colleagues, on behalf of the organizers and hosts, I want to wish you a very warm welcome. We are honored and proud that you are joining us. Actually, we have now reached our 4th edition, and we have already succeeded in building a solid collaboration with participants from industry, academic research community, and public administration. The goal of this conference is to provide a space to consolidate existing collaborative networks, but also to provide an opportunity to building and to expand them in order to attract more participants. And I am pleased to notice this broad participation. I see representatives from industry, from home and abroad, representatives from academia, community from home and abroad, even representatives from medical world. Cooperation is the identity of modern Europe, so we need to work together to create more jobs and sustainable growth. The role of innovation is to turn the research results into new and better products and services for improving the quality of our life, for creating more jobs, for building a greener society, and for staying competitive in global markets. So to succeed with these ambitions, to have a deeper and wider impact, we need to work together. And we need to increase the cooperation in innovation field. I think only together we can access the unlocked potential to support high-class innovation. So this conference can be a good opportunity to showcase your work and your achievements. And I want to thank you for joining us and for your active participation. I hope you will discover interesting insights, new inspirations, new ideas for your work. And special thanks to the organizers for for their efforts in making this scientific event successful, stimulating, and remarkable. I hope we will have a fruitful and constructive conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Dean. Now because it's a full day, but not only today, also tomorrow, I invite for just 5 minutes if you want to refresh or take a coffee with you and take inside. And some of you that you are need to leave and different things. But just to notify a little bit the schedule of the rest of activities. After 5 minutes, we'll start the keynote speech of Professor Meinl about ChatGPT and Clean IT. At around 10:45, 10:50, we'll start the second keynote speech of Professor Frank Reichardt about AI and education. And then we'll have 15 minutes break for coffee and also meet each other. And at 11:45, we'll start the first panel, but very, very hot and up to date, because as my colleague Remus Brad said in a TV show, also the virtual world have his challenge and also his dangers at any place and any step. So we'll start the cybersecurity panel. The lunch we'll have at 13:50, so 10 minutes before 2 o'clock afternoon, at the hotel My Continental, where most of you have the accommodation. And afternoon we'll start the other two sessions from 15:45 with artificial intelligence. We have three colleagues from France and also 2 colleagues from Romania and 1 representative of companies. We'll have also a break for coffee at 70:40, and we start the last session about innovative partnership of 7:45. So we hope that keep the schedule, and at 19:45 we can finish our work and go to the dinner and drink a glass of wine, eat, and feel more relaxed than in this morning. So just 5 minutes, and then Professor Meinl I invite to start. I must leave my colleague Remus Brad for half an hour here because I need to start the hostility at the hackathon and to meet the students, which is in another building. But I will come back. Okay, thank you.
So we are concluding our very short break, okay, our short coffee break, and I am honored and pleased to introduce to you Professor Dr. Meinl from the Hasso-Plattner Institute. I think that Professor Meinl already got a short and I think very conclusive presentation. So I'm pleased to invite Professor Meinl for the next plenary speech. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome to some, I want to share some ideas and relations of our work. Please be aware that I have another series of Clean IT and ChatGPT. So ChatGPT and AI is more an application for what I want to share with you concerning the energy debate around digitalization. Among us, it's clear digital transformation is present in many parts of the society. It is not clear. And the surprise with what happenings with AI and what AI is doing, this is part of the digital transformation. And for the society, in many cases, this is unimaginable what is possible today with computers in that area. And when we think, where are we standing in the digital transformation, I wonder whether you can see the small figure. I think that we in a society in the beginning of this change of all our life by means of the IT technologies. With the internet, it's about 60 years old. More fair is to say it's about 30 years old, because internet became popular with the World Wide Web, and not with the invention of the World Wide Web, but with the invention of the user interfaces of these modern web browsers where you can click and point. And this was about 30 years ago when this was invented. But meanwhile, also machines can interact with each other via the cloud and Internet of Things. And this provides many, many applications and new things which are worth to be developed, to considered, and to bring into the practice. On the other side, we have with the global, with the Sustainable Development Goals, we have a general vision for the humankind. What are the important topics? What are the important challenges we have to solve? And so they formulated 17 of such Sustainable Development Goals. And if you look around, for 14 of them will not be solvable without digital technologies. And for the remaining 3, it's helpful to have the digital technologies. So poverty, good health, quality education, and all what you think digitalization help to solve these challenges, these global challenges of the world. But we have also to see what happens with the digitalization. And here's only one view on what is in the back of this digitalization, and that's the mass of data that are produced, but that are also necessary to run and to provide all the services. It is unimaginable that only with YouTube, within a minute, 500 hours video material are uploaded. Each minute, 5 hours more, 500 hours more, 500 hours more. If you look for the IoT is a little bit hidden for the most people, but it's impossible to have your weather report on your smartphone wherever you are if there are no sensors around measuring the temperature and other things. 35 billion, more than 35 billion of such IoT devices are around us, make it possible that many of these IT services can be provided. Or if you look to the smartphones that are used by people, it's about 4 billion. So each second person has a smartphone. And a smartphone, to be in function, produce every second a lot of data. For example, to tell the mobile provider where they can reach you, where they have to forward a call you are receiving. All this information, all this data are necessary to run these IoT devices, to provide this IT services and others. And for example, the last example is the medical scan of an organ generates 10 gigabyte, but not 10 gigabyte per image, but 10 gigabyte per second. And you know, nowadays, every time, the physicians find everyone is ill because they have so good devices and medical imaging and other things that they find things we do not know, and it was good not to know. In some cases, other cases it's very helpful to find it out. So, and this is all connected with producing digital data which need to be stored, which need to be processed. So a lot of computational power are done. So when we think start from the Sustainable Development Goals and said that digitalization is a help to implement and to provide solutions to reach these Sustainable Development Goals, then we have to ask, is digital technology mean, or is digitalization itself a problem with connection to climate aspects and other things? So digital technology on the one side contribute significantly to the global carbon emissions. All the modern wind and regenerative energy cannot be produced and cannot be put into the nets without a huge amount of digital computation behind to hold the nets stable from this many small inputs they get. In the past, by the way, these inputs in the simulation models, they were rounded and considered as errors. There were 5 big companies producing energy, and for these 5 inputs, one has to provide solutions that network provides a stable e-power. But today there are 100,000 of tiny things which in the old simulation and computational methods are considered as error. And now from these errors, it is necessary, and there is a lot of IT and digitalization important to provide this. So the digital technologies will also in this way decrease carbon emissions in other sections. And so we have on the one side that digitalization and more digitalization provides a lot of problems for the climate, a lot of carbon emissions. And on the other side, it is the most important instrument for the solution to provide a climate, to provide a better climate situation by decreasing carbon input. What is clear, it is not only enough to produce and design and research new IT solutions, we also have to think about how to decrease, in parallel, how to decrease the carbon emissions, how to make them more energy saving. And this is an optimization goal which was not considered in the past. In the past, we developed new, and were happy when we came up with new computers and could provide new solutions. But meanwhile, I will show you soon some figures. It is very important also to think about that goal, optimization goal, to reduce or to make the systems more energy efficient. To give a figure, in the moment, the digitalization produces twice as much carbon like all the flight traffic around the world. So flying is sad, or it's very disturbing for the climate. But here we have to see also our technology. has a huge impact on the climate by producing twice as much carbon like the air traffic. And we cannot see an end. Here you, on the other side, see the development of the data and the global data traffic. 2007, it was 54 exabyte. 10 years later, it was 1.1 zettabyte. Last year, it was 4.2 zettabyte. And nobody understands what is exa and what is zetta and what is peta. It's a huge amount of data which we need to run all our IT services. And a very energy-intensive IT activity is the training of AI models. So what is clear, the status we have today in the research with this IE solutions cannot be rolled out. But it would be a complete shock for the environment and for the effects coming from this. So we have to think very, very careful, because it's a technology we need, this AI, and which is wonderful to have to optimize things. We have to think how we can reduce this energy. So to give an example, it's not AI training, it is not ChatGPT. It is a normal AI model for some special cases. This training needs same energy, produce the same carbon amount like 300 round trips, New York, San Francisco. This was a study from MIT. It's very difficult to compute such things. So typically this number is given. Or it is the same amount like 5 complete car cycles from production, using it, and then at the end bringing it away. One small model, not the large language models. They need much more energy than to train such IT model. And with Bitcoin, people understood in last time better and better that in the traditional Bitcoin approach, with the proof of work as the algorithms to get all sides to a situation to accept the status of the world, it's about the same carbon emission like a state like Jordan. So it's 22 million tons Bitcoin training. So with a Bitcoin proof of work, you know, in Ethereum, this year it was changed from proof of work to proof of stake as a consistent algorithm. So this is much less energy intensive than this work of proof where one has to prove that one can solve some difficult computational task to get accepted, to get all the participants of such a network without an intermediate to accept the situation which is there. This is an older study from 2019 which shows the carbon footprint for several things. On the top with less is a round trip New York, San Francisco with one passenger. And on the top, on the bottom, there is the training of a transformer neural network architecture. And you see it's not double, it's not, it is 300,000 times more energy that's needed to do this. So this study from 2019 was done on the base of GPT-2. Meanwhile, we have, it was introduced in March, GPT-4, which is much larger. So instead of almost 2 million weights, this training of GPT-4 needs a training of more than 1 billion, 1 million weights. So this shows the problem we have. We have wonderful new technology. We are the one who brings this alive, brings this into society, but we are also responsible in which way this technology is brought into the application. Hasso Plattner, we spoke about, he's Mimal always 80, founder of SAP. The idea was, so it's something like a German Bill Gates. So he financed the Hasso Plattner Institute. Meanwhile, there are 23 research departments active there to exactly help the people to understand the digitalization, to forward digitalization technology. So we have a big e-school, school of entrepreneurship activities like here with the hackathon and others. Also to ask such questions which are not convenient for us in discussion with society representatives. So what we do, of course, we try to provide excellence in teaching research. I meanwhile, after 20 years, no more the boss, so I can say it is the best IT institute in Germany because of the resources that are provided by the foundation that are, you know, almost all German universities are state universities, as the state can provide for the computer science department. For computer science, very, very important is this human user to think that he, she is in the center. Often we develop a system and the people then afterward had to accept it and to be trained to use it. We can design all this and they can only use this in this way, but we can design very easily also systems which exactly fit for the user's need. And often we are not asking and not observing the user's need. And here is some of the reasons why US companies are so advancing. They have this user as a consument every time in the view. So they said, oh, to control and put in commands into a smartphone is much too complicated for the people. So they developed this that you can do very easily interact with the systems. So this is also what we are in all our research try to do, to every time think IT development needs to see the human in the center. And then this innovation system I spoke about the cooperation with the companies to educate our young people, not only to be exactly understand and good in the knowledge question, but also in their attitudes with professional skills, with design thinking, also to be trained to interact with people from other disciplines. It is easy to say that we should interdisciplinary work together. It's for most people almost impossible because in different disciplines we use the same notion but with complete other association. So when we start to discuss, we come from one misunderstanding to the next one. So it needs a training to be able to step back from the position of a specialist into the position of a reasonable human so that we can discuss with other specialists on this human way. And design thinking is a little bit coming from Stanford University, and Stanford University, by the way, the design thinking is also has a Plattner Institute. So in the moment we have few students. So the idea is to very personally educate the people. We do this very project-oriented, so that the people not only have to follow lectures, but they have to do something in a team with people that are already in, with partners from companies or society, 23 research departments, small number of students, bachelor and master students, but a big number of PhD students. And this is a research power. These research students are also in research center around the world. For example, in Haifa, it's a Technion. In South Africa, Cape Town University, US University of California in Irvine, China, in Nanjing. So this is the idea. Coming back to this energy discussion. So what we become aware is that in computer science education, in computer science research, this climate questions do not play any role, are not considered. And there are some reasons why this is not, because it's very difficult to tell a developer he should design an energy efficient program, how he or she should measure this, how she can experience whether this type of programming provides a more energy saving application than this type of programming. So we launched an initiative, what we called Clean IT. There is already an initiative that is 20 years old, this is Green IT. But Green IT focus on computing center. And computing, at the end, not on IT, focus on the heat, how to deal with the heat which are produced by the computers in the computing center in the most. So with the Clean IT, we want to focus on the design of IT systems, how to program and do others. So the facets are first raising awareness. Also with the students, as universities, we are responsible to educate and provide the right questions to our young people, which in the future will do the work. The digital technology is a driver resources for the development, so we should make it also a driver for the sustainable development. And one should think about energy efficient algorithms, energy efficient implementation programs, and best is to develop patterns like sustainability by design. You know this from security by design or privacy by design, but we need also such goals, such ideas of sustainability of design. And to give an example, when we want to solve a problem, first we start with an algorithm that provides the solution. The algorithm can work in very different ways. Today, typically we measure for speed. So our optimization goal is speed. But we should put aside the optimization goal, the sustainability, the energy saving. And then you see there are many, many algorithms which solve the same problem. And so we should select those which are, of course, fast, but also energy efficient. Then we have selected an algorithms. Then there are many different ways to implement this, to write programs that let these algorithms run. Also here we have many possibilities to do this, and we should provide means to do this in a way that the resulting program needs not so much energy. And this is difficult because for the developer, there is no instrument then he can test not only whether his program is correct, but also whether it's energy saving than others. So here we do not come with solutions, we come with the appeal to work, to think commonly about these problems. And then a third criteria which helps to save a lot of energy is a trade-off between accuracy, between speed, memory size, and memory size. Because here for many applications, particularly in AI, it's not 100% accuracy needed because they will not provide, all the best models will not provide 100%. So one has to look to the application and says, oh, here it's enough to come with a, say, 10% less energy, but saving a lot of energy. To give, so how to reduce energy requirements so one can lower the number of energy efficient operations, lower the memory requirements. The potential is, if this, even if it's a very small contribution, if it is installed and implemented on a large scale, then the small advantage add to huge energy savings. And systems that can be run on mobile and embedded devices, This is beside of the climatization, that's the goal, because we want to use our small instruments, but the small instruments have only limited energy, limited computational power, and when we are able to implement that it runs with a small, such limited resources devices, then we also provide a contribution for the energy. A few remarks to one of our research, in my group, one of our research projects, where we work and try to look to deep learning activities. Deep learning, machine learning, that is the technology which forced this third type of AI we have now. There was one in the 50s when computers started to work. There was second in the 80s, last century, where all people say our decisions are rule-based, and what only we have to do, we have to implement all the rules in the computer, and then computer do the same, like behaves the same like we. You see, so much rule-based is our thinking and doing, not because this was not successful. But now we have this, that we ask the architectures of the machine to learn from millions from data, and then in the beginning tell them what they can do, and later on they can do this without our help. So this artificial neural networks, they are trained by showing them millions, for example, of images or texts or other things, and telling them what it's about. And then after a while, when you show it the first image, the machine comes with a good explanation what is to see without human help. So in this way, computers become able to see, to read, to listen, to understand, to interact like we humans. These are the neural networks only from early years. The latest what I show is 250, because meanwhile they are so big that's difficult to illustrate this. And here to go only to one application area, and this is imaging. There is a benchmark, this ImageNet, and there is an ImageNet challenge. This 1.4 million images are classified by humans, which say what can be seen there. And then on the basis of this data set, the people with new architectures, AI architectures with neural net, make experiments. And they try to come better and better and better by taking some of the data as a training data, and then look for the results, and then compare the results with the rest of the data to see whether they are good. Why we can do this today? Big data is available, because all of this digitalization. There is significant hardware improvements. NVIDIA, much smaller processors than CPUs, which are very well suited for this computation. In-memory data meant cloud computing. So this deep learning algorithms really work. I mentioned the neural networks. They can classify images. They can deal with speech. They cannot deal with everything, but there are some areas where there is very surprising results they can reach during the last year. Here are two such areas: speech recognition and image recognition. Image recognition I start a little bit to discuss. About 2018, as well in image recognition, as well in speech recognition, machines, neural networks today are more accurate than humans. So they are higher accuracy, better results than with this deep learning approach. And ChatGPT is not about images, it's about texts. So what they did over a long time to train this general large language models with all what's available. What's available in the internet, they did it up to 21. This was GPT-3. Meanwhile, GPT-4 is in place, but only for people that are paying. And this are also taking knowledge and papers into account which are younger than 22 and 23. So from all this text, it is trained, and you know all this discussion around the world. Everyone knows ChatGPT. There are different reactions on it. So in the early this year, I was in US. There in the schools in New York, it was forbidden. In Germany, 4 universities forbid use for the students of ChatGPT, because meanwhile ChatGPT produce better results for heuristic exams, 2+ than the students. But to forbid is no solution. We have to change our question, we have to change our process, because everyone can use it. You cannot control, and it's stupid to forbid what is available. So here we have to learn how to deal with this and how to train next generation to do this. How we can decrease this language, this large language model I mentioned already. They use unimaginable amount of energy and produce corresponding CO2 emission. There are possibilities for the knowledge distillation to look for small AI models, which at the end are same powerful than others. By the way, our brain is not learning like deep neural networks learning, because we as humans are able to learn very fast from a few examples. And it's not necessary to show us millions of trees before we understood that this, what we can see, is a tree. It is top that machines are able to recognize trees, because trees are so different. Yeah? And they only get the pixels, the single pixels. So that is the other way to decrease the CO2 emissions for deep learning is network reductions. So in the moment, the networks are trained with millions, with billions of weights, which are on the interconnection of 2 neurals. And at the end, the training phase is to bring the right weights in the right position. Can we do this with smaller, with more compact AI models? And then, and this is an approach we tried to go, quantization. In the moment, the large neural networks, the neurons, the meanwhile million of neurons, they make a vector space operation. And this vector space operation is a quite simple mathematical operation, and they do this with 32-bit architectures. It's a multiplication of 2 vectors and then addition. And what we tried, can we replace the 32 architectures by 1-bit or 2-bit architectures? So then it becomes much more unprecise, because you can, if you compute 2 1 bits, you can only get 2 different results. But we were able to develop networks with this neurons which use 1 or 2-bit operations. So we got immediately more than 95% energy saving. And in the moment, we are 5% in the accuracy. We are 5% behind the best 32-bit architectures. So for some applications, this 5% is no problem. And if you see that you spare such a huge amount of energy, then it makes sense. But on the other side, we are not on the end. So we try to reach the same accuracy like in the other, because also in our brain, we do not work with 32-bit architectures. It is impulses more on, like all chips are working on the 1-bit level. But there are also other areas for which provide possibilities to spare energy, to decrease the carbon emission. Next generation data storage algorithms. This is expensive to store data, and we saw the huge amount of data we have to save today, and it become more and more and not less. Streaming algorithms. I think it's not a good model if everyone streams individually when he comes. We need to think for more smart algorithms, for example, to collect all people that want to start a streaming within 3 seconds, and this will, and then only stream one times, and this will bring a lot of energy saving. Blockchain we have already discussed. There is a need, in particular with Bitcoin, with Ethereum and other more modern blockchain technology, the energy balance is better. And then, of course, IoT. IoT will become more, the more sensors are around us, the better the system can help us to act and work exactly in that minute. This Clean IT initiative we launched in Davos 2020. We started together with SAP. Akatech is the National Academy of Science in Germany. ECHO is the Internet Association. So with partners from science, from application, from politics, and we are relatively proud to cooperate with IEEE. You asked what has IEEE to do with advanced research. IEEE provides standards. And if it's possible to provide standards which also have the energy aspect in mind, then it will have a huge effect, because this standard are not only used once, they are used a million times. If you are interested to see a little bit more, in our OpenHPI platform, openhpi.de, it's a MOOC platform, the first and biggest in Europe, there is a chapter for Clean IT. So we have regularly talks about that. There are courses for programmer of what should they do to provide climate saving, also the CO2 emission decreasing algorithms. And if you have own ideas and own approaches, we invite everyone also on this platform to share these ideas with other partners. So openhpi.de, Clean IT forum, you see more. And this finishes my talk. Let's go commonly in the future also with this aspect to provide even better IT systems, but which are not destroying our climate and our nature.
Maybe one quick question, if
Yeah.
auditorium. If you have 1 or 2 questions, not more, but others we can send by email, but I invite you. Please.
There are new technologies which programmers use, like co-pilots, and they tell the programmers how to program in a certain efficient way, so they could, of course, also use it on to give advice on energy-friendly programming.
And also the AI systems, which are used more and more to write programs, should give such advices and should be trained with that should be trained to know this method. Yeah, there are different implementations on GitHub. You are invited to use it. With PyTorch implementation is there, and every time we try to let also other people use and have new ideas. I think at the moment we provide the most efficient and the best implementations. In the first moment, no. In the second moment, there are people working, and the people as people may be interested to think also about such effect, because the contribution by designing in this way, better IT programs is better than to change from meat to vegan. The impact is higher because we are multipliers, and with our programs we can do. And in this way also the leadership of the companies will see that this is an advantage. They can speak about to say we are not only have the fast, also the cheapest, no, we have also the most climate neutral implementation of a project.
I'd like to follow up on that and actually think if emission or climate change is not necessarily the first point right that comes to somebody's mind, or like cost effectiveness must come with that. And if you reduce emission, if you make it clean, maybe cost effectiveness comes into that too. So I was wondering if you could do this.
So it's a little bit similar to what happens in the car industry. Everyone tells electric cars are much better, but they lose their business. They are not able to continue to ride on the path of the traditional motors. But you see the companies reacting in different speed and different activity. Here, I think it's much easier because the people in the practice, they don't understand our programs. So they need to trust what was said. We have to show them that we are fast, so we have to experience and make this clear. And when we can show them that this is a very energy-saving program, then, for example, provider of cloud or computing center, they can easily count what is a win when they reduce for program that runs in an hour 1,000 or 10,000 times, only a little bit the energy need. Yeah? So in this way, the people outside, they use the programs, and they should use the programs, trusting that the programs work correctly and are also designed in a way that fit to our understanding of the world, and try to prevent energy problems and climate problems in this way. And in this way, I think IT, we all together have a big responsibility, because people, we have, you know, in Germany, there is a heating rule which was very diverse, discussed, that it's forbidden to create new oil or gas heatings. One has to change to this heat pumping system, to the modern one. And what was said, the energy saving by this heating rule has up to 2030 the same effect like the switch off of the three nuclear power crafts in Germany, which were switched off for ideological reasons. So you see with IT, we have with our programs, which are used so often, so many times, you see how you use your smartphone. We can have really an impact without forcing the people to do something what's expensive, what's eventually with question marks. So in a certain sense, we are in a good position. And we should also speak about that we try this. Yeah?
Thank you very much again, Professor Miner. We go further, just to connect a little bit the technology. Yes, it's just to change the slides. My glasses. I invite now Professor Frank Reichardt from University of Agder to present her keynote speech about artificial intelligence and education. Please, Professor.
So thank you very much. And also thank you for the invitation. I'm so happy to be here. So when I was still going to school in Germany in a town called Freiburg, I had a lot of good friends from Hermannstadt and Sibiu, and I was always enjoying to being together with them. And finally, I can close the circle, and I'm here, and I'm really enjoying it. So my topic is AI and education, and I hope that I can make you a little bit more curious and using this technology with the help of this presentation. And I will just say I have a lot of fun, obviously, with AI, but I also I'm a more efficient researcher, I would say. And some emails I have to write in Norwegian, and my Norwegian language is a little bit corrupted because first I learned Swedish language, and then the AI helps me to phrase them in a correct manner. And also when you use it as a technology, my stuff is much more easily readable now than I use this type of technologies. So I just hope that maybe I get you involved in this. And if I would have given us a presentation like half a year ago and I would have asked who uses ChatGPT, then maybe 10 persons. But now I don't dare to ask the question now, because I guess everyone would be lifting the hand. But I could, of course, ask, is anyone using more than one chatbot? Hopefully. And then, so that's a little bit where we are now. And we're a little bit confused as the education sector, because this thing hit us like a wave that we saw in Professor Meindel's presentation. And we were not prepared, obviously not. And there's no doubt that our students are prepared, and they will use it forever they can. And you cannot detect it, forget it. No? So you will not be able to detect it if it's a clever student. And also, as you indicated, it makes no sense to forbid this technology, because if they ask for a job in 5 years, they will ask, do you know how to use an AI? And the student says, no, it was forbidden at my university. Well, we look for another candidate. No? So we cannot stop them, but we need to help them to use it in a manner that respects academic integrity. No? And that's something which we don't teach, actually. No? We only have a very nice catalog of penalties, and if we get you, we will be excluded from our university for 2 semesters, but that's not the way it should be done. So with that said, maybe a little bit, who am I? Who's the guy actually talking here? So basically, I have been for over 30 years busy, and I'm very fortunate and very privileged to do academic and industrial research, for example, like a company like Ericsson, working very much, always wondering what's going on in the future. And then you see me here where we presented a device like that in 2000 at the CeBIT fair in Hanover, and this was 10 years before the iPad. And Ericsson was very good in mobile phones, and they just wondered what's the next generation. And then we demonstrated things like iPad with everything, internet telephony, handwriting recognition, MP3, you name it. But the problem was the internet bubble bust, and then of course Ericsson had to focus on their core business, which was infrastructure. No? And they are one of the few surviving companies after Huawei did their cleaning up of the market, and they are still providing actually infrastructure at a very high level. So, and I'm very fortunate that I'm now a professor actually at computer science for nearly 18 years at the University of Agder in Norway. And Norway is a small country, and if we want to make an impact on AI, we cannot do it alone. We cannot also do it in a way where we compete with other universities. So the things that we are doing is basically in our center, we have very good artificial intelligence researcher. We have, for example, Professor Ole Christopher Granmo, who has been appointed the most important AI researcher in Norway the last 10 years by his peers. He works on the Zetlin machine, which is also a very efficient, actually, type of theoretical approach to running artificial intelligence and machine learning, but it's also an efficient way and also has a little bit more explainability characteristics to it. On top of that, of course, we realized very quickly that we cannot do it alone. We just need to talk to our peers, and therefore you will find NORA, which is actually the Norwegian Research Association for AI Researchers, and it's about 18, as it says here, 18 organizations working actually on AI, putting their resources together to actually have a national impact. And the politicians have now decided, for example, to spend 100 million euros just on AI in Norway. And in addition to that, well, we could be good in Norway. We also joined CLAIR, which is a network of 461 labs with over 25,000 researchers and in 37 countries. And I also saw that the Romanian Association of AI is also a supporter of that network. So that's how you do it. And it doesn't matter whether some countries are in certain areas actually far ahead of us. We don't care, because AI is a new race, and also for Romania. You say you are trying to close the gap, but this is actually a totally new race, and there is no gap, so except to our friends in the US. But you have a chance, basically, by being part of a large community like Claire, actually, to make an impact, and Europe will make an impact on AI. The most worrying part of it is, of course, that currently AI is ruled by companies who have to earn some money one day, and this is as Google, the OpenAI and Microsoft. They have to earn money on this technology, and they try to learn as much as possible. And we need to have a counterweight in Europe, where we have developed our own solutions who are privacy respecting, for example. So in this presentation, I will not so much focus on the theory, but I really try to give you some examples what you could do when you use this type of technology. And then in a truly human-centered approach, which you also told us about, we need to first check who are the learners actually. I mean, we want to use AI for education, and we need to wonder who are actually the people who will be using artificial intelligence technology. And I had an eye-opener recently when I saw a video of my nephew, and my nephew is only 15 months old, and he's called Oscar, and he lives in Stockholm. And on Oscar, he can say very complicated words like muamua, which is actually grandmother. But currently he's trying to learn a totally new word, and it's really difficult for him, because we have this device called Google Nest, and it's shared by all family members to stay connected. We share photo albums, and we listen to music, and also the family always says, "Hey Google," and now Oscar tries to learn Google. He doesn't really succeed, but he's trying his best to learn how to say, "Hey Google," and I have no idea what happens if he succeeds in doing that, because I mean there are children's songs on it and children's stories. It will be fun for him, no? So this is what got me a little bit wondering here. When I grew up, there was not even a TV around, and it changed the world, yeah, the way families work. Yeah? Then came internet and social media, it changed the families. And I know this one will grow up in a world where it's totally normal to say, "Hey Google," or talk to the fridge or the TV, and something will happen. Yeah? It's a totally new way, and it's totally normal for him. Yeah? So these are the type of students we will see in 20 years. They will expect us to do certain things. So where's the world going if artificial intelligence has already such an impact on such young people? I cannot tell you. No? So but it's starting, yeah? And of course, if it's done in the right way, this will be very pedagogical type of AIs, adapted to the type of users, recognizing, "Oh, hi Oscar, it's nice to see you again." Yeah? And what can we do together today? No? Let's paint a picture. What do I know? Yeah? But the thing is, they will learn, and they will develop their talents, hopefully. But on the other hand, of course, it will also have an impact on them. And what type of cultural background is actually this artificial intelligence having? Is it an American one? Is it a Chinese one? Or is it a Norwegian one? Because there are different priorities in different societies. And in Norway, it's very important gender equality is very important. So if the AI would recognize this is a girl, maybe some AI starts to talk about fancy fashion and pink type of clothes. And this would not happen in Norway, I can promise you. They would be very angry at this AI. It's actually, they should develop the talents independent of your gender. So if boys want to talk about trucks, maybe girls want to talk about trucks too. So that's a very important aspect of if there will ever be a type of Norwegian type of artificial intelligence having contact with children. So it will reflect actually the type of values that we have in different type of societies. And so this will not be so easy. So it's important to know who are your learners, and also it gives also a task actually to our governments to respond in a reasonable manner to this type of technology. Then the next type of learner, I read an article last week in the Norwegian newspapers, and she is, privacy, so if you get a copy, the face will be lost. So she's called Agnete, no? And she's 90. No? So it's totally at the other end of the lifespan. And she was a journalist, and she's still very active in politics because she wants to help the elderly people. And Agnete basically says, "I have a nice new friend, and he is called Bing. And Bing is very, very patient, very polite, even speaks Norwegian, and offers a lot of advice, and is always reachable." And then many of us think, "Oh, God, beware now, all the old people isolated as they already are sitting in front of a Bing machine." But she's very happy because she has someone to talk to. And she has a lot of family contacts, but they're not always around. Yeah? So she knows also that Bing is not a human being, it's just a machine which is very clever in answering our questions. But she's happy to have it. And she's has a lot of interesting dialogue, and her ambition is now with the political connections to actually bring this to other elderly people because she's so happy about it, using it. No? And she has not stopped learning, obviously, because if you use a thing like that, you have to continue learning. And that's very important for your brain to still be super active when you're a little bit older age. So this is a totally different type of learner, which will be also have some special needs. But this title, also when we make künstliche Intelligenz, is just saying being a friend with artificial intelligence. So that's a Norwegian journalist, 90 years old. And I guess if hopefully I will be looking so fit and ambitious like she does with 90 years, then somehow I've succeeded in keeping my health together. And I'm pretty sure I will have a totally other different type of tools. No? The next level, of course, currently she has to type everything, no? But of course, there is already the latest announcement say you just speak to it in a normal manner, yeah? And this is still also only text. I'm pretty sure there will other things be happening. So these are two types of learner totally at the different parts of the spectrum, and we will see that AI will take care of them. And we need to be ready to put in the type of effort to make it happen. Then last type of learner I want to present to you, it's still not the one you might expect. We have projects together with Makerere University in Uganda, Rwanda University, and Jima University, because the Norwegian government is very generous when it comes to funding projects that help other countries to develop capacity. And this is just a name I invented like Grace, but I have some other names which are really involved. And we talk a lot about AI, open distance education, also the chance for this type of students to get a personal tutor. And some of the documents are really difficult to understand, so you can basically translate into your native language. You can also explain this type of concept to me, I'm not understanding it. And then, of course, obviously, after some iteration, maybe you will be actually getting the type of help you need. And it's also cost efficient because you don't have to pay for a tutor and you don't fall behind. So it's actually a great opportunity for learners in other countries than in Europe actually to get access to first top quality type of knowledge, but also personal learning in a way they did not have before. So that's something we will see, and as also Professor Mein presented the UN Sustainability Goals, that's number 4, of course, high quality, affordable education for everyone. So AI is actually having an important role in education, and a role which we do not really fully understand if I look at these 3 types of learners, but they will be very important as a development in the near future. And then, of course, chatbots, I will not explain the technology, but it's very simple to use them. If you have ever used Google Search, you just type in the link, and then you will end up with a window like that. That is from ChatGPT. 3.5 is free. It's not as good as 4.0. 4.0 is a really huge step forward. But you just type in whatever search you have, and you will get a reasonable answer. So I can give you one example of that. So what are the 5 top attractions in Sibiu? Bullets with max 30 words. These AIs, these chatbots, they love to chat, so you get 2 pages of explanation, you still don't understand what's going on. So you always have to say maximum 30 words, 80 words, just as you see fit. So yeah, that is what's coming out, and I don't know whether it's correct, but it's very likely correct. So, Historic Center, well-preserved medieval charm, Brookendal National Museum, Council Tower, Astor Museum, Bridge of Lies. Is that roughly correct? That's the thing, you get a good answer from a chatbot, but you never know, is it complete, is it correct, is it updated? But I guess that should be roughly right. And then, of course, you can dig deeper. No? You can ask, tell me more about the Bridge of Lies, because that's an interesting topic. Why is it existing? Where did it come from? And this is what I do all the time. So sometimes I sit in PhD committees or in lectures, and there's some word on the slide, and I have, what the heck is that word? So just secretly take my ChatGPT and ask for it, and then suddenly I'm a very knowledgeable person in the area, at least for that short moment. So that is, of course, something you could use. Of course, it's known that you can do travel schedules, but you can, of course, also things like that. Explain to a 90-year-old lady, remember Agnete, the concept of string theory, max 80 words, which is, of course, slightly impossible. But, well, you get at least an answer, no? So it seems that there's a unifying theory of trying to unify in the universe. It's not about points anymore. It's basically you have some type of strings, touch them in a different way, and then suddenly you have a totally different type of behavior or whatever it is. So this is a theory that aims to unite the laws of gravity and quantum mechanics, which describes big things like planets and small things like atoms, respectively. No? And the scientists are still not sure whether the idea really works out. It's a start. No? So you can ask actually these type of chatbots for quite complex things, and you can also ask them to respond in a style that is understandable to you. And obviously, when these AIs know you a little bit better, they will, hi Frank, I know that's a little bit over the top for you. We don't have the background, but I'll try to adapt the answer to you. No? Or give even illustrations in the future, no? Because currently it's only text. So if you are interested in chatbots, here are some examples which you could check out. And I always run basically two in parallel because they have basic advantages and disadvantages. So ChatGPT, maybe the most famous one, which came in November, basically changed the world, you could say. And it offers currently a free and paid version, and it's basically focusing on text, and has recently, again, enabled internet research, which is very important because some of the answers are related to things that just happened recently, and so you need actually a search feature included. Microsoft Bing, long time I thought, naja, it's okay, but they have improved tremendously, and they always had the search also enabled, but the new graphics machine, which is for free, yeah? There are others which are also excellent, but the new graphics machine, DALL-E 3, which is built into this one, really produces wonderful graphics, and you should test it if you need illustrations for presentations, like this little robot. So this, I don't go to royalty-free images anymore. Basically, I generate all my pictures myself, which I would need for a presentation. Then Google Bard is really a very good machine, and you should really run it in parallel with ChatGPT for most of your things. If it's a little bit more difficult task, then check Google, because it answers really in a different way, but sometimes in a much better way. So depending on your questions, I actually don't run ChatGPT alone, because sometimes you need different angles, and then sometimes, yeah, copy-paste in the right manner. But then my recommendation is never run only one, but run actually at least two. Then I actually started with chatbots roughly 1 year ago, August, because I love this type of graphics that they were producing, and Midjourney is still the most superior one that you can get. Bing is doing now a good job, but Midjourney, basically you have to pay for it like 200-300 crowns a month. The results are open to the public, so if I produce a picture, you can use it, but I also can use it up to a certain level. So if you want to produce graphics in a more fancy way, you could actually check out my Midjourney. And then if it's music, this is still a little bit in the beginning. It's difficult to find good examples, but the best one I know is Sounddraw, which I also tested with a colleague of mine in world music, and he liked it actually quite a lot. So it's coming, but it's still very early. That is, of course, the next question you have to ask yourself. So I type in all my prompts, and what happens to the text? Of course, it goes straight to the US, and if you put in personal things, for example, I had one student who asked me about whether it can transcribe things with AI. Of course you can, but if you have things like interviews, this is very personal information. If you send it to the US, then basically you have violated all the privacy laws that you have here in Europe, so you cannot do it. And also later on, when these type of machines, they learn much about our behavior, and they could, of course, have also a negative effect in the future that they try to influence us in a certain manner. No? That's not unlikely. And all this is currently in commercial hands. And that means maybe we in Europe can have a strategy where we actually build our own machines which actually are a counterweight to that. So in Norway, for example, we have the University of Oslo, who took actually OpenAI, this ChatGPT machine, but all the data is actually stored in Norway. No? Nothing goes to the US. And that's a very important development. So currently, as we don't have established our own machines, which is also a big project going on currently in Norway, to have our own version of these type of powerful chatbots, not being dependent on other countries. And I hope also Europe will go towards this direction, trying to establish a European version of ChatGPT, which is accessible to all Europeans for education, but also, why not, for commercial purposes, and just to create a counterweight. And in it, the next, this currently, I try to log in, but they are not prepared to take people from other universities, unfortunately. But this is for all the employees and students at the university, and they can use it in the same way. They can use any type of chatbot. But they can, of course, then also use it for the research without being afraid that certain privacy laws are violated, because they have control, actually, where the data is ending up. So this could be a European effort, basically, also just to understand how can we actually, that's a little bit political what I'm saying, how can we reduce our dependency on commercial players in the US and also develop our own counterweight of solution. So just to give you a little bit an illustration, because you can learn a lot about chatbots and artificial intelligence when you play around with graphics. No? So they are currently very good. So if you need an illustration, for example, on an article on e-health, and you say, I need a picture about happy patients, you can just say happy patients, and that's the type of pictures you will get. And they are quite nice for illustrations. No? And they are also very diverse. It's not just young people ending up in the hospital bed, but it's also some people who represent different segments of our society. So the quality is actually there, no? And you cannot really distinguish it from real photographs anymore. So there are internet communities on Facebook with over 1 million members which show their results, and you always try to figure out, wow, that was a nice trick, and then you try to adapt it to having some fun. And for example, here's a picture of an elderly person, which I find quite fascinating. Took a little bit of while and some prompt twisting, prompt engineering as it is called, and you get this picture of this very weathered type of person standing in front, probably of the sea, probably has been sailing his sailing boat for many, many years through storms and everything you can imagine, and it's a quite fascinating picture. So things like that you can already do with these type of graphic motors. Or if you're into science fiction, you can of course generate pictures about aliens who go to an alien congress, if that's up to you. And if you're really there, you can also take your own photo and ask the artificial intelligence to make a nice version of your portrait photo. They are available commercially already, but I have not succeeded in making a reasonable picture of myself. I always get results like this, and this it's a little bit, this doesn't speak for my skills, but well, I'll try to improve. So then, when you do this, you have a lot of fun, but you also learn a little bit about artificial intelligence, which is also available for the other type of segment, which you should be aware of, and that is, of course, stereotyping. No? So if you enter certain words like engineer or young scientist or shopping, then you get this type of results. No? So number one, I'm not sure an engineer is always at a some type of construction site, but they're sitting, they don't look like this typically anymore. Or young scientists, if my son would playing around with such a thing on the bottom, I would be very worried that my house would blow up very soon. So this is dangerous stuff. So you see that they maybe try to put something together like a scientific lab and a young person, and then they get this young scientist because they didn't have examples. They can only make pictures which are based on tagged photos that they have read in for many years, you would sometimes feel, but it's not what I would expect when I read some young scientists. And of course, shopping, typically stereotyping. Lots of bags and lots of shopping on with young ladies, white young ladies. So you can, of course, try to instruct them to be a little bit more nuanced, non-biased, non-stereotyped, with diversity, and they get these type of images. It's a little bit better. But still, the shopping pictures got even more awful on the bottom. So you see, this stuff is biased. Yeah? So it's based on the training data. It tries to answer your request, but it can only answer it on the stuff it has learned, yeah? And that's the dangerous thing, and also for text. If you get answers, you must always be aware they come from a certain background. If you answer a question in Africa, it will not come from an African context. It will come from a Western type of English-speaking context, and that's a challenge. And then there are also a lot of ethical issues associated with artificial intelligence. You can basically fake everything today. You don't really know anymore, is it a real picture, is it a real movie? Is Donald Trump was he really arrested like that? Obviously not, no, because he's too clever for that. But the guy who made this picture, he was banned obviously from that website, because you don't make pictures like that and publish them. That's not the idea, no? There are some other pictures. So there's a lot of fake stuff around now, and we'll be getting even worse, and we don't know anymore what is real and what is not real. And that is a little bit a problem for us. Another issue is that some of the artists, you would think Picasso or Da Vinci, they are very interesting, so let's make lots of Da Vinci and Picasso pictures, but these are not the most popular artists actually on the internet. It's actually Greg Rutkowski who makes all these type of fantasy type of dragons fighting someone somewhere. No? And he has made a lot of living. He has been doing his pictures for films, for a lot of films, and also book covers. So he's earning his money by doing these pictures. And now I can just reproduce them. I just say Greg Rutkowski in the style of Greg Rutkowski, and I get pictures like that also. And when you look on the internet for pictures by Greg Rutkowski, you will nearly not find it anymore because there's so many other pictures which have been generated by using that prompt. And he is losing now basically his livelihood. I think he has 25% less income now, and that's just the start of it. So we actually, artists are really, and photographers, they are really affected. Not only are we replacing them by just asking artificial intelligence for some product, but we're actually copying them, that's even worse. So we're really stealing their unique artistic style. And that's a challenge. And these type of chatbots, they could easily, for example, block at least some of these commandos, just saying, if I would say Greg Rutkowski, Midjourney could say, I'm sorry, but you're actually asking a picture from a real artist, and we don't think we can support it at the moment. No? It doesn't happen. No? New York Times has actually sued OpenAI because they used some of the content to train their machines, and that this will be a big lawsuit going on, and we don't know what's the outcome. So if the New York Times wins, I don't know what OpenAI has to do with the training data, because they cannot just plug out New York Times type of data. So this is something which is a little bit challenging. So this was a little bit just to get, it's just fun to use AI, and if you use, for example, Bing for graphics, they will be also quite fancy. So this normally takes 3 hours to make a crash course like this for my colleagues, but you can also use it in another context. For example, very simple example, write a proposal with strong motivation, why, description, what, and implementation plan, how, include a budget outline. The topic is how to teach lecturers to use AI tools in their work outside the classroom. If someone would give to me such a request and say, come to me back in 1 week and come with a little bit an idea how such a proposal would look like, I would know it would be an exhausting job, that's for sure. Yeah. And there's basically no context I've offered. I just ask for this type of proposal. There's no background information. So I would ask a lot of questions. I would not just hack away. But if you do this with an AI, I just wanted to demonstrate you what these things can do, yeah? So in your daily work. So if you write a proposal and they ask you about sustainability, so at the end of a work of a long proposal, and then again comes the sustainability question, which is a very fair question. And sometimes you're a little bit out of fantasy. You can actually ask an AI to, with the help of the text, give me a little bit arguments that I could use for my proposal to, for example, also address sustainability in a reasonable manner. This must be, of course, serious, but it's still, there are lots of evaluation criteria nowadays, and it's really difficult to address them all in an optimal manner, and you can actually use an artificial intelligence to do that. So if you ask a question, you get a complete proposal, basically. You get an executive summary, you get a motivation, you get also description, then comes an implementation program, and that's quite reasonable. It says needs assessment, of course. For whom are we doing that? What do they really need? You need to understand your target group. What type of background do they have? Have they used chatbots before or not? Then basically curriculum development. Now this is very fast, from July 20 to August 10, for 2 weeks only. That is a little bit optimistic, is in my guess. Then training program, running from September to end of November. Yeah, okay. And then basically, and that's also very good, include an evaluation and feedback part. That's something which maybe many people actually forget. Collect, of course, feedback from your users. How good was the whole thing? And then comes a budget. This is, of course, it's just, I mean, I don't know where they get the numbers from. But at the end, the total project costs like $43,000 US, which is quite reasonable actually for developing a course like that from scratch. It's not so bad an estimate. No? But I just wanted to demonstrate that this is a normal task that we have to do every day. And sometimes we're out of fantasy, and you can plug in all the material that you have and then basically ask a little bit to increase and forward the idea a little bit. Another thing which we will probably doing endlessly is literature research. You can, of course, go to the library and the type of databases that are built for that. But it's of course easier if sometimes you don't really know the terminology in an area, but you have a good starting point and you just want to find the papers which are relevant for the areas. And once you have one, it's easy, then you can drift off in other areas. But to get into this network with a reasonable start is a difficult task. So one website is pretty good at, there are actually two websites that you would need. One is called elicit.org. You can basically paste in everything that you want. No? So I've just pasted in. And the Vikings and Romania, is there any relationship between the Vikings and Romania? No? Because they were all over the place. Even so I just put in this topic, and then you get a list of papers, and then I take the most cited one, which was called The Viking World. No? And it had 108 citations, so that looks like a good start for doing research on this topic. No? And that's the moment where I leave elicit.org and click Semantic Scholar, because they have a much more professional type of interface once you have a source. No? So then you go there, and then you not only find, basically you can get your APA citation directly, you can put it in a library, but it also shows you where the publications are, the PDF file, the book, or whatever it is. In addition to that, it shows you actually who, is this really, why are there 708 citations? So it shows you who cited this article. And this means, of course, when a paper was written in the past, you know whether it still has impact and who is using it, and then you actually come to the present. So you know actually what is the latest research related to that stuff, and can then from there on also continue your research finding relevant developments in the area. And then of course this paper uses citation itself. It's actually a book, it's not a paper. And in this book are 720 citations, that should be enough. So if you really want to start a type of literature review, that's actually a good starting point. And you get summaries, and you can also ask how several papers are related to each other. So that's a new way of working with literature research. Before, I just basically got an enormous list. I did not even know where the paper's important on it, and I had to figure out, had to read them, scan them, all 108, and to figure out what's important, what not. Here you basically get a really good starting point. No? So the way we do literature research will probably change, because these are really powerful type of machines. Elicit.org goes slowly in a commercial direction, but Semantic Scholar is for free. And you can also plug it into ChatGPT if that's what you want to do. Then a small word about academic integrity. So we have a huge catalog of penalties for our students if they do something wrong. And I have yet to find a Norwegian university which has defined what academic integrity is. But American universities have done a lot of work and basically describe how much they trust their students, and it's also very important for their own intellectual development not to take shortcuts. And there are, for example, like the Monash University has a very nice website about this topic, and basically said, don't copy your old work, be innovative, don't copy from others. Also acknowledge when you have been in a team, give respect to all the colleagues, and also handle it in a very constructive and respectful manner. There are lots of things actually that you can remind students of if you talk about academic integrity. And we should put this in all of our courses, obviously, because it's such a background of everything that you're doing. And you can cheat the system, but the person that you cheat most is yourself and your own future, because there will be a moment where you need the knowledge and you don't have it. And then, of course, students always wonder, I'm using an AI, how do I put it in my text? Here's an example also from there is actually a lot of discussion going on how to handle actually artificial intelligence in the context of education. So here's a text where you basically have talked to an AI. You see there are apostrophes to tell what you used. And then in addition to that, and as many universities require it now, you have to acknowledge it. But not only that, you have also to attach a full transcript if you are using an AI. It's like talking to an expert. And if you use it in your bachelor or master project, you have to acknowledge it, tell us how you did it, and you also have to attach actually what was the type of dialogue that you had with this. And so you're free to use it, but you have to document it. And that's something students have to learn, because we are not used to this technology yet, and it's easy to forbid it, but in addition to that, we have not really established the type of policies and rules that are necessary. But this is a very simple policy that also our university has. You need to attach the dialogue. And of course, some professors are super clever. They say, haha. So this is a professor from Texas A&M, which is really a very well-known university, and he just took all the exercises of his students and ran them through ChatGPT and asked ChatGPT, can you confirm that this was written by a human being? And obviously, ChatGPT couldn't do it, and he gave everyone an F. No? And then he was frontline stuff in papers like Rolling Stone. All the major magazines carried his case and basically tried to indicate that was a little bit over the top to do it like that. The students also got their revenge. They took his PhD thesis, ran it also through ChatGPT, and ChatGPT was saying, I'm sorry, but the abstract could be written by an artificial intelligence. So they got back at him. No? And if you ask ChatGPT, no, it also tells you don't do this. No? And it's a black box. I mean, even if you have an AI which would be trained on that stuff, how would you actually explain to a judge how this conclusion was made? I mean, how did this AI conclude this was actually written by an AI? And if you cannot explain it, then it's a black box. Why should a judge believe you? So this is not easy to prove that something is written by an AI. So I had one student who used the term, and I've already forgotten it, and I've never heard that word. It was in the context of an essay on education, and then I looked it up because I thought, this is a strange word, now I need to learn it. It's actually a technique used by Renaissance painters to use strong contrast between bright and light, and I cannot imagine that any IT student would know about the techniques of old Renaissance painters. No? So I assume he was using AI, no? But okay. Then when it comes to learning, just checking my time. I'm still in time. Huh? Good. So there are many ways you can actually use ChatGPT. One very fun way is actually to say, you are now my professor. No? So I want to prepare for an oral exam, and more professors using oral exams because they can trust not the written materials anymore. So they go back to oral exams. You are my professor in African philosophy, ask me questions one after the other, wait for my response and grade my response. No? But it's in African philosophy. Okay, let's do it. All right, let's start. Keep in mind that these questions are designed to probe your understanding of the subject matter. Question number 1. Can you explain how the Ubuntu philosophy shapes communal life in many African societies? So everyone knows Ubuntu Linux, but what is actually Ubuntu? No? And that's very important to know, because it's a very nice philosophy. So I exist because you are, no? So I am because you are, no? And relations are central to our existence. That's a little bit a core of the philosophy, but I'm not an expert in it. So let's see what ChatGPT says about that answer, no? Well, C+, not bad. Your response captures the essence of Ubuntu. And here comes it's nearly a little bit ironic, no? However, it is rather brief and lacks steps. So it's just a friendly way to say that was not really what I expected. No? They are always so polite, these chatbots. They will never criticize you, but they indicate exactly what's wrong with you. No? And then, of course, it comes a long list of things I have been missing. No? A more comprehensive would discuss key aspects, like communal values, interconnectedness, and how these philosophies influence various dimensions of African culture, ethics, and communal life. So I could have talked for ages if I would have known what I talk about. I knew a little bit what the philosophy was about, and I think it's something I recognize also from Asian people, because relationships are very central in these type of cultures. And that brings me to the end, because now I have to eat my own medicine, I thought. No? So this is actually a picture by Bing, so it looks actually pretty good. And I was thinking, is this the perfect presentation? Which it never is. But I said, could I have done something better? No? So I used a plugin to read PDFs, and then it gives a nice summary, which I will not read out, with indications what I've done in the presentation. It was just PowerPoint slides, yeah, and put it into context, and also gives references to the different pages. That's actually my timer telling me to stop as fast as I can. So, and then it asked for, and it proposed actually I should have included a slide, and I looked at the proposal and I said, it's actually right. I would not really call it like that, but I admit I have missed an important slide, and the slide is somehow a call to action. No? Actionable recommendations for implementation of AI in education, and this is totally AI stuff. No? I just try to convince chatbot to do it a little bit shorter. So pilot programs test AI in a single course, which I do at the moment, and trying to figure out how that will do. Faculty training, offer AI tools for workshops. I give crash courses to my colleagues from the administration, from the Faculty of Art, like 3 hours, and they are a pretty professor of world music. Wow, this thing really captured what I'm doing. So you try to convince people this is a technology you need to know because your students will be using it, and at 3 hours you should actually have. Student engagement, use AI for personalized learning. We are not there yet. I mean, Partly that is on the infrastructure, basically having adapted courses, but partly also proposing exercises for students how they can use AI to actually progress in a course, for example, in mathematics. Ethical concerns, we have ethical committees, but they are more for research only. No? But I cannot ask them ethical questions, should I do this in an AI context? So here's something to wonder, which I don't have a finished answer, but it's an interesting hint. We maybe need some ethical committees in this context. And again, feedback loop. Hopefully we do that automatically in Norway because there are digital evaluations, and that's part of the way we teach actually in Norway. So at the end of the year, I get a digital chart, how popular or not popular my education was and what the students felt about the content and so on. So that's done automatically at the moment. But feedback is, of course, not only statistics, it's also talking to people. So one final reflection, and this is just pure speculation. So I feel that we will get more specialized AIs. For example, you remember this 15-year-old boy? So we cannot have a normal ChatGPT running and interacting with a boy like that. So we need more specialized type of, also for 90-year-old people. Maybe they have different interests than other people. So we will see an age where we have much more specialized AI, maybe also built in certain medical devices just to do a job in a very excellent manner. Then on the other hand, we will have more generalized AIs, because I have seen a research proposal where a researcher proposed if an AI doesn't know and realize it doesn't know, it will contact other AIs and ask them to teach, or it will contact a human expert and ask them to teach them about the topic. So these AIs are not restricted anymore to the type of knowledge they have in their domain. They may actually want to expand it in case they realize they know too little. It's just an example. No? And there are some compression algorithms which I always thought you cannot really improve on them anymore. For example, for text and speech or for graphics. But obviously it seems that AI-generated compression algorithms are sometimes 30 to 50% better. FLAC is, for example, a lossless compression standard for music, but AI has developed a solution which is much more efficient. So there are some new technologies coming around which improve the type of things that we have developed, because for whatever reasons they have endless time to work towards a very well specified goal, and they may come up with solutions which are better than the stuff that we have. Social bots, that's a little bit in my horror cabinet. So in many in the US, I think lots of young people are actually already living alone, and they don't have many social skills, and now we have social bots. So there are lots of, I just checked just yesterday, there are lots of applications now for AI girlfriends or AI boyfriends, yeah? And some companies also here in Romania are very successful in the area, actually leading. So we will get very powerful type of social robots, like in this film, Her, where the main actor fell in love, basically, with the artificial intelligence. So people will be happy to have someone to talk to who understands them, who is kind, who is loving, and they will not learn anymore how real life works and how to get a real relationship with people. So this is a little bit worrying stuff, no? And again, maybe as a last summary, our students will learn, but we can tell them how to use AI technology in a responsible manner. And if we don't tell them these skills, they will not get a job in the future, because it's required that you can actually understand how to use this technology to be efficient in your job. With this, thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Frank Reichardt. Just two questions before to go to a coffee. And, please.
You mentioned the use case of education, and are there comparative studies how effective learning by AI is compared to human tutor?
Now it was a very difficult question. I'm not aware of such a study. Yeah? We would love to do that, and that's, of course, it will be a reasonable study. You need also to have a control group, which is not so easy to do in education. And I guess we will see the effects, yeah, very soon, but I currently don't know. I would say that depends on the teacher also, yeah. There are some professors who are really excellent professors, and there are some professors who may be not so suitable for education. So there's this enormous spectrum of qualities when you have humans involved, and some are really changing your life and inspiring you, and some are not. So, but I will think it's important to have someone who believes in you, also as a student and inspires you and develops your capability. And I have a hard time seeing that currently by an AI, because an AI is just a screen in front of me. No? It's not outside. When I leave this door, it cannot help me anymore, no? But a professor can. So I'm not aware of such a study, but you're totally right. We don't know yet. But it may help, it may not.
But we need also the physical world beside the digital.
Yeah. But soon we have VR classes, and you don't don't have to live in the real world anymore. No? So you have non-real player characters driven by AI in a virtual world where you can be whatever you want. You can fly if you want. So I'm a little bit worried by all the alternatives to the real life that we are currently creating.
Other question?
Just a remark for Agnete, it reminds me of Joseph Weizenbaum, the first chatbot inventors secretary, was telling him, leave me alone, I'm talking with the machine.
Oh, yeah.
Even with the first chatbot.
Mm-hmm. Was it Eliza you mentioned?
Yeah, Eliza.
Yeah. That was famous on the internet some time ago.
Thank you very much, Professor Reich. Now, well-deserved and welcome coffee, please, for 10 minutes break. Then we'll continue with the cybersecurity panel. Hai să pregătesc aici. Bună ziua, domnul Pastor. Pare bine. Da, ne știm în online, odată un meeting cu Cluj IT-ul și cu Selian Brad. Am vrut să lucrăm.
Nu sunt foarte
Acum, yes, you're right.
Înțeleg că avem un 10 minute pauză, da?
Da, fără... Da,
Pot să mă și eu asta
sigur
aici
că da.
undeva.
Da.
Okay. We wait for Adrian Florea to come, but I don't know if he is not here. I think we can start our panel. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Andrei Nistor. I will be the moderator for a cybersecurity panel. Cybersecurity, as you already know, is a hot topic today, and you know, of course, why. So we will have today 7 speakers on our panel. I want to announce that it is going to be a small schedule change. We will have our second speaker, Mr. Cătălin Mihacea, because he must then leave to some other event. So I hope everybody agrees with that. We will start our panel with our first speaker, which is Mr. Ioan Constantin, who represents Orange Romania. I invite Mr. Constantin to take the floor, please. Okay.
An additional thing for everybody, and I'm sorry that I need to tell, because the conference is also live streaming, my son who watched said, Father, it doesn't sound very good, so please try to speak in the microphone, if it is possible.
I'll do my best to actually speak in the microphone. Hello, my name is Ioan Constantin. I'm a cybersecurity expert with Orange Romania, and I represent our development and innovation team, which is a kind of a splinter group in our engineering department. What we do and what my daily is, we usually start with ideas and concepts, and we do our best to promote those concepts through a pipeline of innovation, technical innovation and tech transfer, and output some kind of product or service for our B2B customers. Orange Romania is the largest telecommunication operator in Romania. We kind of serve one of each 2 Romanian people actually living in Romania. Our B2B customers base is important when it comes to our cybersecurity services catalog. And today, given the context of this conference, it's Sibiu Innovation Days, I'll do my best not to bore you while going through some slides discussing a success story. This is a use case that has proved to be successful in the market. And it is a story of trial and error, a story of doing our best to actually understand what the market needs are and actually outputting a service, a B2B service, a cybersecurity service that our customers actually love. They enjoy using it. So without further ado, this is, I think I'm gonna, oh yeah, okay. The context for our story today is a challenging market. We are an important provider of managed cybersecurity services in Romania. This means that we target and we address a large number of customers across business verticals, ranging from SMEs to very large corporations, very large enterprise, and the public sector, of course. And we've noticed that, we've learned that this market is heavily segmented across these verticals and the technologies. But there is a common ground across all these verticals and all the technologies. There is a need, a constant and dire need for vulnerability management, exposures management. It is irrelevant that you are a mom and pop shop selling, I don't know, whatever, or you are a large multinational enterprise offering services in our national context. You need to have a clear understanding of what your exposure is, exposure to various cyber threats. because, and I'm going to roll over some of the things that you probably already heard in many other conferences on the topic of cybersecurity, the threat surface, the attack surface of any entity is ever growing because we constantly add devices, technologies, and services. From time to time, we get wake-up calls, such as Log4j. Probably at least some of you are familiar with at least the topic, the general topic. That was a brutal wake-up call for some segments of the market in Romania and otherwise in Europe and the rest of the world. And our customers, ranging from small companies to very large enterprises, they either have or they do not have any type of vulnerability management program. This is the context. This is the context of our story. We go through tens of thousands of new vulnerabilities discovered each year. These are just vulnerabilities that have been discovered in the previous year. These are not the vulnerabilities that have been cataloged, added to a knowledge catalog and actually proven to have some sort of impact. There are maybe 70-some%, up to 75% of all enterprises, and these are publicly available data, they go without knowing that they have some sort of unpatched vulnerability in their surface, in their IT surface, for at least the first 30 days after that vulnerability is cataloged and discovered. In this context, we went about to find a solution. And what we did is that we developed from ground up in a in-house and near-house type of concept, working with some startups from our corporate accelerator. We developed a solution for vulnerability management and assets management, addressing some of the key challenges that I presented in the slide, and working ground up, right, from literally nothing, just from concepts and ideas and fundamentals, to offer a service that can address all market segments, up to all market segments, and irrespective of business vertical, to offer the possibility of customers to manage their exposures. This is threats and exposures management. I know it's not a name that you actually want to print on a t-shirt or something, but it is a name that works. It's a complete vulnerability management platform. It is offered in the cloud, so anyone can join. You just have to activate your service. You go to this website, you add your assets, the assets are scanned, you get the results, you then manage your vulnerabilities. This is the gist of it, right? It fully integrates with any existing state-of-the-art you have in your cybersecurity perimeter, like SOARs or CMs or anything that you may have, any existing CMDBs or any existing vulnerability management tools, right? We don't want to replace, we want to complement what you already have in your area. It is based on very, very advanced stuff that has been developed from the ground up by very talented startups, by very, very talented people in startups in cybersecurity in Romania. So this is really beyond state-of-the-art stuff, and I'll go over in details in a bit. And can be offered on-prem for customers that demand that their cybersecurity solutions are offered on-prem. We've worked with two startups, two companies that strive to innovate. The startups have been enrolled in our corporate accelerator program. It's a one-year acceleration program called Orange FAB. It's a non-equity program, so there's no money going in or going out from Orange, but we do expose the participants to our customer base, and of course, we expose them to our technology. And we worked with two such startups. One of them is BitSentinel Security. Some of you might be familiar with the name. They are heavily active in the cybersecurity market in Romania. They are one of the most, and this is me just providing them a service of free publicity. They are one of the best companies in cybersecurity, in like hands-on and very operational, operative cybersecurity. And we partnered with Dekenas. They are a very innovative startup, and they've developed this AI-based, because of course everything is AI-based, component capable of detecting malware used in browser-based attacks. Maybe some of you are familiar with browser-based attacks. These are a plague that have wreaked havoc for Forbes top 50 companies all over the world, and for us as well. So they developed this component that through which they evaluate each script, each executable portion of code in a website. They used some type of machine learning in an environment where they try to evaluate that code, that suspicious code in a very diverse environment across operating systems and browsers and technologies. And they output with a very high precision, like 99.9975%, if a type of code is malicious or not. This is the fundamental part. This is the basis that we started working with. And it took about 1 year to have an MVP initially, and 1 more year after that to go through the paces and do some in-place upgrades and fixes and patches and collect, of course, feedback from an initial customer base in order to improve the product. But now we have this platform, is readily available. We already have customers, like customers that are actively using it to scan their threat surface, to manage their vulnerabilities, to integrate it with their different cybersecurity tools and platforms. We started this project with a very small initial set of KPIs. The people that we've worked with in this project, they are not necessarily enterprise-oriented. They are very sensitive to wording like KPIs and KVIs. So they just told us, okay, let's work to have this product to be the best version that it could be. So we just focused on 3 things. That's rapid instantiation. So TEM is readily available from the moment you sign up for the service. You can use it right away. It uses some 160 public IP addresses of Orange Romania that can scan the internet from the cloud. It is extremely flexible and can be integrated. If you want it on-prem, it can run on everything from bare metal to monolithic VMs to Kubernetes to whatever you may have. We can actually add agents on Raspberry Pis. This is a use case that we already developed for some of our enterprise customers. They want to have some scanning agents, some are deep in their networks. We just provide them with a Raspberry Pi, or they provide us with a Raspberry Pi or an Intel NUC or something like that. We deploy the image. It's a set and forget type of deal. And of course, we want to have the risk prediction of known and yet not cataloged vulnerabilities as high as possible. So we have some very advanced AI-based thing, and unfortunately I'm not like the best person to speak about the AI stuff because it's not necessarily my field of knowledge, but it is there, and we have the capability to evaluate known vulnerabilities that have yet to receive a CVSS score, for example, and have a form of risk prediction for day 1 vulnerabilities affecting the infrastructure. This is especially important for large enterprises. And after the Log4j debacle, this is something that has been requested of even very large players in this market of vulnerability assessment and vulnerability management. I'm not going to say that we are the first one who did it, but we are the first one who did it. Circling back to innovation, we have an approach to this. This is a success story. This is one example of something that actually worked out, and it worked out very well. People are essentially satisfied with the product, with the service. It has been developed quite fast in 2 years. What we try to do in Orange, in this engineering department of ours, we strive to create and to maintain the pipelines, the innovation pipelines open. We start from ideas, we start from concept, we start from knowledge that we have or someone else actually throws our way. We go through the paces, we engage with our business partners and with our business departments because we want to have that knowledge, we want to see how viable an idea is, right? We consolidate these pipelines through platforms such as Orange Fab, which is this corporate accelerator, right? You have startups coming in through the door, throwing ideas at us. It's mostly a beauty contest there. We handpick the best ideas and we do our best to output products. And the most important thing that we do is that we foster transversal technology transfer, right? We don't want to limit ourselves in this telco provider, ISP provider bubble. Most technologies in that bubble are already not necessarily set in stone, but are not moving at a fast pace as they are in different domains, in other different domains. So we try to break through these bubbles and go above and beyond what our core business is. We have very well received and very good work in AI, in IoT, in edge cloud continuum, in beyond 5G, 6G networks. We are currently developing a release 17, release 16, release 17, so probably 6G network in one of our laboratories in Bucharest. We do our best not to remain somewhat connected just to our core business. So going back a bit to the story, I was mentioning our pipeline, our innovation pipeline. And this is a very low effort representation, graphical representation of that pipeline, right? What we do is that we generate business needs based on market needs. We go to the markets. We ask them, hey, what is your principal pain right now? Where does it hurt? Okay, I want to have this very capable but easy to manage and easy to deploy vulnerability management component. We derive the requirements, we develop, we integrate, we test, we deploy, right? We automate, we go over the paces over and over again. We transfer to the market, we collect the feedback, and we iterate. This is a basic engineering process. We did not invent this. This is not something that we necessarily enhanced, but it is something that we oblige by. And in this success story that I've presented so far, this corporate accelerator of ours, the Orange Fab, is somewhat central to the success of the story because it had allowed us to interact at a fundamental technological level with these two startups, and it has permitted us to gain them access and to actually allow them access to some very strategic B2B marketing knowledge that our company was able to provide them. Through our research and innovation participation, we do our best to add to this technology stack knowledge that we gained from some of our collaborative projects that we are part of. Orange Romania, we've been part of various projects on the Horizon Europe, on Horizon 2020 programs or Digital Europe programs for the past 12 or 13 years or so. I think we are now involved, actively involved in at least 15 such projects. And we, every year we add at least one or two more projects based on merit, of course, from where we can develop knowledge, we can test some functional ideas, and we can validate some functional ideas. And finally, we go through the market. And we go to the market through our B2B and through our sales process. We, as far as I can tell, and this is something that my colleagues always, they kind of repeat to me, we have a very strong sales force. So they are capable of taking these products, these services, and actually pushing them to market, which is good for us because we can validate our idea in the field. And finally, because I think that I overrun my time a bit, we have a few more success stories. I'm not going to go into details, this is just a handpick. It's actually quite random. We have one platform called CyberEdu that had been developed with one startup in Orange Fab. It's a cyber range as a service platform for learning and promoting and consolidation of skills in cybersecurity. So think attack and defense, red teaming, blue teaming, we can do that. And it hosts Unbreakable Romania, which is a one-of-a-kind educational program for people interested in cybersecurity. We are at, so 2024, that's our 4th edition. That will be our 4th edition. We have at least 1,000 participants each year, and they play in this Capture the Flag in the CTF environment. The academic SOC as a service, it's again one project that we're working on. It's a decentralized regional and sectoral SOC based on collaboration with various universities in Romania. So what we provide the platform, we provide the knowledge, the processes, the technology, the universities on board this platform and the processes, and they operate it with their own staffing. Master students with at different MSc levels or BSc levels. And finally, Infra AI, which is a thing, which is again a development that you will probably not hear of outside of Orange Romania. It's a monitoring and analytics tools that have been developed for the past 3 years in-house and near-house of Orange, and it is used in the it is used by everyone in the technical departments in Orange to monitor our production infrastructure. This is something that has been developed by a startup together with our group, our innovation group, and it is now in wide use in Orange Romania, and hopefully next year it will be in use in Orange France. These have been just a few of our success stories with focus on that one, the threats and exposures management platform. Thank you for bearing with me. I know that I definitely overrun my time. I'm not sure about Q&A.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please stay a little more for some possible questions. Yep. If there are some questions from the auditorium, please.
Yep. So it's not Apache, but we use Kafka. Okay. Yeah.
Please.
I arrived in Sibiu on Monday, and on Tuesday I had a discussion with some people working in a very large automotive company here in Sibiu. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say the name.
Yes, please.
Continental. Okay, and we've discussed just that, spinning off this solution, at least in a proof of concept environment for now, in order to target specific OT and below the red line types of technologies.
Any other questions, please?
Yes, so I'm also in automotive industry. So we are also tackling the problem of vulnerability management. How do you solve it? If you have the problem, let's say, to store the software from so the bill of materials. How do you solve it in your system?
So this is probably more of a supply chain issue than a direct vulnerability management issue, at least in my perspective. Although we are working on better understanding this whole OT area. What we do is that we iterate on each asset. I had the discussion with someone in Continental just on Tuesday, and they asked a question which is probably similar to yours. Okay, you have one device, or at least one class of devices, and you have at least 2 or 3 different versions of software running on top of those PLCs or IoT. How do you actually manage the vulnerabilities, taking into account the fact that you have different upgrade cycles, or at least they are caught in a different upgrade cycle? What we do is that we iterate on each asset. So each asset in TEM, this is a fundamental level. Each asset we have a kind of a clone. with an additional flag attached to it, and that flag will state that this runs on a different version of software, and there are knowns and unknowns about these different versions of software. Yes, yes, yes. This is the market that we are addressing right now, and we are moving, hopefully, fast enough to address the IoT, the industrial IoT market.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We go further, and I invite here Mr. Cătălin Mihacea, Managing Director at Agile Network Technologies and also President of Sibiu IT Cluster. Mr. Mihacea will spoke about IoT security and how the future might look like.
Okay. Yeah, first of all, I'm glad that I'm participating to the cybersecurity conference also. Just as a note, the reason why I'm participating to this is because I'm passionate about it, so I'm still learning myself a lot. I was having the first touches with the cybersecurity part somewhere around 2010 into the payment area, payment industry, which was more advanced at the moment in time in terms of the cybersecurity. I would like to talk a little bit about the IoT security and how the future will look like. In essence, there were some of the topics already covered here about IoT, but as we could see, the IoT are going to be a very big, let's say, area, a domain which is going to be impacted in the future. Just a few things about me. These are different things which I did in the past that I was focusing on. I'm not going to go necessarily in all the details, but I just have a question for you. Do you know that when the first IoT device was developed, or when the first IoT device appeared, does anyone from the group knows? And which was that, the first IoT device? It was a Coca-Cola vending machine. It was into the 82, so it's actually the first IoT appeared then, and that was the moment when the entire IoT area was developed, so long time back. It was also interesting for me when I started to investigate a little bit this domain to see that the first IoTs appeared a lot of years back. But yeah, this was of course, this was the first one, and then from the 90s, things started to move forward and develop a little bit more, and the IoT concept looked like. Now, another question: does anyone know how many IoT devices are currently into the world? I believe that the Professor Minor had something on their slides, if I remember correctly, but well, actually, there are currently 15 billion devices into the world. So we are talking about 2023. But the trend is that actually the devices are going to be around 50 billion in 2030. So it's clear that the use cases which my colleague previously was talking about are going to be there, and we're going to be for everything for the industry. Now, funny fact, because I was on the opening speech, I need to be a little bit to exceed my comfort zone and come into a suit. Normally, I'm into my sneakers. Funny enough, just as a note, the IoT devices are everywhere. And there was just a small story about myself. There was into an evening, actually late night, I wanted to wash something, and I wanted to wash my sneakers, my running sneakers. And then I realized that when I want to put the running sneakers into the washing machine, was that there was a Bluetooth enabled there, label. So what this means is that actually we are reaching a step where actually sneakers are IoT devices. They are Bluetooth enabled. You could track what you are doing and so forth. But another technology, talking with a friend, what I realized is that there are other domains when IoT devices are used, and I believe that every one of us is watching that normally. And one of the other domains is actually soccer. So a lot of the balls which everyone is using, they have a lot of sensors. And right now, even there were some use cases talking with a friend which was helping a little bit developing that how you put the sensor in order to keep the right balance of the ball. So that was just another fun, let's say, point where the IoT devices are going to use like. I would like to talk a little bit about the sectors next, what we're going to be embraced the IoT. And one of the sectors which are talking also with our clients is actually the agriculture. Right now, not too much used, right? Not too much used, but in the future we are talking about everything coming from drones. You know, everyone is talking about having drones which are doing that, measuring. I believe that into the hackathon we have some kids which are using some sensors in order to monitor the soil, to monitor the water, to monitor the air, and so forth. So the agriculture is going to be a sector about it. Another sector is going to be definitely healthcare. So healthcare more and more, and we are using it, yeah, from running, from watches, from glasses, whatever. Everything will going to be there. This sector also, it's an important sector, and we'll take a little bit about why it is an important sector. Other sectors definitely, finance, right, payments, and I was also looking a little bit last night through some use cases. And just realized that actually the financial sector, especially the cryptocurrencies, are the most attacked lately. And I was wondering why. And I just realized why, because it's much easier to, you know, to do something ransomware there and nobody might not complain. And the impact is, okay, it's financial, you're going to lose some money. But still, there are other sectors who's going to be more important and impacted, and this is the manufacturing. So Industry 4.0, Industry 5.0, we're going to be some trends, and industrial IoT and manufacturing are going to be the next thing in terms of course, thinking also about cybersecurity. And one of the final domain, of course, is the energy, right? Energy domain. And yeah, normally you would not take a look over, okay, those are systems, you are putting them there, nothing is happening. I was just hearing a rumor that this domain is mainly attacked during the cyber fair, especially because I believe that the Americans right now, they are doing some internal, let's say, some internal analysis because they discovered that they have some viruses, or at least they would like to discover, because it seems that the cyber fair part is impacting them a lot. So the energy is going to be one of the biggest sectors. Now, going a little bit to the sectors which have IoT, and just to make a little bit of an intro, the question is what would go wrong? And here, I'm not sure if you know the video, but I like it personally. Just a quick example, I'm just going to play that. I hope that it's going to work. Yeah, it's you too. Never. Okay, cool. So I'm not sure if you know the video. If not, if some of you know, it's basically a video where the guy uses Alexa for everything in the house, right? So uses Alexa, in essence, calling Alexa to start the light, to start the heating, to do everything, to open the door, right? And he goes to the dentist, right? And then because he goes to the dentist, he could not speak correctly, right? And the door is not open, the heating does not start, the music starts to go loud. So this is, you know, a small example what could go wrong, but it's I found it as very insightful, because this is just a small thing. What about having a virus there? You know, what about having an attack to, you know, one of these domains? The impact is going to be huge. And what is going to be more important is, if I'm going a little bit back, we are talking about 50 billion devices, which are going to be there, and potential somebody will going to be able to penetrate them. Now, of course, the question is what we should do, right? And yeah, another important topic is, you know, the trend attacks. And as you could see, the trend attacks into the last years improved a lot. So 2023, 2022, this is a report from 2022, shows the increased number of the attacks in terms of the cybersecurity. Also, some of the most notable attacks into the 2022, and you could see that there is a mix between financial ransomware and financial part, between attacking critical infrastructure, right? And also, as you could see, who is exactly impacted, from big corporations, right, to countries. Hence the reason why I believe Unbreakable Romania, it's a good project, right? We presented earlier because it allows us to be able to work on something in order to make sure that we are ready when something like this happens. And these are just an example from 2022, just some of the main. I will talk about one of them a little bit a little bit later. Now, of course, what to be careful, critical, protocols, that's clear. All the time the protocols are important, and that's the area where we should all be clear, and not necessarily all, meaning all, not just the businesses, the university, but also us as individuals. We will need to be to be careful. And some of these protocols, you know, which are impacted, but of course there are the HTTPS, IPsec, we're going to be protocols which are there. And yeah, I'm going to give an example. Another point is, what are going to be the vulnerable countries? You know, so we should also consider that. What are the countries which are more vulnerable to the attacks? And this is a list of the countries which are vulnerable. As we could see, it's clear the United States and China are one of the most vulnerable countries in terms of the cyber attacks, and also in terms of usage and adoption of IoT and technology, because the technology also has some reversed. Definitely changing your credential, and I'm going to give the example later on. So I'm not sure how many of us we are changing the credential. I'm not sure how many of us are actually taking a look over the data leakage databases, which are there to see actually if our passwords are, you know, available for public. But the point is that we will need to also do that. Okay, another point is, to check your router logs, right? So all the time you need to make sure that even in-house, even in your business and so forth, take a look over into your router logs in order to see what IPs are actually there, what IPs actually want to attack you. So that's another topic which are going to be important. And finally, check your devices for vulnerabilities, right? So take a look over all the time to the databases which are available, and definitely this is an example of January-June 2022, the most used exploited areas, and it is important to be aware and to use that all the time. Just one attack, and I'll finish in a second. I'm not sure how many of you know that at the beginning of the Ukrainian war, some Ukrainian pro-Ukrainian hackers actually hacked the NVR system from Russia, and they were transmitting their live data to actually with the Prime Minister Zelensky. Why? Because of incorrect username and password, because of default username and password being used into the system and so forth, because nobody was even bothering to secure the basic of the basics of the networks. And one important point, just to summarize everything, so when you are using IoT devices, of course, make sure that they are up to date, and also you are backing them up. It is very important to have them there. Check the databases for any problems with your IoT devices, because the databases there are public. You could take a look over and see them. Make sure, of course, that you are checking the databases for your credential, you know, and any leakages which might going to be available. Make sure that you are checking the communication, router logs, and so forth for any insecure communication. But one final point which I found it insightful. Why? Because I saw people, and there was a friend which said to me, you know, I received an email, somebody making threats on me that they're going to leak some of my personal information. And my response was clearly to everyone, you know, we have an agency, the National Directorate of Romania for Cybersecurity. Go to them. Also, I believe that there was SIDEX event last week, which was done or 2 weeks back, which is under the umbrella of CyberInt, which is a special division from the Romanian National Security Directorate, and go and report those issues there. and go and report real actually issues, not the issues where somebody lost their password or they give the Netflix password to a friend or a relative, and then the Netflix account does not work. Why I'm telling that as an example, because I was talking with somebody from there, and these are the type of calls which they are receiving. So definitely that you could report all of the issues. With this, I'm ending up my presentation, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. Please, if there are some questions for Mr. Mihacha.
Cool. All is clear. You're going to have the presentation to wherever you want. So.
Okay. I just want to ask you, you've already mentioned some areas that are going to be impacted, but which is a top 3 of the most impacted areas?
I believe that the energy, the critical infrastructure areas are going to be the most impacted one. And by critical area, I'm talking about, and which also have a more human impact. So I'm talking about definitely the energy area. I'm talking also about agriculture. Somebody could just put, they could hack an IoT device and they just put the wrong fertilizer or whatever, that could have access, that could have an impact to the crops. But also an area which is important is the industrial and especially the automotive area, which at this moment in time, it is strict in terms of the, let's say, the process which there is, but there is still a lot of things to be improved. Those are the 3 areas which are going to be impacted. Financial area, health, I believe that there is a lot of effort to be put there, but those are the 3 top areas from my perspective.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we go further, and I invite here Ms. Julia Ferraru, Security Manager at Visma. Please.
Miss a long time ago. That was what I was whispering. So hello. I'm going to talk about a non-technical risk that has the power to cancel all the technical controls that we implement. My name is Julia Ferraru. I'm a security manager working for Visma. And when we start talking about the insider risk, because this is the theme of the topic of the presentation, what is the insider risk? It's an old word. The insider is an old word. The concept or the focus that we see nowadays on the insider risk is pretty recent. So the insider risk refers to any harm actually caused by employees or other type of insiders. It's not just about employees. If we have partners, if we have people that we cooperate with, and if they have access to our data or systems, they can become insiders. Let's look at some real-life examples. And these are just 3 mentioned in here with big names involved. One of them in May 22, when, well, it was a former to-be Yahoo employee, so he was still part of the company. But he knew he would actually go to a direct competitor, so he downloaded a lot of, well, enough proprietary source code, other algorithms, and internal strategy documents. So that was a security incident at Yahoo. Another real-life security incident, Microsoft, when companies' login credentials have been exposed to GitHub. Apparently, they appear to be employees of Microsoft who have exposed these credentials. And this actually gave or offering attackers a gateway. A third example is from Twitter, where, well, this time we have some outsiders as well. So somebody from outside trying to get in, but with the help of the insiders again, through this phone-based spear phishing campaign. So this was the way the employees' accounts were eventually compromised. So these are just 3. If we start searching online. We will find more. And I forgot to mention, to start with a disclaimer, actually, because we talked so much about AI. And I have to tell you that I like to play with AI tools. So all the pictures in my presentations are generated by Bing. You can see the B there, the small b. It's really fun playing with them. Good. So what is the common element? The common element with all these type of security breaches is the insider risk. Now, the intent might be different. So it can be negligent or unintentional user. It can be a malicious insider, like the former Yahoo employee. Or we can have attackers that stole credentials, but of course, they steal something that maybe the insiders are not protecting well enough. So these are the common elements of the insider risk. And why is the insider risk a growing concern? And I would like to start actually with the third bullet point here. It's the potential for serious harm. And as I said, you know, this risk has the power to cancel all the other technical controls that we have in cybersecurity, because the insiders know best the weaknesses of a company, the weaknesses of systems, and they know the location and the nature of this sensitive data. Of course, we are also facing an increase in the sophistication of cyber attacks. We see more and more sophisticated ways and, well, techniques. And with this rise of remote work is also, I wouldn't say impossible, but a lot harder to monitor networks and to secure environments in an office. So the remote work is also something, the rise of the remote work is also something that is a concern when it comes to the insider's risk. There's no one recipe for managing the insider risk. It's all about finding the best proactive and reactive measures. Of course, you need to have an incident response plan. You need to be able to detect these breaches, which is not easy. And a big part when managing the insider risks falls under prevention. It's about educating people because, and this is the good news, looking at the intent of the incidents in 2022, 95% of the incidents were unintentional. So yes, we are all insiders into our organizations, into our companies, but it doesn't make us malicious insiders. So most of these incidents were actually caused by unintentional intent. Now, let's not speak about the 4.8, which can actually harm more than the rest of the 95. But looking at these numbers, I would now like to show you how we are managing this insider risk in Visma. So what is it that we are trying to do? And it's not just in Visma. This is, I think, the recommendation all the time, that when you start to talk about a security program, start from the organizational culture, because that is telling you how many controls and how strict controls you can implement, and what is the culture in general. How do employees feel at work, and how do they perceive the rules that are being imposed? So back to Visma now. We are a group of now I think more than 15,000 employees, and more than 300 companies that are part of this group. We are present in 265 locations, and very important, we create software products. We want our developers to feel free at work, not controlled and not under strict monitoring. We want them to be creative because, well, in the end, we want our software products to bring profit. Looking further into the organizational culture, these are the values of the company. And this is what we promote internally when it comes to the company culture. And the first one is the entrepreneurial spirit. So we want everybody in the company to be entrepreneurial, and we want them to be responsible. which means that in our case, a set of very strict policies with very strict controls might fail, or they will fail. So we have this, what we call Visma People Security Program, and I'm also the program lead for this program. And our vision with this program is to create a secure and trustworthy work environment where employees feel confident and they feel empowered, basically. So we want to equip our employees with everything that they need to protect themselves first, and then, of course, protect everybody else and the business in the end. And the mission of our program is to provide security measures, education, and resources, as I said again, to empower people. So it's not controlling people, it's empowering people. But we have this fight, let's say, between the entrepreneurial spirit and the strict controls. So the question is, how do we do security? Because, well, we still need to measure something, and we still need to verify that all these tools that we provide are properly used. So this is our winning card, and I think I might have talked about the Visma Index in the presentation last year. But this Visma Index is actually a metric tool. And the whole security program in Visma is built upon gamification. So it's a gamified program where when you onboard to the program, you start with a high score. And then based on how many controls you implement, based on how many, we don't call them controls, by the way, we call them security services. So that is another terminology that we are trying to change. Based on how many security services you start using, you lower your score, and that will tell you in which level of security you are. So yeah, this is our winning card. We actually spend a lot of effort into designing and developing this tool. This is something developed internally in the group security at Visma. So this is what we measure when it comes to the insider risk. We measure how well companies, the Visma companies, remember the 300 companies that we have in the group, we measure how well or what is the level of coverage and evolution when it comes to e-learning, but it's not just the e-learning, you know, like how to spot a phishing email or how to, I know, update your system, not just that type of e-learning, but we are also looking at data that comes from systems that the developers are using. We have these tools that we use for software composition analysis and static application security testing, and we are measuring the time to fix. That is actually an indication of the behavior that the developers have. So how much time does it take you to fix a vulnerability? And that is actually part of the whole learning or the training maturity in a company. The social engineering is, well, how well prepared are we into identifying and preventing security breaches, and the social engineering, which is also the theme of this European Cybersecurity Month, refers to phishing simulation and passwords and updates and patches, yes. And then the third chapter is the reporting pathways. It's again trying to capture the difference between the desired behavior and the actual behavior. So do the employees in each of these companies have a whistleblowing channel? Do they have this reporting facility to report potential breaches? And this is what we are looking at. And the way we work with this index is, again, through points. We are giving 4,000, 4,000, and 2,000 points because we think that the training and the social engineering is a lot more important than the work that needs to be done on the reporting pathways. So this is how we score these big chapters. And just two screenshots from how this tool actually looks. This is when a company is onboarding to the program. this is a Visma company here, they start out of range. So we start from the assumption that, well, you do not have any security when it comes to the insider risk, or you do not have anything implemented. But then they need to basically start working on these best practices, guidelines. We do not work with policies, but if we want to speak in a GRC language, this is the policy that they have to follow. So they look at these lines, they look at what they need to do, what is the level of coverage that we expect from each of the security services, and then their score starts to decrease from the very big score that they start with towards 0. So 0 would be when you have all the services in the program implemented, which makes you best in class, but not bulletproof. So this is what we also say in a very transparent way. You can use all the controls that we have available for you, but that won't make you bulletproof. So these are the 4 tiers that we work with in the program: bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. It's as I mentioned, it's a gamified system. And yeah, when you use all the services, you consume everything that the program has to offer you, then you reach platinum. So therefore, your risk is at the lowest level, not 0, but at the lowest level. And I have this slide added here because when we talk about inside the risk, the easiest way to mitigate the risk is by using user behavior analytics tools. And circling back to the organization culture, I doubt this will ever happen in Visma. So we have to find different other ways to work around this, because we are very conscious about the privacy of our employees, and we want them to continue to be creative and to feel empowered and to feel entrepreneurial. So we are not going to use it. And then we are using all the other layers from the onion concept. You know, the onion and the cybersecurity have some resemblance. And it was really fun to ask Microsoft to give me this picture, because it wasn't the first one that the tool recommended. But yes, we are relying on the other controls as well, not just learning and social engineering and reporting pathways. So one example is the network traffic monitoring, which can unveil anomalies in the behaviors. But again, we are not monitoring users at all. So the takeaways would be, whenever we start talking about any kind of security program, let's start from looking at the organizational culture, because insisting on a very strict set of policies might not always work. We always have to work with people, whatever we want. People is also, you know, the humans are also the biggest vector for attacks. So let's make sure that we motivate any type of change we want to make. Let's make sure that we enable and empower people, because they can also act as detectors for anomalies into the behavior of the other people around them. And the third and the most important is, you know, the metrics. I mean, measure and report, and then people, I trust people. People usually try to start working more with security and become a bit more aware if they know some results are published somewhere, some numbers are made available. And yes, have fun, like I had with playing with Bing for the pictures.
Thank you very much.
Thank you too.
Please, if there are some questions.
May
Yes.
I ask? Oh,
Yes.
Please.
You mean the collaborators? Yes, it's something that we also, I have to say that we also do a lot of communication and awareness around the security program. And one other very important thing is you need to have the support of the management team. So yes, we have it. We are, I would say lucky, but it actually was some work from our side as well. So yes, we have the management on our side. And it's a program that it is now accepted. It's not necessarily easy for people and for companies, because, well, you don't make it easy for them to reach platinum because you want them to work with security. But yes, it is accepted. It's something that actually this is the branded slide. We have our own brand inside Visma, so we use these Nordic cools and the Aurora Borealis colors for everything that we present around security. Yes?
Did I understand it correctly that you measure somehow how often each user changes his password?
No, we measure if users are using a password manager tool that is provided freely by the company. And we measure not only if they installed the password manager, but how frequently they are using it. So not how frequently they change the passwords.
I want to ask, you said about a statistic that 96 of the incidents were unintended, but did you measure if the 4% are more important than the rest 96, that the damage that were created by the 96?
That was not a measurement from Visma, that was from a report published, and I'm not sure that was measured anywhere. I would suspect that the impact of the 4.8% malicious is a lot bigger, yes.
Yes, and for this reason, could you think is a relationship of the unhappiness of the employees?
Yes. And that
also the management should tailor a little bit, as my boss said in the morning, is not a harsh boss, but sometimes. So
still a boss.
If you have a happy employee, probably won't have incidents.
The beauty of the metric tools is that they allow you to combine data from different sources. So yes, we also have, it's led by our HR department, but it's an employee engagement score that is being measured every month. And of course, at some point, and it's all about finding enough resources to develop this tool, you can link, you can have a look at the security score in a company and then at the ENPS score of the employees. And well, we need to play with data and see if we can reach any conclusion. But yes, we definitely think there is a link. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We move forward to our fourth speaker today. We will talk about automotive cybersecurity challenges. And I invite Mr. Valentin Cota, lead automotive functional safety and cybersecurity expert at Marquardt Sibiu. Thank you. You're welcome.
So, hello everybody. Thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure for me. It's my first time, and I think it's been some time since I was in a conference. That is good. Today I want to talk about automotive and especially cybersecurity challenges. I'm going to talk about the products that we develop mainly, not about IT infrastructure, information security, and so on. However, they relate. So, yeah. So, a short summary. I will present shortly the company. I will go over the standards and regulations, especially what is next. I will highlight some of the technical challenges we have seen in the past years. I will discuss about maintenance in cybersecurity, and last but not least, knowledge and how to build it up. In terms of Marquardt, we're a company developing all sorts of ECUs and products, mainly targeting the automotive industry. We have operating components like complex HMI devices. We have driver authorization systems, let's say digital key. We are in the e-mobility sector. We provide all sorts of solutions for battery controls, battery management systems, for charging stations also. Last but not least, switches, sensors, and systems. We provide all sorts of applications, switches, sensors, and systems for all kinds of applications in the IoT world, in the industrial, agricultural, in the home appliances, and so on. Now, if you want to talk about innovation, we say it's our story. The company was founded in 1925 as a mechatronic device supplier. And what I want to say is that a lot has happened from the early 90s when we entered into the automotive sector, and automotive sector became an important player, especially because the issues got more complex and complex. Nowadays, I would say that we are in the modern vehicles and the vehicles of the future. In terms of the global footprint, we are present on 4 continents, 13 countries and 22 locations. For sure, we are in Romania also. In Sibiu, we have R&D, we have services, we have production site. This year we started also R&D in Iași. This is all with the company. I will dig into our topics today. So in here I made an overview over regulations and standards that we had in the past and what is upcoming. I want to highlight the customer request for information security with the start of the TISAC certifications in 2019. Since then, a major, let's say, big step forward was regarding releasing of ISO 11434, which is our main standard for product cybersecurity. In 2021, we have the released versions. What happened next? In 2022, it started to be more interesting and challenging, let's say, because we started to have UN regulations like R155, R156, which are highlighting requirements to be implemented by organizations, cybersecurity management systems, according to the ISO 11434 and information security. Nowadays, what we can say in 2023, that we are ready, we develop our products according to the state-of-the-art standards and regulations. We aligned and we support our OEMs and customers because these United Nations regulations are coming for the type approvals and homologations of the future vehicles. And let's say we are there. Now we have to gain experience. That's important. What is upcoming next? Next year, it's expected to have the type approval for the rest of the world, countries, and the ones which are not in United Nations. But more challenging, perhaps not directly to automotive, but for the IoT world, will be the UN Cyber Resilience Act. This act will be released next year. Companies, suppliers of software, hardware within EU will have 2 years to adopt it. It is highly debated standard because, at least from a perspective of free open source communities, and also especially regarding the vulnerability disclosure. So a lot of experts from the companies think that do we have and are the infrastructures within all the United Nations countries, governmental ones, capable to store these vulnerability disclosures and maintaining them secure? Or will this be used against or a method to control? This is something that we have to find out. This is all with the standards. I will go to the next topic, technical challenges. This is, let's say, a group opinion, a personal opinion on what we have experienced since we started with the new cybersecurity implementation in the products. One, and I put it as a challenge, is release of these new standards and regulations. Although they have a really good intent to uniform understanding, let's say, to have the same cybersecurity language over the world. But if you have seen in the previous slide, there are a lot of releases, new standards, new regulations, new standards, every year, updates, and so on. So I think it's a challenge for the companies to adapt these ones, to include them. Next challenge is to enable cybersecurity in the existing vehicle architectures. Let's be honest, not every new vehicle release will have a complete brand new architectures. We still have vehicles on the street which use old architectures. We are supporting the customers to, let's say, add security to their vehicles, but it's not like when you start with a new design and so on. Another important aspect, I see transformation and the rapid transformation of automotive industry. Now we talk about electrification. We talk about autonomous driving. We talk about AI. We talk about many other new technologies in the automotive and targeting the automotive. We as a cybersecurity, we have to keep up with the speed, and we have quite a big speed in the automotive. Another important challenge I see application of existing knowledge to automotive. Let's make let's say a simple comparison. IT had a lot of time since the early 90s to implement security. Nowadays, automotive has few years to implement, adapt, go with the trends, and I see this as a challenge. Also, we have discussed about public vulnerabilities. These are really helpful for us also. There are thousands, hundred thousands of vulnerabilities, but they are not disclosed intended for automotive, so we always have to analyze them. That's important. Also, I want to highlight the testing methodologies, like fast testing, pen testing. We have them. They are used. We have them in the company with suppliers and so on, but what is important that the fuzz and pen testing takes time, a month, 2 months, 3 months. It has to have a really good scope. It's an exhaustive testing. Now, luckily and hopefully with the help of AI, we can design smart fuzz testing, but we have to make sure that this is not used by an attacker. Good. Now I want to highlight 2 more challenges. First is the development style. Although we are leading towards a more dynamic environment, we have to. We have constant releases, complex software products. We cannot go as we went until now. Although I think we need to experience it more and more, and our customers need to experience this. And last but not least, we have seen there are always new attacks, new attack methods. We cannot, let's say, and this is a relation to the next slide, we cannot predict 100% what will happen in 30 years. And because of this, we have to have a proper cybersecurity maintenance. This is a bit related also to vulnerability management. We discussed, I've seen also the previous speeches discussing about the needs of vulnerability management. And it is perhaps not the key to success, but it's something that we have to have within our organizations. What we did, we developed the so-called Secure Sphere, cybersecurity services by Marquardt, and one of the biggest steps in here is to have a cybersecurity maintenance. What I want to highlight in here was that before cybersecurity being such an important role, we say, okay, you have a vehicle, you develop it, you test it really a lot, then you produce it, you have controls, and then it's secure, it's safe, you can drive it. But now things change because this got communication to outside the world, and then you cannot predict enough. What we do with the Secure Sphere is to protect the products against whatever threats we'll have in the future with continuous monitoring and security patching. What it offers in detail, it's vulnerability analysis, security patch provision during incidents, and vulnerability disclosure program. This is very important. Now to go one step ahead, I want to highlight in here some key aspects, let's say. What do we think we are good at, and what do we think we need to be good at? Expertise and knowledge. This is very important, to have a team of security professionals that are up to date constantly with the current threats, current trends, and being able to support the products continuously. Also, very important is to have a streamlining operation. We think, let's take an example. We develop the product. We produce the product. Then it makes sense that we keep this and we perform the maintenance to our own product because we know it. And the last aspect, which is important because we discussed about the regulations and norms, is to have the so-called peace of mind. Let me say that customers and OEMs can sleep well, that that product is successfully controlled and there is a maintenance on it. Good, now let's see how this works. It's nothing, let's say it's not reinventing the wheel. We know about it. We need several steps to execute a good cybersecurity monitoring. Yeah, you have to monitor constantly. This means that you have to have the so-called bill of material of your item, of your software, and to be connected to databases with vulnerabilities, with weaknesses, public, non-public, and so on. Now, tricky point is that you have thousands, hundreds of thousands of vulnerabilities. And important is to check whether that vulnerability is a threat to your product, is a threat to your system, to your item. And this is when the fun comes. If you decide, and in the vulnerability analysis, that indeed you have a threat, you have a vulnerability that you have to work on it, we provide patching, software updates. We all know about software updates. Tesla does it since a long time. What is very important in here, and is crucial, that our customers have the infrastructure, have the capability, because it's not like I'm sending a guy from Marquardt updating the software in the vehicle. All this operation needs to go, as I said, streamlined. It needs to go automated. And last but not least, documentation, disclosure of the vulnerability towards our customers, and for sure, legal authorities. Good. Now I want to look over another different view over the secure sphere, how this might work and how this works and was implemented in our company. The key success, we say, is to have the digital twin. You have your ECU, which has software, it has pieces of hardware, all types of layers of software and so on. But you have to maintain a digital twin of it inside your company. Because, for example, you discover a vulnerability in one vehicle, one specific vehicle somewhere where you have a product, and then you can, based on this vulnerability scan, if you have really proper digital twins for your products, you can identify which other pieces of software or libraries are impacted by this vulnerability, and you can go on. For sure, you need the really good bill of material. You need to have this information from your suppliers, and especially in the automotive world, there are a lot of suppliers, and it's a bit challenging, and you need automation, for sure. All this, to have a streamlining operation, you need automation. You need to be able to have a standardized software build pipeline. It's nothing new. We know about it. Continuous integration, development, deployment. This has been implemented. And for sure, you have to be able to do this updates. As, let's say, as a diagram how this works, we have the public known vulnerabilities from NIST, CV, CWEs, and so on. We have a cloud service and a tool provider which imports this data, then goes to our own database. We have our own vulnerabilities. They are grouped, and then on-demand and current scanning is done, for sure, over the digital twin of your product. Now, if you have the secure code repositories and the DevOps implemented and continuous integration and deployment, then you can do it and update your product, update your digital twin. This is very important. Good. This is all with the maintenance. I would say it's one of the hottest topic, but not only the hottest topic, knowledge, because there have been a lot of reports lately that we are lacking of expertise. We are lacking of many, I don't remember the numbers, but the need to have cybersecurity experts, it's really demanding. Now, I want to show you an overview. This is taken from a website showing all the certifications and the roadmap. It's overwhelming. So I don't know all of this, and I'm not expecting that someone in my team will have all the certifications. That's challenging and difficult. What I would say, you have to build it up, and there are 3 pillars. We discussed about knowledge previously, and this is only some other highlights, perhaps not that much detail, but I would say there are 3 steps, and they're very important steps to build your awareness, to have policies, to have the cybersecurity policies, and from your organization, incident response policies also from your organization. Now it helps a lot to do internal marketing of cybersecurity, like put flyers, like sell this product within your company, to do awareness campaigns within teams, and to train them constantly, because things change constantly, so you have to do this constantly. Now, this is not enough. You need to have a culture. I just want to give you an example. You have a bunch of dedicated cybersecurity engineers, analysts, managers, and so on, and they You can call these guys, oh, I have a problem, I don't know what to do, and so on. It's not enough. You have to enable experts within disciplines. You have to enable those software colleagues to know and at first to be aware, but then to know how and why they have to implement that, because it's their baby. It's not our own. Auditing the code takes time, and perhaps not every time it's successful, or you cannot do it in all projects. Now the next step is to have the knowledge. It's good that you have now aware people, you have skilled people, they know what to do, but for sure it's not sufficient. You have to build your knowledge, you have to have databases, you have to have standardized solutions, you have to have reuse capability, because you cannot start from scratch. If that person leaves, then what are you doing? Luckily, we have had in the past 2-3 years big steps towards this. We still have to learn a bit, but and I think a lot, because that's the moment when you start to learn, and you know that it's a lot more to learn. But I would say I'm proud of what we accomplished so far. Now, to discuss a bit about what we offer, we are cybersecurity engineers. Some companies call them analysts. We still discuss about the roles and responsibilities. Perhaps things will change in the future. What we do, we manage cybersecurity in development. Luckily, we have a worldwide team of security experts coming from different domains, different sectors, also automotive with different background, because we needed this. And what we also offer, and there have been some discussions with the university, possibilities for bachelor and thesis. And for sure, for people joining us, development program, and finally to take full responsibility for a product. We discuss about product security. We also had enabled software engineering and test engineering, especially in terms of cybersecurity. Thank you for your attention. This is all.
Thank you for your very interesting presentation. Please, if there are any questions, please.
Yes, so I'm working also in the automotive business, and we have also trouble with the vulnerability management. So I would be interested, what kind of information do you store with the teacher, together with the teacher training? So is it only the information about the stock list of modules, or is it also some other data information like crypto algorithms?
You store, basically you store information about the modules, you store all the information regarding the hardware you use. You store also your software in the digital twin. That is important, because this way you can re-execute, and you can monitor and you execute testing over it. That's important.
But what are you doing if you have a vulnerability that does not affect, let's say, a complete module version? Let's say a crypto algorithm becomes unsecured.
Yeah. Basically, in this case, in the database, you have also the crypto algorithm. We are working towards this, because this will happen soon, and we thought about it. And for sure, you will identify based on which products implement which algorithms, which is the vulnerable product. There's still time to implement it, but this is the way we thought. Yeah.
Okay, please.
Well, we just started. I would be able to say some, let's say, some information like in 1 year or 2 years to see. We are already offering this service to the customers. We have projects that reached SOP, and they are quite high numbers, to be honest, because there's a tricky point in here, because this started with one sentence of the United Nations regulation saying that you are obliged to keep your environment and do monitoring 15 years after end of production. Production time is mainly 15 years. So you have 30 years in which you have to do maintenance. We still have a lot of discussions with our customers, because we cannot, let's say, control 100% if Microsoft will have the same tools. Microsoft will still be, and all the tools that we have in terms of environment will still be suitable in 30 years, and what will be in 30 years. But we made, let's say, estimations based on this information. With some customers, we reduced a bit the years, but the numbers are high. I cannot tell you right now, but the numbers are really high because it's many years. Yeah.
What do you mean by clean out your digital environment? You need also the environment for running it?
Yeah, for sure you have simulations, you have environment, you have everything practically. For sure you won't have the hardware there. Yeah. You won't have the hardware. This is impossible. Yeah. You cannot create another product. That makes no sense.
Okay, thank you. We are on a tight schedule, so we move forward, and I invite Dr. Siegfried Schreiber, Senior Expert and Legal Technical Requirements Analyst Cybersecurity at Vitesco Technology. Dr. Schreiber will spoke about legal technical requirements for cybersecurity and impacts on technological product development in automotive, please.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for the warm welcome, and welcome to my presentation. It will be quite a little bit similar than the presentation that we just heard, but that's, I think, a matter of fact because the problems are the same. So I'm working also in the automotive business for a big sponsor of this event, Vitesco Technologies, which is essentially a supplier of components, ECUs for cars. And now, when it comes to cybersecurity, so we have heard a lot also this morning that everything undergoes a kind of digital transformation, and this is also the case with automotive cybersecurity. We have heard in the previous talks that there are now some recent upcoming standards for upcoming legislation and standards for automotive, and most prominent the UN ECE R155, and that demands on manufacturer of vehicles to create secure products by establishing a so-called cybersecurity management system. That means that the automatic car manufacturer is somehow within its organization, within its processes, and within its engineering is making sure that secure cars are developed. And that requirements are forwarded to the whole supply chain, so to Vitesco as a tier 1, and Vitesco forwards it then to its tier 2s and so on until the very end of the supply chain is reached. And so that's the first important regulation. And the second important regulation is the ISO 21434. This was also mentioned before. That's a description of how a cybersecurity management system works, so that one has to make a risk analysis and so on and so forth. So these are the most important regulations. So the UN ECE and the ISO, they are valid in Europe and in Japan, for instance, and they will be valid mid of 2024 for all new sold vehicles. So this is kind of very important. In other countries, there are similar regulations. For instance, in the US, the NHTSA cybersecurity best practices, that's no formal law, but Vitesco asked the law company, and they said, you should take this as it was a law, because that is also used as reference for liability claims. So if someone is getting hurt and then somehow sues Vitesco or the car supplier. And so there are many regulations in many countries. So for instance, in China, that's a very interesting case. So there are currently no binding regulations, but China is very active, and they are developing until 2025 or 2026 over 100 GB and GBT standards for automotive cybersecurity, so quite a bit. And also in other regions, there are similar regulations like in India, the AIS 189 and 190 for cybersecurity management and for software update management. So there's a lot of stuff going on, and it's also interesting, for instance, to know if you have a project, how do you know which automotive regulations apply? And here I like the presentation about artificial intelligence, because Vitesco has, that we had tomorrow, because Vitesco has also some experiments running that, so each month there are hundreds of new regulations, and we're trying with AI-based search to find out whether some new regulations are affected by automotive cybersecurity or not, given by the, so we have stored the stuff which we know that is important, and to find out some similarities. So I think that AI might help us here. In any case, the bottom of everything is that the automotive supplier must implement a cybersecurity management system and or must certify it. And also, because it affects the whole supply chain, also the supplier, so in this case Vitesco, must implement a cybersecurity management system and must certify it. So what is a cybersecurity management system? So a cybersecurity management system affects the whole automotive product life cycle, which we can see here in two phases. So first, in the concept and product development phase on the left side, and then in the post-development phase. And we have as first new activity, we have the so-called threat analysis and risk assessment, the TARA, and that means that one has to create a risk analysis in order to determine what security features you need. So risk analysis, I think, is known also from other IT security domains, but let's say for automotive, this is new, and this is quite an effort. So at Vitesco, we count for 3 months for risk analysis for an ECU, and we have many projects, so that costs then a lot of time. And in order to deal with that, so Vitesco has invested quite a bit of effort in creating generic TARAs for product groups, so for typical powertrain ECU, like an inverter or a high voltage drive, or for smaller ECUs, so that serve as kind of boilerplate, and then we can derive from that quite easily product-specific TARAs. But what has changed is that now the automotive, so our customers, the automotive suppliers, they want now to see the TARAs. So in previously, so 2017, 2018, we made that on pro bono basis, but now they want to see it. So that has changed. So when we have made a TARA, we know what we ought to implement in terms of so-called security goals. Like security goal would be that the integrity and authenticity of the program flash who stores the let's say the software on the ECU is maintained, and then we have to derive measures how to achieve these security goals. And here the next step is that Vitesco is currently developing a catalog of cybersecurity controls. So in terms of the ISO, a kind of solutions where we know that they work for certain purposes. So for instance, secure reprogramming via digital signature for preserving the integrity and authenticity of the program flash. Many activities are new that are the pink ones in the example, but also some other are extended. So for instance, in the requirements, engineering, architecture, and design, that obviously we have to do in the normal product development, but the ISO requires additional stuff. For instance, that we apply guidelines for secure architecture and design. and then Vitesco has to describe what guidelines we supply. For instance, we have to document in the architecture the trust boundaries, or the level of trust which you have for different parts of the system. You have also to make sure that you, during the development, you do not introduce vulnerabilities. So you can have made a TARA that is quite good, and that this is what you want to do and what to secure, but you maybe introduce a vulnerability by selecting an insecure algorithm or something like that. And that you have to avoid, and then what my pre-speaker has said, you have to check in some databases whether the stuff is really secure that you're implementing. So when the product is developed, then we have to additionally perform a cybersecurity validation on the right side of the V, and that cybersecurity validation is, let's see, validation of the system against the security goals, so to determine whether the system is really secure. This cybersecurity validation is then performed in a so-called penetration test lab, and here the testers perform like hackers and try to break in with fancy tools into the ECUs, and then they check whether the system is really secure. I'm proud to say that many parts of the Vitesco cybersecurity are located in Romania. For instance, the penetration test lab is located in Iași, and we have also here in Sibiu a department called Basic Software and Technical Compliance, where we have also a lot of the cybersecurity implementation here. To give an example how a security concept at Vitesco look like, I have here one example of a car that is a so-called master controller architecture. You see here the big violet bubble, that's the master controller, so the central controller of the system. Then you see here connected via Ethernet backbone, the zone controllers, the gray bubbles, and we have the normal component ECUs that are the green ones. And then when the security concept you make, you have to allocate security controls to the elements of these architectures. And for instance, to normal ECUs, or to the green ones, you allocate stuff like secure boot, or secure communication, or secure reprogramming, so standard security controls, which we know since a couple of years. From tuning protection purposes. If we have other devices like zone controllers who are connected with the Ethernet backbone, for instance, we might need additional security controls, which are typical for IT, but which are quite new for automotive business, like firewalls. And if we have also stuff like master controllers, we might need additional security controls for maybe separating internal, external communication, and also for intrusion detection purposes. I think we have in the, at the end of the session also an interesting presentation about anomaly detection in networks, so stuff like that we would need. Now, to come, let me summarize as an example the main challenges for discipline software. So there are a lot of challenges for other disciplines. For instance, I forgot the post-development phase. So we have secure manufacturing. So you have to transfer the product to the manufacturing, and also some security controls are activated in factoring, and you have often to create secure connections to the car manufacturer to install some certificates and keys. That is also quite a difficult problem, because here IT security meets product security. And then you have also, and that was said, everything I think in the talk before, you have that vulnerability management. So you have to make sure for end of production plus 15 years that you detect and maintain the products which you have to deliver. And there are, for supplier like Vitesco, we have a lot of products that we deliver. So coming to the challenges for the technical challenge for the discipline software. So first, software has, for instance, continuously to work on new security controls which might one need in the future. So for instance, maybe the quantum computers break the asymmetric algorithms in 5 years, one never knows. And you need then to have post-quantum resistant algorithms, or you have to, let's say, work on intrusion detection and net anomaly detection systems. So for instance here, there's in China standardization ongoing for intrusion detection systems where Vitesco takes part on. And so you have to be continuously, let's say, on alert to really tackle these problems. Then you have a software to demonstrate that you're applying the right architecture, design, and coding guidelines, which are changing all the time. So that is quite a challenge. And you have also, and that is quite important, the discipline software is also to ensure that this maintenance, this vulnerability management can be done. So, and that means to submit all the information for digital twin that is necessary to do an effective vulnerability management. And that is mainly the part list, the stock list of the projects, but also some meta information like the used crypto algorithms and so on and so forth. So there's quite a lot of challenges which have to be tackled, and they are also valid for they're both valid for new products, but the OEMs, they want to have it also for old products, which are since years in the field, and that's a really huge problem because not every new measure was then taken for a product that was started development 10 years ago. Now coming to my last slide. Vitesco is currently implementing this automotive cybersecurity management system. So Vitesco is currently also trying out, or not trying, we will get the ISO 21434 certification end of the year. And for that, Vitesco changed the organization. There was a department founded called Technical Compliance, which does, by other tasks, does also the cybersecurity governance. There are also created some specific cybersecurity departments. So the SCC, the Security Competence Center, or the department where the so-called project cybersecurity managers are located, and the department in the developments where we have some also in Sibiu where cybersecurity is done. Then Vitesco is adapting currently the process, the cybersecurity process and life cycle to be fully ISO 21434 compatible. Vitesco has invested a lot in risk analysis and making this generic risk analysis for product groups. Also important is, let's say, the platform that Vitesco is using for developing the product. So this needs to be done, the software platform, so this needs to be held constantly up to date, and constantly we have to see to integrate new features like secure boot, or in the future maybe intrusion detection systems or anomaly detection systems. So that is quite a bit of effort. The pen testing, so the cybersecurity validation at the end, Vitesco has solved with the own cybersecurity pen test lab in Jastas that is working fine. And normally, so the OEMs want to have an independent company do this test, but some OEMs accepted also the Vitesco lab as independent lab because it's organizational, not at a usual system test location. Biggest problem for Vitesco is, I would say, the vulnerability management to get that fully running, because with that many projects and partially old projects. So Vitesco is currently sourcing a platform that is needed. So I heard from my colleagues that they are farther in this process than we are. Maybe we can learn from each other, but that's I would say, the biggest problem we have. In any case, so a lot of challenges needs to be tackled by the whole automotive supply chain. So many of the stuff may be known to other disciplines like IT, could be, so it's maybe a good opportunity also to learn from other disciplines. With that, I thank you for your kind attendance, and thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Schreiber. I have a small question for you.
Yes, please.
You've mentioned about all the regulation and how Vitesco try to comply with all the regulation. But how about your sub-suppliers? How do you enforce the regulation on your sub-suppliers?
That's a huge problem. That's a huge problem because so we have with the suppliers, we have normally agreements like they're called generic quality agreements, and we try to enforce the sub-suppliers with this general quality agreements to adhere to standards. But quite often the suppliers are reluctant, and so then Vitesco is in a kind of sandwich position because the OEMs, they're making pressure on us that we have to follow these rules throughout the whole supply chain, and we as, let's say, tier one, cannot force, let's say, if we would force, we cannot force a big supplier like Vector, we cannot force them that easily. And then there is often nasty discussions, and even sometimes it is required that the OEMs or automotive OEM directly discusses with the supplier. But that's a nasty ongoing problem.
Not so good to be in that sandwich position.
Yeah, that's sandwich. That's exactly.
Okay, thank you. If there are any more questions.
Yes? So Vitesco sourced together when we have, so Vitesco is a spin-off of Conti, and we sourced as a TARA tooling called Medini Analyze from ANSYS. And normally we thought that this would be included in that tooling, but that was not. So currently up to now, we made it on our own, but we are of course heavily interested in doing that. Yeah. Yeah, that's really a problem. And for instance, there is from Microsoft that threat management tool that is without any cost. And for that, you can download some automotive threat dialogues. But for commercial tools where you pay a lot of money, these seem not to be available. And that's a huge problem, I would say, because if I would say we have used that standardized threat catalog that is maybe certified, then we would not be, let's say, have discussions with OEMs why we have this and why we judged that threat with that severity, and it would be much easier. But for now, we don't have it. Okay. I'm glad to hear that you also don't have it.
Thank you very much. Okay, we move forward to another presentation. We will see gaps in cybersecurity presented by Dan Cândea, cybersecurity specialist. full screen. Yes, se poate face full screen. Aha, ok, ok.
Okay. Hi everybody, thank you for having me back this year. My name is Dan Candia, I'm a cybersecurity specialist more than 15 years. There is a link there if you want to learn more about me. And today we're going to talk just briefly about cybersecurity gaps. When you hear the name gap, you're going to think about statistics and a lot of charts. Well, it's not really about that, but bear with me just a couple of them at the beginning to put some context out of it. According to, sorry about, I have a scroll here, yeah. So according to ENISA, in the last study they did last year, where there is no surprise here, the most ferocious threats that is targeting us is ransomware and malware. But what is interesting about this, it's how this is conducted. Because they've seen an increase doing this through social engineering. So basically they're exploiting the human, and basically this is something that we definitely should focus on. Of course, they are targeting the data, so 80% of the breaches involve human element, trying to steal some sort of data, which is in most of the companies is their key asset. But there is also an increase in denial of service and the availability of the internet itself. This is mostly, at least in Europe, it's seen due to the war, which is one of the biggest since the World War, close by in Europe's soil. And this is a lot of disinformation. So again, due to the human error, due to the new technologies that appeared, especially the AI, which is the new hot topic in the last year, misinformation has increased. So it's becoming easier for an average user or an IT user to use the AI and produce some misinformation, especially on social media and such. You've seen all the videos and all the deep fakes that is circulating and so on, but it's increasing due to the posting, which is becoming hard to actually make a distinction between a human-made text and something that's produced by AI. And apparently it appears new AI technology especially dedicated for misuse, I would say, for threats for actors using this kind of AI just for that. And but one of the things interesting to me is the supply chain, because in the past, what I've seen in my professional life, supply chain wasn't addressed that much. And according to the study, the supply chain attacks have increased, is gaining more traction, because some of the companies start addressing cybersecurity. So cybersecurity is quite a topic for like 5-7 years. A lot of companies start, a lot of them actually, but I'm thinking like 15 years ago, 20 years ago, a lot of solutions out there was open source, but now everybody's making money out of it, including cybersecurity. So by doing this, they are narrowing the gaps on the company itself, like vulnerability, exploiting a vulnerability, attacking that, exploiting like, I don't know, firewall or router or whatever. So that's why the human error, exploiting the human itself and the supply chain, it's becoming an interest, because humans are tricky, are complex, and the supply chain, it doesn't get that much traction, at least not until now. And as a sectors, even if it's the businesses are well distributed, according to this chart, definitely the public administration, the government, it's up to the top. And this, what it says to us is that the attackers are getting to gain high value data. It's not about, it's about the company itself, but also they are attacking in our own life. That's what my point is, because going towards administration, towards the government, they're actually looking and doing disruptive actions. In Romania, well, some things have been done, but there are some gaps as well. Mostly, it remains to do our own research, our own capacity development, our own solutions, Most of the IT work, as you know, in Romania, it's outsourced. So we are producing cybersecurity value, but towards foreign countries, foreign companies and so on. So there isn't that much research for us, for our own country, for our own government, for our own, there are startups doing this cybersecurity research, but not that much. And also on organizational level, and that's where I'm actually aiming with this presentation, there are a lot of gaps to be covered in, especially in the small and medium companies, because the largest ones have their own budgets, have the people with cybersecurity knowledge, but not that much on the smaller ones. Looking in the future, again, it's an ESA study. It's the supply chain, as I said, it's something that is on top. It's something to focus on. So all of you in the company you represent should look at that. This information is increasing. There is a rise in digital surveillance, which comes with their own threats. Everybody is looking on increasing surveillance, and now we're talking about public surveillance. Even in our own city, there is a lot of surveillance around us. Not that much when I was a kid. London, probably you know, is the most supervised city in the world, one of the supervised cities. So this is on the rise. Everybody is looking to defend themselves, and that means gathering data, getting information about us, actually. And that's why the number 4 here, the human error, it's going to be one of the threats in the future, and as seen in the trend. IoTs, there was a presentation earlier today regarding IoTs. That's something's going to increase, as my colleagues already presented. There is an increase in satellite communication. You heard about the stories in the news, Elon Musk and his satellites during the Ukraine war, but this is not just it. There are a lot of new companies and older ones actually putting satellites on the orbit, on the low orbit, on the medium orbit for communication. Those communications are going to be used in our daily activities. It's not just for the governments, but it's going to be used like for our IoT communications. And that's going to be a target to actually disrupt and denial of service and to actually affect our own lives, right? Hybrid threats is something to look at. Again, I'm sorry, but the Ukrainian war, it's something that's quite an example to learn from, because the hybrid threat combined with the cybersecurity one, the land threat, it shows us how that can affect the whole society. Ukraine war is the most recent one, but I remember in 2008 when, again, Russia invaded parts of Georgia. Actually, months before that, they start doing cybersecurity attacks towards their own websites, toward their own digital infrastructure. And somehow that was foreseen regarding the land attack. And actually that Georgia, I remember the Georgian example because that's one of the triggers for Romanian government to start drafting the first strategy as a country for Romania. Because, and that's what was a good thing, taken as an example. So why all this is important, all these statistics? There are references, if you want to dive in all this in the slides, there are the reference sources, and there are a lot of details regarding how ENISA gathered the data and all the details, explain that. But why it's important? Because the cybersecurity itself doesn't exist for sole purpose. Cybersecurity is just an enablement for the digital transformation that happens all around us, right? So we have the digital platforms, all these services which is in the cloud now. Requires protection. That means cybersecurity. Internet of Things, already said. Cloud computing, AI, basically artificial intelligence, it's some sort of cloud computing or in combination with cloud computing. So if cybersecurity isn't considered on all this, that can be disruptive at worst. In education, during pandemics, everybody started looking on the digital side of it, how to continue school when everybody was locked down, right? And in healthcare, probably you have heard some examples when hospitals stopped functioning because of their digital infrastructure was affected by ransomware mostly. And platform economy, well, if you disrupt, since a lot of society to these days It's using digital infrastructure, digital solutions to make money out of it. At the end, if that's affected, it's going to affect the economy. And again, I would say Ukraine is the story for that. It's the most recent example on the big scale, right? And digital identity. It's last but not least. Even recently, the Romanian government created a digital identity application. In the future, that is going to be mandatory for all the public website, government website, to authenticate. So if that's not taken into consideration, it's going to affect all of us in Romania. But there are other countries which are for already implemented this. It's as mandatory. And here I think the Nordic ones are in the the avant-garde of all this. Already said, if at best it's going to be an annoyance. If something happens, well, someone stole my password. Yeah, it was a password for the online shop. I'll change it, doesn't matter what it is. But at worst, this can produce damage for the country, can produce damage for the economy, and actually can produce even affect critical sectors. And I'm thinking now of like healthcare, which in some situation can actually end up losing lives. So the key here is that cybersecurity is very important for this enablement, for the digital transformation that happens today. It's not something for the future. It's something that is already happening. And it started a while back. Maybe we didn't look at it that much, but it's already started and it's happening. So how to fix this? How to approach the gap? Well, if you take the textbook, to say like, this is like really briefly, say, take an industry standard, take a framework, do an evaluation, evaluate your people, evaluate your processes, gather some data, do that analysis on the data, and you have a peace of mind, right? They're going to provide you a diploma, a certification for that framework, and say, yeah, I'm safe. If you have a diploma, nobody's going to attack you, right? I have the paper. Well, not really. It's not that easy. I'm not mocking the frameworks because they are important as well. But that's not it. It's not sufficient to take a piece of paper to take some controls. Why? Because at the end, something that we control is something that it's in each of us. Each person at home, each student at school, or each employee at work. So to actually close the gap, you need to start with yourself. That means cybersecurity needs to be addressed, let's say everything which regards digitalization, right? Digital transformation. I need to take care what kind of phone I have, from where I buy it, how do I use my password, where I put my data, what kind of posting I'm doing on social media. I'm not advocating don't post anything on social media, but always you need to have a mindset, what to put there, what's beneath me. All cybersecurity specialists remember that those pictures on social media with the password in the background. So everything starts with our own person. And it's important even at work. Because the environment where we work at, that's the circle of influence here. That company wants to make money. They're going to address cybersecurity if they take it seriously, if they're lucky enough, and most of the companies start doing that. So they implement their own controls. They implement their own policies and such. But the people which uses that is the employees itself. So the employees controlling how that technology is used. I have an example, actually it's a recent example for a huge company. These guys taking cybersecurity very seriously. And they managed to take a highly well-known vendor for authentication, and they managed to connect all their infrastructure, all their solutions which they are doing business to that authentication vendor. Really cool. When I see that, oh, these guys are taking really seriously cybersecurity. That's great. Everything works smoothly. They have two-factor authentication enabled. Not the one with SMSs which bugs you, like copying the code. They have with hard token, with fingerprint, everything cool and goes smoothly. But then at one day, I had to collaborate with one of their employees regarding a project, cybersecurity project. This guy was actually working on the cybersecurity team, and he had to share his screen with me to explain me something. When he shared the screen, usually everybody shares the whole screen, so doesn't look at, and this is also one of the things to note, that share only what you need, right? He shares his whole screen, and was my surprise, working in a cybersecurity team on this big company with all the authentication, his passwords was on a notepad, saved in clear text. It's like, yeah, I didn't see that, right? Let's continue. So what's the point of all the policy this company implement, all the solutions, they invested so much money in that vendor doing all that integrations. At the end, he saved the password in clear text on the notepad on his laptop. So that's the circle of control which I'm referring to. Start with everybody, with the people that they need to actually have a good behavior at work, at home, and if possible, try to teach others as well. As I said, I'm not mocking the frameworks. Those are really important because the framework sets a standard, sets a starting point, how to address cybersecurity. Maybe not at home, but that might be also a start, especially at work and in schools. Because we have the Cybersecurity Act, there's going to be a certification process. This is for Europe. Certification process for products and services mandatory for some of the companies in Europe. The National Directorate of Romania already starting the discussion regarding this. So this is coming because we have a new standard, NIS2 organizational requirements, that already it's in effect on the European level. NIS2 already, it's widening the businesses that needs to be covered. And this correlates with the statistics I showed earlier regarding administration, financials, and so on. So this is going to, I wouldn't say enforce, but will set a reference how to do cybersecurity and what is actually must be done for all companies. Cyber Resilience Act was mentioned previously, it's going to come next year. There is a draft, these are links, you can, like if you have the course, you can use that. And one last thing regarding framework, the NIS2 was going to set, actually it's an enforcement, is going to set some fines if you don't respect some of the requirements, similar to GDPR. But, as I said, framework is important, but it's not, it doesn't start with the framework, it doesn't end with the frameworks. Businesses must be supported, small and medium businesses especially must be supported by cybersecurity specialists, by the management, of course, and by the government. Here there is an interesting link regarding an assessment portal. It's a website where everybody can use it actually to assess their security posture. It's done by, it's delivered by ENISA. When everybody can, like, they respond to some questions, and they assess their own cybersecurity. And I think this is important at least for, like, for smaller and medium companies. Bigger ones, they have their own GRC framework, they have their own questions and such. But smaller ones might not have it. And this is quite helpful to do that. But this is about the posture. You need to close the gap regarding competencies. There is a shortage in cybersecurity competencies around the world. I mean, a lot of work to be done, so everybody is doing that, right? So it requires a lot of skills from a lot of people. Just to mention, there is a European framework, which again standardizes the roles itself. It's not just about cybersecurity, so this is about all roles in a company, but this is a strong reference to use that because then it helps shorten the gap for the knowledge and across companies, so for collaboration. There is a cybersecurity month, which is this month in October, with quite a lot of material regarding the cybersecurity and how to address it. For the students, there is the European Cybersecurity Challenge. This is only for the young ones, and if there are students here, I really encourage you, interested in cybersecurity, of course, I really encourage you to go there and try it out. You don't have to be an expert, you're gonna learn. Even if you don't do that well on the challenges, you're definitely gonna learn. And last, which is quite important for me because this is new, OpenCRE. This is a project overseen by OWASP. OWASP is a framework and an organization for web development and so on, and pen testing and such. It's quite big, and everybody refers to that, right? So OWASP oversees this project, which is machine learning based. It's an AI, ChatGPT, but for cybersecurity standards. It's, I think, released like 3 weeks ago, something like that. And this is quite cool because it doesn't crawl the whole internet regarding any information he wants to find about cybersecurity. No, it crawls the standards. So the frameworks that requires quite a lot of reading are actually ingested in this tool to answer all your questions regarding cybersecurity knowledge. And more than that, it provides references, links. So only if you have a curiosity, or like you are a manager in a company which doesn't have resources, you just need to click here. You need to authenticate due to the resources and such with Google, and you type your question. And he's going to answer you. How do I want to enable 2FA in my company? He's going to say that reference to the standard what you need to do. It's not a technical tool, it can do that, but it's a tool just to get you started what you need to do and what you need to achieve to actually close the gap for cybersecurity. And last but not least, the supporting technology. Again, you don't need to have big budgets to actually do something and use the technology which is available. Use a password manager. Use multi-factor authentication. MFA, it's all over the place in all open services, like emails, public emails, free emails. The knowledge and the traction, it's already there, so they have these kind of features. Just all of you needs to be interested about it and go search the setting and enable it. I even enable it for my mother on the Google because it's safe and it's easy. At minimum, it's going to ask what technology to use. Use a CM. There is a lot of open source technology out there which is really good. Many vendors rely on the open source technology to implement their own solutions. So the background beneath it, it's open source, a lot of them. So the open source is there, use it and at least use the CM. And if you want to be ahead of the pack, do pen testing, do active defense, do threat hunting. Look what happens in your environment, be curious about it, and if something is suspicious, dive in. With the help of some specialist or with the help with your own IT personnel, the tools are out there. You just need to be, want to do it, right? Because the bottom line, set a security goal for yourself, at home, at work, and just do it. There are a lot of discussions how to do cybersecurity, how such companies did it. It's very well that they do it, but too many discussions. I mean, just act. If you don't have the budget, don't complain about it. Set a smaller goal and see what you can do about it. And just do it. Be practical and improve. It doesn't have to be perfect. At least you do it. Thank you. That will be all. And since it's Cybersecurity Month, there is a questionnaire which, for curiosity, use it, use the link, and be safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Because we are very far behind our schedule, I will ask you just one small question. Sure. What should be done for any company, it refers to any company, starting from tomorrow to close the gap in cybersecurity?
Briefly, use the ENISA posture assessment. It's not that complicated. And use the ChatGPT tool. I just put it on the slide to answer your questions. The posture is going to give you what is missing. And since probably you're going to have more questions doing that, use the tool to answer your questions and take it from there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we move forward to our last speaker today at the cybersecurity panel. I invite here Professor Ugo Fiore from University in Salerno. Professor, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody.
Well, the previous presentations have taken an approach holistic, watching at the big picture. I will be talking at a small brick in the wall. And the wall is, this brick is anomaly detection, but just declined in IP networks, because anomaly detection is a universe. We could talk for years. We can set the stage as telling that we observe some traffic, we capture traffic, maybe we have a tap or we just use mirroring. And from this traffic, we want to make a classification into what we regard as regular, legitimate, normal, and what we regard as exceptional. The first problem is this definition, just looking at the words, we will see that the definition is negative. We don't define what normal is. We define anomalous as not normal. And this is the root of the problem. Of course, we would like to match with specific conditions, look when the traffic description respects some conditions and when it does not, and raise an alarm. Or maybe better than an alarm, we can give a score, confidence. I believe that the traffic I'm seeing in this moment is anomalous. And if I may take the liberty of citing the previous presentation, an artificial intelligence would do something like that. But note that I've used an anthropomorphic idea. I am looking at the traffic and I see this as anomalous, I regard. This is very dangerous, but we do it all the time. Because we will not use human-like attributes for artificial intelligence. Let's come back to our stuff. Well, we observe traffic. We have these features. And these features can be divided basically into two groups. We have a packet header that gives us important ideas. We know that some packets transit through a link, and some packets are grouped into a flow. So we can look at the packet, we can look at the flow, and we can look at the link to see the occupation and determine if there is some problem. Maybe checking the usual pattern of occupation. But what is very important to stress now is that the header gives information about the process that generates packet. We have an unknown process. We don't know anything about it, but we know that the dynamics of the packets can be described by information that are on the header only. Then, if we look closer, we can inspect the payload. And in the payload, we will see that are information about the meaning of the packet, what this packet is meant to do. Okay? And this is important, will be very important later. Then we observe some features and combine, and it's not very important. And the usual idea is to adopt a supervised approach. Supervised approach exhibits levels of accuracy which are impressive, 99.9, exceptional. Two things must be said, maybe three. The first is that accuracy alone does not identify really the very good, is not a good measure, because accuracy, traffic anomalies are rare by definition, anomalous, rare. And if something is rare, you will not be wrong very much if you say everything is legal, everything okay. So of course you should concentrate more on some specific measures of abnormality. Second, we need labeled data, and training data is a problem because we have a lot of packets and we have to characterize manually traffic as normal or anomalous. We have a
huge amount of data. Some packets can be classified wrongly. We don't know exactly whether something is anomalous or not until it's too late sometimes. And the problem is this, the third problem. We can look at something that is of interest for us, but we don't know in advance. The problem, the anomalous packet, the attack or something like that, might be analyzed decades later. So we really don't know. And this means that maybe the supervised approach alone is not capable of giving what we need. We can have to explore different ideas. And one different idea is an unsupervised approach. We must rely on the labeled data, and we will see why, but it's not our only source of information. So let's see what an unsupervised approach can do. If we assume that there is a process generating the data, this stochastic process may have some properties, and we hope to be able to characterize these properties. And so maybe there are some patterns. We observe that there are divided flows in the big flows, short-lived flows, long-lived flows, big packets, short packets. We have different possibilities. What if this traffic, the normal class, can be described in a somewhat concise way? We have a synthesized description of what is the data generating process. If this is possible, and this assumption seems reasonable, because it's the result of a human activity, and human activity, while it is complex, cannot be extremely infinitely complex. So some general patterns must be present, and we have to identify them. If that is possible, we can try to derive a description of the data, of the process, of the dynamics. And from this description, which is concise, brief, more brief than the original, we can try to get the original traffic back. This process is feasible. This process can have a reconstruction error. To what degree are we able to reconstruct the original traffic from a network? Maybe in this slide you see a neural network with a bottleneck, the middle layer, which has a few units. So it's a very early idea. I build a compressed representation of the input space. And in this case, I can reconstruct the input and measure the error. The idea is that if the error is high, I am observing something unusual. If the reconstruction error is low, therefore, maybe I am in the middle of what is regular traffic. This is the main idea. Details, of course, the devil, of course, is in the details. But this works at a conceptual level. We just try to reconstruct, and we are free from labeling because we don't need labeled data. We have a network, we can have a network work forever. Unfortunately, as Professor Meinel said, it will consume a lot of energy, but there is a backside in this. And of course, this is, well, it works at a conceptual level. It must be done. To do this, we have to analyze gigabytes of traffic. We have to do that in real time. Anomalous events, which are our main target, are infrequent by definition. We already touched this point. And we have a few, we don't have eons to recognize anomalous traffic, because if the traffic is malicious, damage will happen and it will be too late. And of course, you are very familiar with this situation. Other problem is that the number of dimensions we need, the number of numbers we need to describe traffic can be huge. And if we have a feature space which really many dimensions, there are some reasons why the reconstruction error may not be more relevant. Because in 2 dimensions, the reconstruction error is very precise. In 1,000 dimensions, the reconstruction error becomes flat, a bit fuzzy. Finally, if we look at the payload, payload must be maybe encrypted, often it is. We can circumvent it by requiring that network access to external networks may be subject of a man-in-the-middle approach. But sometimes it's not possible. The structure of the payload, of course, is free, and it has a lot of possible combinations that must be taken care of. And so, we need to transform this payload into something that is mainly numeric, so that dimensionality reduction techniques may be applied. Maybe we could ask an artificial intelligence to do this. What is the most appropriate representation? But I would like also to ask a question about how much can we trust such an artificial intelligence. So there is some points to be explored here. And we need to maybe find out and experiment with encoding techniques. Because if we are using standard numeric representation, we have age-old techniques such as principal components analysis and the like. But maybe they are not enough. So we can borrow maybe from some other fields, and we are worked on the compression, ideas from compression, data compression, to obtain compact representation that preserve structure and semantics of the data. That is the main sketches, the main points of what we are trying to do now. There is some traces for future work. I believe I could also stop here because the other slides contain details that may be not very informative at the moment. My idea, my aim was to convey what is the problem we are focusing on and what is the approach we are trying to adopt, and whether artificial intelligence could help us in this regard. I have an idea, maybe something can be done, but there could be time to discuss this later if you want. So,
okay, thank you, Professor. If there are some questions, please.
Yes, so in one of your slides you have a sentence, encryption of data makes the problem more difficult, but we say nothing wrong. Could you elaborate a little bit why and whether maybe I would say makes it impossible?
Well, I gave a pointer to the only possible practical solutions. That means you have to impose traffic going outside to pass from a point. You don't authorize encrypted traffic and use a man-in-the-middle approach. Basically, you open the traffic, inspect it, and then allow the communication. There is the only thing you can do at the moment. Why it is a problem? Because encryption, of course, is defined in such a way that you cannot extract useful statistic information. If the encryption is good, and we hope that it is, we don't have any advantage by observing that data. We only know that somebody is communicating in an encrypted way. But of course, there are some ideas also for this. Think to the TOR network and maybe steganographic approaches. You can simulate everything to pretend that you are not communicating, and you actually are.
Please.
There may be new entities on the network in the future. The control of the networks with artificial intelligence control, maybe like 6G networks, or there may be applications talking to each other, agents, AI agents.
Yes, in some of the ideas can be mapped to different frameworks, of course, because it's just it levels at which you watch the traffic. Of course, if traffic is not defined as regular IP traffic, but we see the pattern of communications, the queries that are done to some site. But the description will vary in a radical way, because we know something about the data generating process for internet traffic. Since some time, it is known that it is a fractal process with bursty traffic. I don't think that the same pattern exactly applies. But if we observe long enough, we can derive useful ideas, hopefully. That's the very different problem. You could identify anomalous solutions, anomalous states, but maybe you are more interested not in the fact that my blood pressure is very high at this moment, but why. And so we would need to discover some reliable predictor. And that's quite a different beast, in my opinion. But probably some ideas could be applied also to this context.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We conclude our panel by thanking to all of our speakers.
And also I must thank you to Andrei Nistor, who is the co-owner of Digitalio and one of our friends and collaborator from Cluj IT, for moderating this panel. Very interesting, but as we see, there are common challenges from everywhere. And one other important thing, we need to educate people for these new challenges. That means cybersecurity in the digital world. Now, because I must do a bad thing, I must speed up the process to going to lunch. So please do this. We'll be at the hotel where most of you are accommodated in the My Continental, and we need to be here at least, Elvira. I'm sorry, you have the tough job. Your presentation start hopefully 15:45 or a little bit 5 minutes later. Yes, we try to do so. So enjoy the lunch.
Okay? Yeah, better. So, hello everybody. My name is Ovidiu Epure. I work at Continental Sibiu more than 18 years. I will moderate today the artificial intelligence panel. Actually, I have done this last year, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, so the same panel, so I'm not new here. It's an honor for me to be here. To do a summary on what we have seen last year's, we had something like a journey between metaverse, so in 2021. Then we had also some presentation regarding how AI can help us improving our processes in companies, for example. Then last year we had a very interesting presentation how AI can help us to design 3D assets. And maybe if you remember about the boots design based on AI and so on, which was presented by one of the presenters. And another interesting presentation regarding AI was in regards how AI can support us in defining and selecting the right insurance for the right person. So analyzing in the background the needs and so on, collecting data about a person and providing the best information. I'm sure that also this year we will have a very interesting session with 6 presentations. I think it's the biggest one compared to last years. And okay, let's start. So first speaker, it's a professor at Craiova, Computer and Information Technology, University of Craiova, and also lead the research laboratory for computer science in Craiova. Obtained 2 PhDs in parallel, so one from University of Craiova and another obtained in France. And today we will see a presentation about, yeah, you can see it also on the screen, about artificial intelligence in education. It's, let's say, if we look on the media, it's, I'll say, a challenging topic. So let's welcome Professor Elvira Popescu from Craiova.
Thank you for this kind introduction and also for the invitation. Good afternoon. I'm very glad to be here and present a perspective of artificial intelligence in education. It will not be related to generative AI like the keynote this morning, but it will be more focused on learning analytics, because this is what our research team worked on for the past several years. So I will start with a brief overview on learning analytics, outlining the opportunities and challenges in the area. Next, I will present our experience and vision, focusing on the context of social learning environments. We applied several, or we analyzed several dimensions, and I will present 2 of them briefly: student performance prediction, and then the use of social network analysis for investigating students' collaboration patterns. And I will end with some future trends and challenges in the area. So first of all, a brief overview. You can see here some formal definitions of learning analytics. The widely accepted one, provided by the Society for Learning Analytics Research, SOLAR, according to which learning analytics refers to the measurement, collection, analysis, and reporting of data about learners and their contexts for purposes of understanding and optimizing learning and the environments in which it occurs. The idea is that we have a very interdisciplinary topic, also a very dynamic and continuously changing one. It involves techniques from machine learning, educational data mining, statistical analysis, social network analysis, natural language processing, but also knowledge from learning sciences, pedagogy, and sociology. And we can define learning analytics at several levels. We can start with the so-called micro-level analytics, which refer to tracking the data at the student level or at group level. And in this case, the goal is to provide personalized interventions or remedial interventions in case of at-risk students. Then we can talk about meso-level analytics, which take place at the level of an institution. And in this case, the focus is more on the success factors and the allocation of the resources at university or more generally at an institutional level. And then we can talk about macro-level analytics, which refers to cross institutions, national or even international level. And this has the potential to change also pedagogical approaches and to change the models that are applied in education. In this talk, I will focus on the micro-level analytics, but of course, if we aggregate data from several learners, from several institutions, then we could also reach the superior levels of meso and macro-level analytics. And one of the most popular goals of learning analytics refers to student performance prediction, which means to try to develop a model which can infer the student's academic performance from a combination of various indicators from the educational data set, so from the behavioral data that are collected by a platform, so the behavioral data of the students. And the popularity of this performance prediction comes from the value that it offers. So this kind of information, this kind of predictive information can be used to advise the instructor about students at risk. It can offer instructors the ability to monitor the learning progress and provide personalized feedback. It can be used to suggest some personalized or individualized strategies for improving participation. It can be also used to provide a formative assessment tool for the students, but it can also be used by the students themselves in order to increase their awareness regarding the learning process. So far, student performance prediction has been used especially in learning management systems, such as Moodle, because these kind of platforms already collect lots of data, lots of learners' system interaction data. But in recent years, these kinds of analyses have been performed also in intelligent tutoring systems and also in MOOCs, in massive open online courses. However, the social learning environments, the new social learning environments have been less explored so far, and this is what I'm going to focus on, and this subfield is called social learning analytics. So I will present our experience and vision in this area. And more specifically, what we wanted to do was to focus on a platform that we developed in-house. It is called eMuse. It is a social learning environment which provides integrated access to several social media tools selected by the instructor. So the instructor could choose between blog, Twitter, wiki, various media sharing tools, and social bookmarking tools. And the platform retrieves the students' actions on these social media tools, stores them in a local database, and also provides various functionalities. It offers a summary of the student's activity. It provides also some grading and evaluation support, and also some basic administrative services. We used this platform for several years, for 7 years more specifically, at the University of Craiova, with a total of 375 students. The context was a course on web applications design. We adopted a project-based learning approach in which students had to collaborate in teams of around 4 peers in order to develop a relatively complex web application. For example, an online travel agency or a virtual bookstore or a professional social network and so on. So they could choose the desired topic for their web application. And they had to meet with the instructor once a week. So there were face-to-face meetings with the instructor, and for the rest of the time, they had to collaborate and communicate by using the social media tools, as integrated in eMuse, as I mentioned before. More specifically, they used MediaWiki for collaborative writing tasks, for gathering and organizing the resources, and for documenting the project. They used Blogger for reporting the progress of the project, so it was a kind of a learning diary. And they used Twitter for shorter announcements. Of course, this platform was used before the migration or the rebranding of Twitter to X, back when we could also, we were able to still get the data from Twitter. So that's why all the data was collected by means of, could be collected by means of eMuse. Okay, and of course we also evaluated the students at the end of the semester. We gave them a grade, and this grade took into account not just the final product, but also the collaborative work carried out throughout the semester. We performed various analyses, including academic performance predictors. We tried to analyze the relationship between students' learning styles and their social media use. We also investigated students' collaboration patterns, and we analyzed the content of the students' post by following the community of inquiry model. And as far as analytics approaches are concerned, we applied various approaches, analytics dashboards, predictive analytics, social network analytics, and discourse analytics. Here you can see some of the analysis techniques that we employed, including classification, regression, clustering, and principal component analysis algorithms, also textual complexity analysis, social network analysis techniques, and as I mentioned before, the content analysis based on the community of inquiry model. So we basically addressed the so-called trinity of methodological approaches: network analysis, process-oriented analysis, and content-oriented analysis. And I will very briefly present two of these approaches. I will start with the student performance prediction. And for this analysis, we took into account 6 student cohorts. We recorded almost 19,000 social media contributions. Only 3 social media tools were used, so blog, for which we had the posts and comments, Twitter, and Wiki, for which we recorded the page revisions and file uploads. We computed 14 student features or indicators based on these raw learner traces, which refer to the number of actions, to the length of the contributions of the content, and to the time distribution. And we also, as I mentioned, graded the students' work on a 1 to 10 scale, with 5 being the minimum passing grade, and we were actually interested in predicting this final grade. And this approach was based on a collaboration with my colleague here, who is going to present next, I think, Professor Florin Leon from Technical University of Iași, who proposed a novel algorithm called large margin nearest neighbor regression. I will not get into the details of this algorithm. You can find everything in that open access paper. I will just mention the fact that, of course, in order to validate our approach, we compared the results with several algorithms implemented in Weka. The best results were obtained with the KNN and random forest, and that's why we included these 3 approaches here. And as you can see, our algorithm outperformed the other 2 algorithms on all the data sets, so for each individual year, for all the years combined, and also for all the data normalized by year and then combined. And from a pedagogical perspective, this means that the students' activity on the social media tools was a good predictor, a good indicator of the students' performance, which is actually in line with previous findings showing that online participation also meant better performance. And I will now move on to our second approach, which involves the use of social network analysis for investigating students' collaboration patterns. So we built a graph, a directed graph with all the students and the interactions between the students. So the nodes represent the students, the links represent the messages exchanged between the students, and the size of the node is proportional to their eigenvector centrality value, and the links refer to the source node. The color of the links refers to the source node. And we built also the specific graph for the blog versus Twitter, so that you can see a comparison between the two. Of course, we also applied various analyses, and we computed several metrics. Just some conclusions based on this. We noted that both the blog and the Twitter provided adequate support for collaboration, but the blog mainly supported intra-team collaboration, while Twitter supported both intra-team and inter-team collaborations. All these graphical representations were generated with Gephi tool, which was very good for our needs, but we thought that this would be too complex for the teachers, who are of course not experts in social network analysis or visualizations. And that's why we wanted to create a more intuitive, simpler tool dedicated for the teachers, and that's how StudentViz tool was born. It works specifically in conjunction with our eMuse platform, so only together with our eMuse platform. And here you can see two visualizations generated by StudentViz. The first one in which nodes represent the students so that the teacher can get an overall idea of the general status of collaboration between the students. And in the second one, you can see the collaboration between the teams so that the teacher can also get a general idea of the inter-team collaboration. Okay, so these are just some of the research directions that our team tackled in the past several years. And now I would like to end with some general trends and challenges in the area. You can see them listed here. I'm going to very briefly mention each of them. So one challenge refers to transferability. Ideally, we should be able to, so students use different platforms from one year to the other, and even from one course to the other. So some might use Moodle or Google Classroom or maybe our eMuse platform. So ideally, we should be able to move the model from one platform to the other. So this would be an important transferability issue. Another challenge refers to effectiveness. So we should take into account not just the short-term predictions in the context of one course, as was the case presented here, but ideally we should aim to have longer-term predictions and longer-term interventions in order to ensure a successful outcome. Interpretability is another important challenge. So the students and the teachers should be able to trust the models that they are using. They should be able to understand the predictions that are made, and the models should be scrutable and interpretable so that users can have confidence in them. Applicability refers to the fact that we should not, we should be able to use the models in a real-world context. So we are not talking about just one student who sits at the computer and provides textual input, but we talk about several students that work together, they work collaboratively, they are in the same physical space, and they may interact also directly with each other, not just mediated by computers. Generalizability is another important issue. Of course, we should be able to use the the models from one course to the other, ideally without having to refit them to make any kind of modifications if possible. Ethical issues are also very important, so we should, and privacy as well, so we should ensure the data privacy of both the students and the teachers, and also we should try to make the approach less teacher-centric and institution-centric as it is now, and move it more towards the students because these, they are our main stakeholders. It would also be important to integrate the data in a lifelong way, not just from different platforms, as I mentioned before, but also to take into account the social, economic, emotional background of the students. And finally, we should take into account the various emerging educational environments. There are now many kinds of new technologies. We have, as you also mentioned in the beginning, we have virtual reality, augmented reality, the metaverse. We have, of course, the generative AI, which brings a lot of challenges, and we should be able to take these also into account in the learning analytics process. And also maybe some new types of data, like brain data analysis, which are more and more available because the human, the brain-computer interfaces are much more pervasive nowadays. Okay, so if you're interested in more information, you can find here the list of resources, and you can find all the papers on my website, and of course I'm happy to answer any questions or comments that you have.
Thank you. So, please, questions. Okay, if not, I have one. I have to say that I have cheated, so I have seen the presentation before. And one question is, okay, as I said, I'm doing tool development since years, and most of the time we have to do analysis for new technologies, new processes, new tools, and so on. All the time we have limitations, we have drawbacks when we do this kind of analysis. Which kind of limitations do you have for this analysis?
Okay, so one limitation that we had was, as I mentioned, the numerical indicators that were used for performance prediction, for example, were just quantitative ones. So we didn't take into account the qualitative, in any way. But still, they were sufficiently, let's say they did have a predictive power for our problems, so this was a good thing. And we supplemented it with the community of inquiry model, which meant a qualitative analysis which took into account the type of content, so which refers to teaching presence, social presence, or learning presence. So we also took this into consideration.
Okay. The quantity was enough, or only the quality was the limitation?
Yeah, the quantity also, because what we did, we only used the system with the students that we had at hand at the University of Craiova, and the number of students was pretty limited. The total was less than 400, as you saw. So of course it would be much better to use it in various environments, and to show also that it can be used in various courses, with students of various backgrounds and so on. So yeah, that's another very important issue.
Well, I'm asking because it's the same for us. Data, it's always the limitation, the size of data.
Yeah, that's
okay.
True.
Thank you. So, questions? We have one.
My name is Daniel Borovic from Sibiu. So my question is, if your model try to predict the grade of the students, don't you think that you need to take into account specifically the style of the teacher, and the teacher himself, the style of the teacher to teach, and the style of the teacher to give grades? Because I believe the grades differ from a teacher and another.
Thank you in the name of all students.
So basically for our course, we only had one teacher, so it was the same teacher, so the style was the same. But that's true. This is the generalizability problem. So when there are changes in the structuring of the course, changing in the structuring of the grading, or in the level of let's say, how easy one student, one teacher or another gives the grades. Of course, there is a difference. So there should be some modifications, some refittings for the model. Yeah, maybe we should add the teacher in the model for the future. Yes, thank you for the suggestion.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so our next speaker is coming from France, professor at University of Burgundy, member also of the interdisciplinary laboratory Carnot from Burgundy. Main research activity, large language models and knowledge graphs. So let's welcome Professor Christoph Cruz, and we'll see a presentation about NLP and knowledge graphs.
Thank you for the introduction. Thank you also for the invitation. I'm very glad to be here. It's my second time in Sibiu. I really enjoyed the city, so I'm happy to be here. I'm going to present you this talk about a large language model. Initially, it was about NLP, NLP, natural language processing. And ChatGPT is very fancy now, so I use large language models. And I will show the limits of these languages models and show how knowledge graph can be useful to mitigate the issues. So I'm a computer scientist, so it will not be technical, but a bit, I need to define some elements. First of all, we are facing now the issue that we are in a Cambrian explosion situation. So much models are generated today. I don't know if you know this website, Hugging Face, is very famous for computer scientists. You have all the models, almost a lot of models, and you can see there is 314,000 models available, and one of the most fancy, I printed the images last week. It's Stable Diffusion, version 1.5, and it was downloaded 10 million times. So it's very, very, very fancy. I'm talking about NLP, and on the right you have the two main, very fancy also NLP tasks, which is the first one, text classification. There is a lot of money to do with this, because a lot of company needs this kind of processing, and also text generation, so it's a generative AI. So you know about this. Cambrian explosion, it's the period of time where there is an explosion of complex life. So somehow we are in this situation for large language models. When I discuss with people and students, I ask, what is a large language model? And sometimes they don't really, okay, ChatGPT, yes, but no, this is more complex than this. This is very interesting because you have all the pre-trained models, language models, and there are 4 categories. The first one, the gray, is very, very important. It is one of the first one, but it's very important. Actually, the idea behind this is to put keywords into a vectorial space. And this vectorial space has to be very good, because otherwise the output of the generative model will not be good. We can do this for tokens, we can do this for sentences, we can do this for text, for PDF documents, and what is good is you can find documents related to others when you do clustering in this space, vectorial space. That's very important. I don't know if you can read, maybe in the back you cannot read. The red tree is about encoder. So there is 2 famous, very, very famous model, which is BERT. Maybe you don't know, but I will give some details about this. In France, we have Camembert, it's the French model for this, sure. There is also Flaubert. The second one in green, it's encoder-decoder. It's also very famous for people that working on the area. T5 and BART is very, very famous. And the last one, it's all the family of ChatGPT. The gray is what we call sequence to sequence. It's a pre-trained large model. And the last one, the bluish tree, is what we call large language model, and it's based only on decoder. So what is an encoder-decoder? It comes before the transformer, which is based on attention. And we have this quite complex architecture. Who already knows about transformers and this kind of architecture? Okay, I feel really alone. Thank you. Who can explain this? I don't raise the name, I cannot. Maybe I can learn, I can explain later, but at the moment it takes too much time. Anyway, what is important here is the fact that when we put a token, so a word into the system, it takes attention to the all words around. And with this principle, it is able to find latent structure in the language. And that's new, that's very new. So in order to go a bit further, you have somehow here, I cannot move, yes I can move, yeah, here you see, that's an encoder. Encoder, we have a sentence in entry. Every words take care of other words, so attention, and they generate only one word. The decoder, you see, it's a bit different. It means that the last word takes attention only to the previous one. So this has an impact to the result of the computation. And the last one is the complete architecture, but it's quite complex, so I will not go too much into details. So you have the map now. The map is what we see in the large language model. Now the compass. What we can do with this kind of pre-trained models. Encoder only. Encoder only is very good for classification. You give a sentence and you have a class. Sentiment analysis, very useful for X, for Twitter, and for documents. I worked with a company which working on business intelligence. And it's very important to know the quality of the data, if it's positive or negative, and to do also other analyses such as name entity recognition. Is there a company inside the document? Post-tagging and so on. So it's really not good to generate text. So don't use this to generate a sequence of words. It can, but it's not good. The second one, it's what we call sec-to-sec. So there is BART and Lewis, BART and, T5. It's good for translation. If some of you already use this web platform called DeepL, nobody knows about DeepL? Yes, you know. Yeah, translation, yeah, that's true. It was defined, 3 or 4 years ago. It used this kind of architectures. But now, there is a good thing about this architecture, is multitask. So when we generate a text, we say to the model, okay, I want a translation, or I want a summarization, or I want to know the distance between two sentences. So the large language, the pre-trained large model became multitask. From that, we have now what you know, large language models, very good for text generation. I see some students here. I'm sure you use this. You know, ChatGPT like a large language model, and you should use it, learn to use it, because everybody's going to use this. You really earn time, and time is money, and when you work with companies, you have to earn time. And the last thing is about this model is human in the middle, because the model just generates text, the next token. And sometimes you ask things and it's toxic, or it can learn you how to do a bomb or to do a virus. So we put man in the middle just to check, okay, this is not good, oh, this is not good, oh, this is not good. And then there is an algorithm which is called reinforcement learning that just check the output of the model. So if you go to Hugging Face, you download a model, you put this on your laptop or your computer with a GPU, then you can ask things that are toxic. So this is a big issue, ethical issue. The last thing that I would like to explain is the fact that with this last model, the decoder large language model, we can do now engineering prompting. before we had to train the model to learn a task. Now we don't have to do this anymore. The model are going to be much and much bigger. It's amazing how much energy it used to compute. But the good thing is that we can just ask to the model some results. So we can learn to the model when we prompt. So that's really new, and that's why ChatGPT is so famous now, because there is it's a game changer, because we can do prompt engineering. So having said that, large language models are amazing. So many things that we can do with this. And it beats, in some very cases, the human level. So they are better than human in some very tasks, NLP tasks. The thing is, it lies. And it lies confidently, because he say, okay, it's like this. No, it's not like this. We have to take care, because it even says things that is not true. Sometimes we know that's not true, but sometimes it's things that we don't know it's true or not. And that's the worst situation when there is hallucination. The second thing is it's a black box. Black box, we don't know how it works. That's the point. Neural networks, it's very difficult to understand how it works. But there is a new area of research which is about chain of thoughts. So we ask to the model, please give me how you think and what's the different steps that you use to do the deduction. And that's new, it's very interesting. So we don't know how it works inside, but at least it can explain us how we think. So having saying that there is some drawbacks, there is hallucination, toxicity, how we can, improve things. I'm working on knowledge graph for 20 years. Who already heard about knowledge graph? Always the same. Just for me, thank you. Nobody heard about knowledge graph. You understand this, I don't have to explain. You see, it's points, links, and a semantic, You know Google Knowledge Graph? Yeah, I'm sure you already use this. You cannot say you don't know. I put an example about Marina Abramovic. Have a look to this lady, it's amazing, mind-blowing. When you look to the data, everything is linked. You have a picture about a person, this person is linked to other person, you have some attributes to the person. So Google define the knowledge graph, and when you ask for something, if it's inside the knowledge graph, it gives you the information. That's very good. Since the open community tried to work on the same area, and the idea was to convert Wikipedia into a graph. You have an example here. You have a text, you have a graph. The good thing is there is two things which is good. One, we can query the knowledge graph. And the second one, we have a data set that helped to learn to large language model. So it was used largely to train large language model. So with that, I can query the knowledge graph. So this is the result of a query about Marina Abramovic, all the languages on the left. Ask to ChatGPT, please give me information about this lady. And actually did it right. She's a contemporary art, she's Serbian, and she's provocative, so it's very, very good. What was mind-blowing is that, ask to ChatGPT, please give me the query to ask Wikidata to ask about this lady. And it gave me an answer, it's not quite good, but I changed something and it works. So it's good because, for someone that don't know RDF, knowledge graph, and so on, you can already start from nothing. So that's really good. So what we can say about this? ChatGPT, 5 seconds, 800 GPUs, just to have one sentence. Lot of energy, lot of consumption of energy. Google, half a sentence, and information retrieval, some servers, and give the information. Wikidata, small server, with knowledge graph, and half a second. So if we think about energy consumption, we can continue to work with knowledge graph, I think. Knowledge graph is very useful for companies because they use taxonomies, they use knowledge, and they need this. So if we can extract from text this knowledge, we can make money with this. So LLM, large language model, are very useful. And at the same time, we can use knowledge graph to generate text. And like this, we don't have hallucination, and we don't have toxicity. So a lot of work were done during the last 5 years, only about this, generate text using knowledge graph. And now, this is quite almost unuseful because large language model, you just have to ask and you have. You give a graph and you generate the text. So very interesting period we are living at the moment. Almost the last slide. I tried to stick to the 15 minutes. Here, there is a lot of euros money in this slide. It seems very complex, but actually, almost each symbols can be used in a company. On the left, you have knowledge acquisition. I know a couple of companies which are really interested about this, how to extract knowledge from text and be sure that it's correct. So entity extraction, link extraction, and so on. On the right, it's about knowledge application. Here, there is a new principle which is called RAG. RAG is, let me think twice, that I don't say think wrong. RAG is really augmented, I forgot, I should have right this. The principle is very simple. To be sure there is no hallucination, just ask to documents. So there is a database, knowledge database, you put all the documents, you ask for something very precise, you ask to this knowledge based, and it gives you the documents that contain the answer. And then the large language model write the answer using this text. And for this, there is also a couple of companies which are very interested about this. Industry, smart manufacturing, healthcare, and so on. I put each time in the slide a reference. If you want to know more about something, you just have to use the link. This one, I think, is too much complex. So I will just quiz just to be on time. Now, where we are, the large language model were multilingual, they became multitask, and now they are multimodal. So we can query using a generative IA an image. And then we will be able to do this for videos, then we will be able to do this for knowledge graph, we will be able to do this for 3D cloud of points, and any kind of data. And that's very new. So we are living now a new game changer. Last year was to generate text. Now we will be able to ask to different kind of data. If you have time, have a look to this document. It's very, very interesting. So to conclude, we see that hybridization of techniques is interesting. Large language model and knowledge graph. We can integrate this knowledge graph into the process of learning the large language model. And we are living a Cambrian explosion. What does it mean? The models, 5 years ago, I was able to compute them using my computer. 2 GPU, it was enough, and it worked. Play game, and then do computing, it's fine. Now today, we cannot do this. The next Google Gemini generative AI is going to be so huge that only 2 or 3 companies in the world will be able to compute this model. So I am somehow GPU poor because I don't have enough GPU to do research. That's why I have to use cloud services. So that's really new, what we are facing now. So there is some ethical issues behind this also. So it's 50 minutes. I hope I'm on time.
It's okay.
It's open for questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So, time for questions.
Is it like standardized the way you type thing in your knowledge graph? Like, I know about the
side project, which was a government, trying to do like common sense into rule-based logic. But it makes sense when you show it, but it's very standardized way to do the links.
It's standardized at different level. The first one is the syntax of the language to define the knowledge, and the way how you define the knowledge using this syntax. And then you can also reuse taxonomies and knowledge graph to define your own knowledge graph. So you can extend. And when you extend, you integrate everything at the same time. So that's one of the interesting points with knowledge graphs.
There's an application for fake news detection.
It's an application for knowledge graph?
Yes, yes. Can we use them?
No, because the issue with fake news, it's very general. When I talk about knowledge graph, it's very domain specific. Yeah, and healthcare, you know, or smart manufacturing, you know, how do you do engineering with smart materials? It's very specific with a specific kind of vocabulary. And this point is very broad, so it's much more difficult to use knowledge graph.
Okay, yeah, another question?
In the future, companies, big corporations will use these kind of models trained on their data to make their next acquisition, decision, or any decision?
Thank you for your question. We are living this time. We are living this time. It's now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next presenter was already mentioned earlier, Professor Florin Leon from Iași. So had a PhD in 2005 at University Gheorghe Asachi from Iași. Starting 2015, he started to be a full professor on the same university. Author on more than 200 journals, technical papers, and contribution to books. A member of IEEE community. And yeah, let's hear about general multi-agent systems. Welcome.
Yes. Thank you for the invitation here. In this presentation, I will present some of the projects we made, but I will try to give an overview of the present state of AI and maybe some ideas for the future of AI. So AI is quite an old field. The first neural model was invented 80 years ago in 1943. But for a large part of this time, AI was just a potential, a nice idea, but nowadays it goes into our real lives. So we have social, economic, and technological implication of AI. Of course, the generation of text and images has already been mentioned, but this is clearly more than just a toy. It can have implication for education, healthcare, even law, but this also involves the acquisition of a large amount of data. And the issue is what happens to this personal data, which can help in all these fields. Also, AI is increasingly used in industry, and this affects the job market. And of course, it is applied in a various number of fields: autonomous vehicle, human-computer interaction, manufacturing, finance, agriculture, and so on. But one of the most important things is that we do not know how these models make decisions, because they are just black box. So perhaps the future would be so-called artificial general intelligence. So despite all this progress, which was unthinkable 50 years ago, the main thing is the neural networks do not think the way humans think. And this is okay when the AI plays a game of Go and beats world champion. That is fine. But when the AI systems are applied to critical application, this is a whole new problem. For example, perhaps you heard about adversarial samples. In image classification. For example, there are some techniques where you change one pixel in an image and you change the classification altogether. Some famous examples are a picture of a baby in a cradle and the system classifies it correctly, and you change one pixel and it says it's a paper towel. Or a deer with antlers, with horns, classified after changing one pixel into a plane. Of course, the antlers look like the wings of the plane, but still, it's a question, why? How can this happen? And of course, if you classify a plant on a smartphone and it misclassifies it, that's no problem. But if you apply this to autonomous driving, this can lead to an accident. Or in healthcare, it can cause one person to die or something like that. So probably the main issue is that these systems are reactive, the so-called type 1 systems. The fast reactive response. What people do by intuition, without thinking too much. And perhaps the path to the general artificial intelligence would be to add the so-called system 2 capability, involving reason, and involving symbolic reason. And reasoning. And when we think about this symbolic reasoning, we do not think about classical logic when you have some proposition implications, because those symbols are arbitrary. In our case, we have to be, the symbols should be grounded, should be, just like the neural networks learn from real data, from real world data. And of course, there are works in these directions. Some of them involve the combination of a neural network with a classical symbolic system on top, but probably it's not enough. It should be integrated. Because in human brain, we have also top-down responses, yes. So these are probably the main issues involving the artificial intelligence today. So if you want to apply it for critical application, we probably need something more. In the last slide, I will just mention something, some ideas, but who knows what the future will be. And in this second part of my presentation, I will present some of the projects we worked on. I selected a few, one involving trajectory prediction for autonomous driving, then some multi-agent simulations. We applied various machine learning, classical and recent machine learning algorithms for different problems. And we also more recently tackled natural language processing. So the first project was a project sponsored by Continental, Germany. It involved the University of Bremen, Darmstadt, and us, the University of Iași. And the goal was to make a real self-driving car that could work on the streets of the city in urban scenarios. And our part was about trajectory prediction of the other traffic participants. And this problem is difficult because there are a different number of agents in a scene, a varying number of agents, multiple types of agents which could behave in different ways, cars, trucks, bicycles, pedestrians, they all have their own characteristics. And they are multimodal because, of course, you cannot predict the future perfectly. You can estimate what could happen, and several futures could be possible from one single past. For example, when a car comes behind us, he can overtake us or stay there. A pedestrian could cross the street or go its way on the sidewalk. For this problem, finally, after many tries and models and so on, we devised a basic neural network, a multi-layer perceptron, but with several layers, but not too deep. It was an encoder-decoder. In the encoder part, we had these vectors involving the agents and their past trajectories, and it went into a code, and then it was decoded into a network with several heads. So one head for each future, each possible future, predicting the actual trajectory and the probability for each trajectory. And this was the most interesting part, was the training with a conditional loss function, which kind of increased progressively the probabilities of the trajectories which matched the trajectories in a training set. And it was a kind of adaptive clustering within the training procedure. A different kind of project was involved multi-agent simulation. We had a project with the University of Kyoto and the University of Kassel and some observer in Australia. It was an ERA-NetCon Sir Japan project. And we worked with the Faculty of Transportation in Kyoto to devise multi-agent simulation for the evacuation behavior of people after an earthquake. In Japan, an earthquake could be followed by a tsunami. And the idea of the project was to use the same model to handle situations in Japan and in Romania, in Iași. For example, after an earthquake in Iași, there could be landslides. But the people would need still to evacuate to some places. This is a picture from Minato Ward in Osaka, showing the people evacuating by car or by foot, and it handled some psychological factors. In Japan, it seems like the government can give you an advice where to evacuate to, the nearest place. And people can follow that advice or not. But with high probability, they can follow an advice. But they also take into account the behavior of friends and family. For example, if your family went to a shelter, you probably will go there also, despite of the government advice. Recently, as I mentioned, we used some natural language processing application. One project was to identify the source of a piece of news and how it transformed through different environments. This could be used, for example, to detect fake news, to see how this narrative changes. And a project which is currently ongoing is to classify transversal skills, social skills, so not technical skills, from job ads. This is a European project, and then to identify which such skills are needed on the job market. Then we also worked on several healthcare-related applications. For example, in ophthalmology, pneumology, oncology, trying to devise some personalized treatments based on the tests of the patients. This is probably an application which kind of changed my mind or my feeling regarding AI. Because when you apply some models on some data set, when you just see which model gives you the best error, it doesn't matter, really. I mean, it's okay for the paper, but it doesn't matter, actually. But when you devise a model for someone who is critically ill, this could lead to a life and death scenario. 1% higher error than you could have done can result in the death of one person in 100 who should not have died maybe. Of course, our models were not directly applied in practice. Medical doctors make the decision. But I kind of began to understand this idea that what kind of decision, life and death decisions, medics do make. And another area of research, this goes back 20 years, a long collaboration with a professor in the chemical engineering department. They have very complex polymerization reaction processes. And for some of those processes, the analytical models are not known. Some reactions take very long, for example, 2 weeks to make just one determination. When the models are known, they are very complex. They could be 1 page of differential equations, which would take 1 minute to solve in MATLAB, for example. And this was a very fruitful experience for training neural networks and other machine learning models to capture the behavior of these reactions. And after modeling, we apply different optimization methods, for example, evolutionary algorithms and many such algorithms to find what is the input, the reaction, initial reactants, quantities, and so on, which leads to some desired output. And this is the final slide, coming back to the first issues of what could be next. Some very important people in deep learning, like LeCun, Benjo, have written some position papers saying what could be the next steps in AI. Google DeepMind proposed some neurosymbolic things, but they are part of the deep learning ecosystem, let's say so. They emphasize this end-to-end training using backpropagation, gradient descent, and such algorithms. Maybe, who knows, an alternative would be to take in more inspiration from how the brain works in this respect. There are many sub-directions of research which kind of go below the radar in mainstream AI. And for example, I can mention assembly calculus, which deals with sets of neurons, because the modeling on the neuron level is probably too low. It's like writing algorithms in machine code. But going up a little, these sets of neurons can define concepts and can associate within concepts, all within the Hebbian learning biological paradigm. Another thing, also going in between the low-level neurons and the whole brain, the cognitive models, is based on intuition that the neocortex has a very homogeneous structure. They are 7 sheets, like a handkerchief, and with neuronal columns. And this homogeneous structure would lead us to believe that maybe there is one common algorithm for everything that the human being does consciously. So the neocortex does everything we can do. But it's so a various range of abilities. But maybe it's only one common algorithms behind that. And of course, going a little upwards, we have models in cognitive psychology, which are very similar to the classification algorithms we have in machine learning, but of course focused on imitating the performance of the human experiments. Exemplars are like nearest neighbor, rules are like rules but with exception, and prototypes are interesting because they are a middle ground. They are created by aggregating individual instances but they also can also be interpreted as rules. So you can extract rules from data directly using the prototypes, more or less. So it's not 100%, but that would be the idea. So who knows, maybe those cognitive biological areas could serve as inspiration for the future of AI. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Star Wars, Star Trek, all kind of movies like this, and that combination between AI and neural stuff, it's very present there. Okay, so time for questions.
Osaka. Osaka. Kyoto, but the simulation is in Osaka. Yeah.
I know it's very difficult to have access to the rules to load into the application simulation and rules for respect to behavior and so on.
Yes.
Official rules or
The model itself was created by the Faculty of Transportation in Kyoto. It was a kind of a activity diagram, UML diagram with 12 steps. So I think they more or less follow the official structure. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes, of course. Yes, it was the shortest path, but in terms of time, and as it says here, it included road congestions with some realistical congestions, with flow capacity and the limit of capacity and the number of vehicles going there. Yeah, and it was probabilistic. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. Another question?
Well, those are the primary inputs. These primary inputs are probably very well handled by the current neural network. They classify images well, classify sounds. I more or less refer to the secondary processing, the reasoning part.
Okay, thank you.
There's on the right theory called pattern theory by John Ball about trying to find a common way the brain understands things, getting to the minimum atom of knowledge for things. It's the chatbots basically with semantic things. It's interesting.
Yes, I think it's a disconnect between current models and what could be implemented in terms of symbolic reasoning. But it should be, like, eventually. Yeah, but probably nobody knows now how to do it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation and the answers. Okay, next speaker coming from France, engineer, obtained a PhD in computer science from European Center of Virtual Reality. Also joined the National School of Cognitive Engineers since from the beginning as a lecturer. So let's welcome here Alexandra Favin, and yeah, currently directing Fab Lab. Yeah, okay, in France. And yeah, it's basically you are doing the connection between AI and communication.
I will try.
You will try. Okay, let's see your presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your kind introduction. Yeah, so I decided not to focus on a specific work, but I will try to introduce you an alternative way to consider AI, as we do in my research group for many years now, and maybe making some links. So I entitled my presentation from artificial intelligence to hybrid cognitive system, and I will focus on what I'm calling hybrid cognitive system. Yep, okay. So I will bring you to France, to Bordeaux for a moment. I'm sorry I didn't get some red wine with me. I've been asked the question many times since this morning, but I had only a small luggage. So I'm from Bordeaux in France, and I will focus on our school. But firstly, I want to introduce you what is a ENP group. So ENP stands for Polytechnical National Institute, which is a kind of holding for more than 20 schools in France. And from this 20 schools, which are spread on 5 different sites, we can graduate more than 25,000 of students every year. So a bit more than 50% of the French engineers are coming from ENP group. I will know them to Nouvelle-Aquitaine, which is a region in France, where we have Bordeaux, which is the head of this region. This is the first French region for digital health, and the first European region for aerospace defense industry. We've got a lot of industry on dealing with aerospace, Airbus, Thales, Dassault, and so on. So we've got a lot of activity which focus on these topics. In Bordeaux, we've got 9 engineering schools, and we will focus on the first line, the ENSC, National Engineer School for Cognitive Engineering, which is the school where I work and where stands my laboratory. So, what do we call cognitics? We can define this as the next step for informatics. If we define informatics as the automatic processing of information, you can consider cognitics as the automatic processing of cognition. And from information to cognition, you get an additional context you have to take into account. Only an information is nothing if you don't have the context to interpret this information. So we try to make the link between what we call SHS, social and human science, and STIC, science and technology for information and communication. So our team is deeply involved in transdisciplinary approach. We can sum up this by the Boyd-Huda loop, standing from observe, orient, decide, and act. And those are the main topics of our study, and we are wondering every day, how do we observe, how do we orient ourselves, how do we decide, and how do we act? And all this consideration can feed our reflection about AI in particular. So we feel concerned with all that enters and happens in the mind, in the brain. We are working on cognitive science and applied cognitive science. So we use those tools to discuss not only information, but cognition in general. That's to mean all topics involved in consciousness and decision process. So as before, informatics was focusing on how we can encode and decode everything as a sequence of bits, and all that you can do, all the engineering tests that you can do regarding to this encoding and decoding. We are considering only as a new kind of link between people. Digital expression is a new kind of expression. And we focus on discussion between people, and sometimes the two people are the same. You are dealing with yourself through your computer. You can see artificial intelligence as a way to try to understand how you think, how you decide, how you act. So in the 1970s, the research team was only composed of psychologists, and they were focusing on human-computer interface. we were working a lot with transportation and company dealing with aircraft and equipment. In the 1990s, we focused on human-system interaction. Well, I was not yet in the research team. And thereafter, progressively, we went to user experience. When we worked with this kind of company, I remember when we worked with Thales, when I joined the team about 20 years before, and trying to discuss with them what could be the next interface between the human and the aircraft, what will be the next cockpit. We tried to propose them to use touchscreen. And they considered us silently and say, well, are you kidding? You know, we are serious people. To pilot an aircraft is a serious task. We need to be sure that the system is totally okay. We need to validate the system. Exactly the same thing that we can hear now regarding AI. I want to validate, I want to trust. I want to assess what the system is telling to me. So a touch screen with all the vibration, with the light reflection and so on, no, never a touch screen in an aircraft. You're kidding. 20 years later, we are still working with the same company, and they are really proud to demonstrate what they call the glass cockpit, which is totally made of touch screen. And they're very proud to say, you won't have anymore any physical button in an aircraft. The system now is sure. You can dynamically configure the interface as you want. It's a better cockpit we've ever made. What has changed since 20 years? The technology, not so much. The user has changed. If you consider 20 years before, when you show some photos to someone on a computer, if you wanted to go to the next photos, you were looking for a key which is sometimes not even more on the keyboard, page down. Now, if you ask a young child to look at a photography, I mean an old school photography, something on paper, he will never turn back to see what's next. But he will be very confused trying to swipe to see the next pictures, but it doesn't work on paper. User has changed. The way user is trying to interact with system has deeply changed. That's the main point you have to tackle, if you want to understand the new technology you can design for tomorrow. This is our guess. This is what we focus on. So this is what we call cognitive hybridity. I'm sorry, I've stolen your picture because I thought it was a good picture to illustrate this. So what we call cognitive hybridity is this idea that your cognition is your habit to design some new technology. Then you use this technology, and these technologies change your cognition. And as your cognition is changed, the tool you will design tomorrow won't be the same. You can separate the interaction of the user and the technology if you want to study one or the other. If you want to study the user without taking into account the interaction between the user and the technology, you're losing something. But if you want to study the technology without taking into account the interaction with the user, you're too losing something, because cognition is involved and is not the same. I can see a lot of students here today. When I was young, really young, I have to know my ABC. I have to know how to sort words in the alphabetical order. And our teacher were giving us some exercise and asking us to sort words in the correct order. Why? Because if I wanted to learn something new, I had to go to a dictionary, and search for the information. So I had to know my ABC. When I was in an engineering school, something really weird occurred in my life. It was called Google. Google, very strange thing. And I have to learn something new. I have to learn to select the correct keyword in English, which is not so easy for me. Select the correct keyword if I want to find the correct information. I wasn't taught at school to select the correct keyword. I have to learn it. The nowadays students, do they really need to know their ABC and to sort words in alphabetical order? I'm not sure. Do they know how to select keyword for Google? Of course, since they are babies. And now we're asking them to learn how to prompt GPT. Because you don't speak to GPT as you speak to your neighbor. You know that. You know that you have to adapt the way you talk to the machine, and you expect the machine to adapt the way she's talking to you. So your cognition is not the same as mine. That's all this topic we're focusing on, from individual cognition to distributed cognition, always dealing with the way we can take into account the user and his state. So you've got to see some illustration photos trying to detail our activities. So we take human factors into account within technology. Why? Firstly, to simplify the technologies. We wonder how to make humans more efficient in action. Secondly, to contextualize the complexity. We wonder how to increase group cohesion in the situation, because we're working on complex system and system of system. When I mean system of system, you can have system which involve real people and artificial agents. And you sometimes don't even know if you're talking with a real human or an artificial system. But you want to maintain performance and cohesion with all the cultural difference, with all the language difference, and so on. And we wonder how to anticipate the human-system symbiosis with the technologies of the future. What will become the human being exactly? If you try to help someone, maybe with a robot or a cobot, okay, he will be less tired at the end of the day because a part of the task will be done by the robot. How do you ensure he will still be involved in his task? How do you ensure he will still be proud of his work and want to come tomorrow and work again? Not feeling just as a supervisor watching the robot working in his place. So you have to wonder how you motivate people and you imply people, how you maintain the fact that they stand that they feel liability and responsibility for what they are doing. So some pictures that are for more laboratory now, and not only illustration pictures. We work with brain-computer interface, trying to tackle the state of the user. Is he tired? Is he stressed? Is he motivated? And so on. We work on what we call C2 operations. So C2 stands for command and control. Those are mainly a defense application where you have a different agent taking information about the situation, maybe map, information, communication, and so on. And they have to decide all together. Maybe it's a military operation, I don't know. But some of these agents are not human. Some of these agents are not speaking the same language, and so on. We work about disabilities and old people. When we try to improve performance of a user, maybe we want to catch the higher performance that you can. Or maybe you just want to achieve normal performance, whereas you are in disability after an accident, by example. So improving performance is not necessarily being the best. Sometimes improving performance is just feeling normal in a situation where you're not in a normal situation, in your normal capabilities. We're working on extended reality and simulation. When working on cobots and some other topics we could develop. I don't know if my timing is good. Okay. So I will be quick. Okay, so this school is a tiny school. We are a small team. We are 14 people, teachers and researchers at the NSC, directly implicated in these activities. Of course, we have many speakers from industry in particular who come and help us every day. We can graduate about 80 students per year. It's a 3-year cognitive engineering programs. We've got many internship conventions and academic exchange. We are looking for many others, if possible. We are associated with IBM, sorry. What can I say? Our research activities, to sum up, we have many, some different teams. Many of us are implied in the Cognitics team, so almost every researcher in our school are involved in the same team. And some have many other acquaintances, so they work in, on applied mathematics, on human engineering and aeronautics lab, which is dedicated to aeronautic structure. We work with IBM, SID. Well, I won't detail everything, maybe. I'm afraid I will be late. We really focus on transfer activities because it's an engineering school, and we are convinced that this vision of AI has to be in real problem. We have to deal with real problem of industry if you want to be at the beginning of the next step. So many partners are focusing on what we call Industry 4.0 and Industry 5.0, trying to tackle the well-being at work and wanting to have something which is more automatic, which is more robotic, which is more digitalized, but with still a real significance for the user and for the coworker. Okay, so we host 7 startups at this moment, 7, sometimes more, sometimes less. This is the life of the startup, appeal to grow up or sometimes, unfortunately, to disappear. So we have 7 startups and a spin-off hosted in the school, 1 student enterprise. We've got a Fab Lab, which is called La Forge, where students can try other way to learn and build some prototype and so on, investigate new way to do the thing. I mentioned some conventions with defense domain, by example, and mainly among our partners we can find transport and healthcare, but mainly transport and company. I've listed some projects to give you an idea of the different topics we have worked on. So anticipation and representation in aeronautics, human performance envelope, cognitive collaborating to teaming, supporting acceptance autonomous vehicle, human AI teaming, knowledge and understanding for aviation safety. So I was not personally implied in all this project. Of course, I can talk with you about anticipation and representation in aeronautics. That's one of my job and one of my topics. But I will be happy to answer some questions about other topics if I can, if you have some. Well, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for the presentation, and as always, time for questions. So, do you have any questions? Well, if not, I have one. So you mentioned several times about this interaction, human, algorithm, machine, those kind of hybrid systems, and you also said that in future this, let's say, the complete system should be improved. But how do you measure this complete system, human and machine, let's say like this hybrid system, the performance? How do you measure the performance to see if it's improved?
This is one of the main challenge when we begin on a new project, to determine which is the use case exactly, which are the frontier of the use case. Do you focus only on the user and the system? What is the system? And which phase do we take into account? The learning curve, only the usage, the collaboration, and so on. So you have to define all of this. And then after, all what we call the KPI, the key performance indicator. And this could be really different. On many industries, the rate, the number of pieces you can build on a day will be the main indicator. Maybe it's the time, maybe it's the money. On some other enterprise, it's not really a deal. When you work with a company like Airbus, they can produce 3 planes a month. You won't come from 3 to 4 or 5. It's not a deal. But the main deal is to be sure that there won't be multi hours. That costs a lot. No accident is possible because your workers are very skilled workers with very specific gesture and knowledge. And you can't have an accident or someone wanting to leave the industry because it will cost a lot to find someone else. So you focus on different aspects. And whereas, depending on the aspect you want to focus on, you can't build a general way to measure performance. You have to build it ad hoc for every project. And that's the main challenge for us, trying to build a methodology to help to list the different measurement systems you can use to measure performance.
Thank you. So. Okay. Next speaker, Alexandru Țăran, comes from NXP Semiconductors Romania. He's a software AI ML, so machine learning and artificial intelligence engineer. He's very passionate about embedded systems and parallel processing and AI and machine learning. He has a bachelor and master degree in computer science obtained from Military Technical Academy. So, everything prepared?
Yes, just a moment.
Okay, so let's welcome Alexandru.
Thank you for the introduction. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here to share with you the topic of bringing the machine learning to edge devices. Over the next few minutes, we will discuss the potential and the challenges of bringing the power of machine learning out of centralized data centers to the devices we hold in our hands and the devices that are all around us. Yeah, I'm a software engineer. I'm working in the field of machine learning and embedded devices for the past 7 years at NXP. Let's begin by clarifying what we mean by edge devices. So, edge devices at their core, they are compute devices that are closer to the data source, various types of sensors, cameras, microphones, or that are closer to the end user. They are hardware systems and components that are at the edge of the network. Think about your smartphone. So your smartphone, it's a prime example of an edge device. It's not just a communication tool, but it's a powerful computer in your pocket. It can process images, can recognize speech, all without the need to rely on a distant data center. But the world of edge devices extends beyond the smartphones. They are all across the industries. For instance, an industrial robot, it's an edge device. Or a drone, it's an edge device. Or even a car, it's considered an edge device. But before bringing the machine learning to these devices, we must ask ourselves if it makes sense to do so. So the practical benefits of bringing the algorithm on the edge apply to any algorithm, not just the machine learning devices. And one compelling reason to do so is the reduced latency. Edge devices, being closer to the data source, can process the information rapidly without the need to rely on a distant data center. Think about a self-driving car that must take a fast decision for your safety. We cannot wait for the network response. Another major advantage is the enhanced privacy. So local data processing means that the data does not leave the device. Consider home security cameras or health devices. Personal data stays on that device, thus improving and enhancing the privacy and reducing the risk for data leakage. And additionally, we have the offline operation. These devices can work even without a network connection. And what kind of applications can we resolve with the machine learning algorithms on the edge devices? The same we have seen, we have devices across industries. We can find applications in those industries which can be resolved with machine learning algorithms. One of the most common domain where the machine learning algorithms have outperformed the classical algorithm already for a while is the computer vision domain. We use computer vision in healthcare industry for analyzing medical images. In IoT, we have security cameras, smart security cameras, and in automotive for autonomous drive and so on. But besides the computer vision, we have other use cases in the healthcare industry. For example, we have wearable devices which are equipped with machine learning algorithms that can monitor vital signs and can provide early detections of health issues. Back into the automotive, we have the electric cars nowadays. And these electric cars have battery management systems, and the machine learning algorithms from the battery management system can monitor the health, the temperature of the battery to better optimize the charging and discharging functions of the batteries. And these are just a few examples. The possibilities are limitless. Now that we have seen the why and the what, let's move on to how do we actually bring the machine learning models to the edge devices. So machine learning, as you may know, it's a journey that has a key several steps. It starts with the data collection and data preparation specific to our application. Once we have collected the data, we move on to the network design and training. And the next step is to evaluate what we have trained. We assess the accuracy and the reliability of the model on a different data set. At this stage, before deployment, we can as well pre-process the model and prepare it for deployment. I will detail some of these techniques a bit later, and we move on to the deployment. This is where we actually use the model in production to make predictions and take different decisions. But this is not all. The model, after it's deployed, it needs continuous care and it needs update to adapt to the changing environment. So in essence, the machine learning model lifecycle, it's a continuous loop of data collection and preparation, evaluation, deployment, and maintenance. However, when dealing with edge devices, we must keep in mind that we are dealing with limited memory, limited compute, and limited energy, and we don't have the flexibility to run any kind of model we want. So how do we address these issues? One way would be to enhance the hardware itself, to add more memory, add more compute power to the device. But this comes, of course, with a cost, increased cost in dollars, and higher energy requirements for that devices, which we may not afford. And the other approach, and often the more practical one, is to tackle the problem from the other side and to optimize the neural network itself. One way would be to right from the design phase, where we are constructing our neural network, to have to use fewer layers, try to have smaller kernel sizes, or use shapes and sizes for the tensors which are better mapped to our hardware architecture. The quantization, it's another technique which is used to make the model smaller and make it faster for the inference. We'll dive a bit deeper into the quantization shortly. And the pruning, it's a technique used to remove unimportant weights from the network and unimportant connections, thus having a smaller model and with the requirements for compute a bit lower. And these techniques, are essentials for making the model feasible for edge devices. So the quantization process. So this is the process of reducing the precision of the neural network weights, which result in smaller model size and faster inference. So let's break a bit these terms and definition. Reducing the network precision. The neural network, it's composed by layers, and each of the layer has a number of parameters or weights. And usually during the training, they are represented in floating point precisions. With this process of quantization, we are reducing that from floating point precision to some other formats which are smaller. We can have floating point precision in 16 bits or int 8. And you can already see where the smaller model size it's coming from. Instead of using 4 bytes for representing an FP32, we use 2 bytes for FP16, which brings the model down to half of its original size. Or in case of the int 8 weight precision, we use just 1 byte for each of the weights. And the faster inference part. I think I mentioned the inference word a few times before. It refers just to the network execution when you do a pass or forward pass through the network. And with the quantization for the inference, we win from 2 sides. One is from the memory, in terms that the memory bandwidth required to read the data from the storage, from the memory into the compute unit, it's lower now. We have to read less data in our compute units. And from the compute side, the operations in lower precision formats or in integer precision are faster than the operations done in full FP32 precision. Of course, we need to acknowledge that the quantization has as well some negative parts. That it's on the accuracy degradation. So during the evaluation phase, we need to assess if the accuracy drop for our network and for our application it's acceptable or not. And we have two main techniques to implement the quantization. One is the post-training quantization, which it's done on a model which was already trained, so it's easier to implement, but this one may have a bigger impact on our accuracy. And the other method is the quantization-aware training, where we do the training with the quantization in mind right from the beginning. And this helps us better preserve the accuracy, but modifying the process of the training makes this process a bit more complicated. Here I have an illustrated example to what's happened during the quantization. We quantize a network from FP32 to int8. We see the reduction in the model size, but as well we notice a drop in accuracy, which is significant. But what we know about the neural network, that they are composed by those layers, and each layer needs a different number of parameters. So the idea with this approach to try to better preserve the accuracy would be that instead of quantizing the entire network to a single bit width, we could quantize the layer with lower number of parameters and keep them in a higher precision, and the layer with larger number of parameters, we can be more aggressive with them and quantize them to lower precisions. And this would help preserve the accuracy. And in this example, the first layers of the network are quantized to int8, and the last layer it's still in full precision. Thus, we can have a trade-off in preserving the accuracy and minimizing the model. And the key with the quantization and the optimization techniques is to find the right balance between, and the right combination between them, so we can meet our requirements, the memory requirements for our device, the accuracy for our application, and the latency, which is specific to each application. We at NXP, we have a range of platforms which can be used in various applications across industry, in automotive, in industrial, IoT, mobile devices. And on top of these devices, we provide tools and runtime libraries that helps the user faster bring the model from different training frameworks like TensorFlow or PyTorch onto our devices. As well, we have runtime libraries that helps leveraging the capabilities of the hardwares and the accelerators we have available on these platforms. And yeah, I haven't discussed at all about the runtime part of the optimization, but maybe next year. In conclusion, running the machine learning models on edge devices provides a compute alternative that complements the cloud-based solution. It allows for more efficient and more responsive way to interact with the data, opening for innovative applications across the industries. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so you know what to do. Questions?
I have one question. In the process of quantization that you said, definitely you reduce memory because you reduce the number of bits for each weight. And also you said, and you write, but just to confirm a little bit, you speed up also the process of obtaining the result, let's say, through the network. But do you change also the type of neural network from a multi-layer perceptron that use different kind of product or other application, computation with floating points data, and now we change in a single perceptron, type of perceptron that combine or change the multiplication with adding or decrement values or something like this.
I got it. So the structure of the network remains the same from the user perspective. But behind, on the runtime side, where we implemented the multi-layer perceptron on the device or on the accelerator, yeah, we provide a completely different implementation for the layer, because those are operations which are executed in fixed precision, the integer operations. And we have another set of operators for the floating precision, and if we have the entire different targets, you can imagine how many implementations we have for all of this. And that's how we help the user by providing already these implementations, so the user does not have to deal with
his perspective is the same, but inside you change the...
Exactly, we try to abstract away from the user what's happening behind.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other question? Well, I also have one, especially that I have seen the presentation with large language models and the resources needed to, especially to run the last one. How that can fit with what you said about resource limitation on the edge devices? So can we expect that we have something like that, like GPT models running directly on the edge devices?
Yeah, as Professor Cruz presented earlier, the family of GPTs, it's quite big. We have models from the smaller ones, which have a fewer numbers of parameters, and we could think about those smaller models that would be feasible to run on edge devices. And as well, on the edge device landscape, we have higher devices with higher capabilities and with higher memory. Raspberry Pi, I think it has RAM of about 4 gigabytes. If we do some aggressive quantization through of the large language models as well, we can try to fit some of them into that memory. And some of the techniques used for the large language model, they already implement the quantization, and it's quite heavily used, the quantization to int4, which is quite small, and those models may be feasible. And on this topic, there is an open source project. It's not for production, but for research purposes, where the community is trying to run these LLMs on personal laptops or even on Raspberry Pi. I have seen someone running a smaller LLM on a Raspberry Pi. Yeah, the cost in latency, it's huge. You have to wait for the response. But for the research, there is research done currently on that direction.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Professor Alexander Frame, coming from France. So we had the mix between Romania and France today. A nice one. So professor in communication science at the Language and Communication Faculty in Burgundy. Born in Britain, yeah, finished studying at Oxford in 1998. After that, moved to France, completing the PhD. Member of TIL, Text, Image, and Language Research Group. And yeah, everything it's in regards to communication. And today we'll see a presentation about AI in communication, or for conversation, let's say like this.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, I feel a little bit like the odd person out here because I'm not a professor of computer science or engineering. I'm a professor of communication. But what I'm going to try to do, I hope, will fit in quite nicely with the other presentations we've heard, in that I'm going to try to bring in this human element, this symbolic element, going to be talking about LLMs and so on, and trying to see this from a communication science perspective. So my research question, is how can, so basically we got to a point where ChatGPT and other tools have become pretty convincing in terms of human-computer interaction. But this is where possibly we're starting to meet some of the limits which come from the fact that this is human-computer communication, and we notice even more that it's not human-human communication. And so my research question here, to put it into a nutshell, is how can we make chatbots more chatty and less botty? How can we make them more authentic in their interactions? So 3 parts. We're going to talk first about communication, about human communication and the role of cultures and identities in communication. Then I'm going to apply this to AI and think about culture in AI. We've heard also quite a lot about culture. The word's been used several times today. And then drawing it together with a few ethical considerations about where we might be going and where we might want to be going or not. So we've said I'm professor of communication studies. I also have been working for the last 10 years or so with a group of researchers, notably from computer science and from linguistics, where we've worked a lot on Twitter and analyzing or characterizing discourse on Twitter, more recently detecting social bots on Twitter through several funded research projects. I'm British and French, as we've said already, and I'm also the institutional coordinator of our For Them Alliance, and very happy to be here. This is how I met Adrienne, among others. Very happy to be here within this alliance between our universities. And one of the reasons I'm involved in this alliance is that I'm also passionate about intercultural communication and interpersonal communication, and this is really my area of interest and what I'm going to hopefully be bringing to the discussion. So in intercultural communication, we start from the supposition that the cultural knowledge that people have is going to influence the way they communicate. And we have this software of the mind metaphor, which is quite an old metaphor, coming from Hofstede, who's a well-known reference in the field. But who, when he provides this reference in 1991, says, hang on, be careful, because humans are not computers. We can say, okay, humans are like the hardware, culture is like the software, but when you program a computer to do something, it does it. Culture doesn't program people in the same way, okay? And so what we need to look at and think about is, what is this relationship between culture and communication? And I think we can have a first shift away from the idea that our culture is going to determine the way we behave by looking at it as some kind of default encoding-decoding blueprint, but humans always keep their agency and are able to not conform to pre-existing templates, if we like. When humans learn about culture, which is through this socialization process which goes on throughout our lives, we associate cultures, and here we're going to be in the plural, with different groups and the identities of people associated with this group. Here you have an animal that most of you will recognize, all of you will recognize as a cow, and as such, we can probably agree that we have quite a similar definition of what a cow is, and if we ask ChatGPT, we get something like this. Okay, which everyone can probably agree is a fair enough definition of what a cow is. However, when I, as a human, am communicating with other people, I'm not necessarily going to be using exactly the same definition of a cow. If I'm talking about a cow to a vegan, to a butcher, to a cattle farmer, a Hindu, a vet, etc., or even someone who's many of these things, then we're not going to be focusing on, I'm not going to be focusing on the same attributes of a cow. Okay, so we all belong to several different groups, and we use this information in our communication. And these social groups are not something which are fixed, but they're also constantly being defined or redefined. In our communication, I've just defined myself in about 5 different ways since the beginning of this presentation. We are presenting ourselves in a certain light. We're giving information about ourselves to try and encourage other people to treat us in a certain way. So this is not something which is fixed. And so this gives us basically shifting expectations about how other people are going to behave and how we should behave towards them. And so we go from one default encoding decoding blueprint to multiple blueprints based on different identities and different cultures. And even further, looking here at the symbolic interactionists, so another school of thought in communication, the idea that when we're communicating, we're taking each other into account. I've been kind of hinting at this so far anyway. But when I am talking to you, I'm thinking about, okay, who is my audience? What knowledge do we have? How can I best maybe adapt my message to the people that I'm talking to? I'm also trying to give an image of myself. And we have a whole set of theory about this, of how I try to play different roles, how I play it in a certain way, how I'm trying to influence you through this. Okay. I'm doing this in a context. Here we are in an academic conference / private public meeting about innovation. Okay, and so the way I'm acting, the way I'm dressing, the way I'm speaking, the way I'm presenting, I'm kind of trying to optimize it based on this definition of the context. Okay, and all of these things, arguably, are quite difficult for chatbots. We can conclude from this that, yes, we have many cultures, but cultures only have, at the end of the day, quite a loose relationship with behavior, and that the whole intersubjective dimension about taking each other into account, about giving a certain image, this is something that chatbots currently don't do very well. So moving on to the second part about culture and AI. If you think back to the beginning of development of IT, of the internet and so on, there was a lot of talk about Americanization, about how we were all going to be marked by Californian, Silicon Valley culture, etc., and you still hear about this kind of stuff. We also, with machine learning, I'm looking at Christoph because, working on specialized corpora, when you're training a machine, as we said earlier, on a particular corpus, then you're possibly going to pick up a certain set of references from that particular corpus. And as you said in your answer to the question earlier, when you're, the machine learning can be optimized for a particular corpus, but it's difficult to go beyond that and have something more general. And so the question is, what about general chatbots nowadays with LLMs? How can, if we train these systems on natural language without human curation, what are they going to understand about it? This quote from Mustafa Seligman, The Coming Wave, about just the sheer difference between the ways that machines learn and the way that humans learn, both in terms of the quantity of information they ingest, but also the time taken and what they do with it. And he says it's truly alien. So when it comes to AI trained on massive corpora, we can understand from what I've said so far that they're going to be exposed to a whole mix of different cultural elements, influenced by different groups, and possibly they're going to pick up the language structures, the semantic and syntactic structures, but as far as I know, and I'm, as a non-specialist, I'd be very happy to be contradicted here, without associating this with particular groups and being able to act on that in the way that they process the data afterwards. So, two questions. Can AI then be culture neutral if we train it on great big data sets? Can it be culture omniscient? This is almost getting to a godlike position here. Well, I'd argue that unless we try to take into account identities, it's more likely to be culture blind. Okay? And this is going to have an impact on how we can communicate with it. So, three possible solutions. Either we ignore the cultural dimension and operate AI with no notion of identity, no notion of situational framing. And this is pretty much what we do at the moment. Okay, there is little or no personalization. I mean, possibly, okay, we saw examples as well this morning of when you tell ChatGPT to optimize something for a 90-year-old lady, then it can do so to a certain degree with its possible representation, I'd like to know what it is, of a lady and of 90 years old. So there's maybe some beginning there, but it's not taking this as an individual with a whole complex set of identities. And of course, this leads to problems that we know about and we've been working on for many years about dealing with humor, irony, and so on. Second solution, we try and bring in these cultural groups. So we're training on multiple corpora, using possibly multiple ontologies or knowledge maps, if you like. This is something we tried to do in a research project. We were looking for, we were trying to detect food scares on Twitter. So what we called weak signals, so emerging information about people starting to exchange information about problems with food and this, what was going to emerge, what was not going to emerge. And so to do this, we were looking at, we sort of tried to do an ontology of the domain of discussions about food on Twitter, on French Twitter. And we found that we had groups of, like with the cow basically, vegans, industry professionals, you know, food industry, politicians, farmers, and they weren't saying the same things with the same concepts. So we had a double level ontology. We had a basic ontology with different concepts and sort of standardized associations, and then we had a second level based on focus group work with different groups where we said, okay, but for this group, the relations are different. It's like this. And so we tried then to take that into account in being able to interpret what people were saying. So that's one way of doing it, but arguably still pretty limited. I mean, another example of this, which I found in the literature, was someone that tried to do machine learning, putting a national label, so adding a country as a placeholder variable, putting a national label on the data being used, and apparently reporting positive results in terms of data processing. But in practice, it's pretty hard to know which culture has marked a text. I mean, okay, we can do it nationally, but if I've just said, you know, we all have lots of different cultures, then when I write a text, which culture is speaking? It's impossible. It's impossible to know. And here we're going to start to go onto shaky ethical ground as well, because we're going to, once we introduce categories, then we're going to introduce a risk of bias, a risk of stereotyping, and so on. And putting people into boxes. And putting people into boxes doesn't always work because people don't fit into boxes. And that's the whole point. And of course, this whole emergent, negotiated part of communication still is not dealt with. Which takes us to the third level, the third solution, which would be trying to think how we could teach AI in the algorithms some kind of model of human communication in order to better reproduce the mechanisms of human communication. So based on social categorization, but not too rigid, and training it to think about identities and identity play in communication. And this actually mirrors something that's happened in the field of intercultural communication from the 1990s onward. We've kind of dropped these approaches, or many of us have dropped the approaches based on culture A versus culture B and thinking just about national differences. And we're thinking more about how people actually manage to create meaning in a given situation. By playing on different identities, by negotiating meaning, by trying to explain what they're talking about. So we need to focus on adaptation, negotiation, how we instrumentalize cultures. I was introduced as having been born in Britain. I then talked about France. I'm also using these identities to give an image of myself. I play on stereotypes, okay? And that's another level that humans bring into communication. I apologize if this is a very simplistic overview of very complex questions that we deal with in the field, but I haven't got time for anything more. And of course, it will be important to integrate these contextual clues, the way that signifiers emerge from conversation. We define something together, and then it takes on the meaning that we've given to it in the conversation itself. Face work, the way that we play different roles. So this would involve multiple repertoires of cultural knowledge and evolving ones. The possibility to assign multiple identities to individual users, privacy, but also to take into account the way that these identities evolve and the way people play them and the way people seem to want to play on them in terms of the image they want to give of themselves. And of course, the context in which the communication is taking place, which is not always easy to know if we're thinking about human computer-mediated communication. So a few conclusions and ethical decisions. I mean, I would argue that if we wanted to go towards making chatbots more chatty and less botty, then the third solution has potential, theoretically. It would possibly lead to a more authentic, better user experience, in any case, a different user experience, possibly more efficient understanding for AI. However, it raises a lot of ethical questions. If we start hardwiring social categories and possible discrimination, we need to be very careful about that and think about how these things shift and evolve, taking into account the contextual element. And clearly there are privacy issues as soon as we start treating individuals as individuals, which are not easy to get around. And there's the question of how far should we go? What do we want from chatbots? We don't currently expect chatbots to worry about what we think about them, or vice versa. We've seen examples, and we've heard them today, about people getting attached to artificial intelligence. If we essentially move forward and start training them to actually care for people's feelings, then what's that going to give? I mean, you know, are robots going to learn to be seductive? They're certainly going to learn to be hypocritical. I'm afraid that humans are very hypocritical. We optimize what we're saying to the people that we're talking to. You mentioned as well that ChatGPT doesn't have a truth criterion, because you can't, from a social science perspective, we look at the social construction of reality, and the truth is not something absolute that exists. It's something that people interpret, and it's different for everybody. And it's much easier not to worry about that when you're programming into artificial intelligence. But just because it doesn't tell the truth, should we encourage it to say different things to different people? And where would that lead us? So thank you very much. There's some references, and I look forward to further discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. So, questions?
Mm-hmm. Idiomaticity in the sense of using specific jargon and so on, depending on the cultural group in which you're socialized. Yeah, I mean, it's also, in terms of face work, a way of including, excluding. We use jargon, we use idiom in order to show that we're an insider, or to show another person that they are not an insider. We can use scientific jargon in order to keep people out, or in order to claim belonging to a particular group, to take that example. So I'd take what did you call it? Idiomaticity, thank you. From yeah. No, but from that standpoint, yeah, also reminds me of conversations we had recently about, you know, what is the objective of speaking, you know, using ChatGPT to correct my English about something. If I do that, am I not going to give the impression of being someone that has a level of English which encourages other people to interact with me on the basis of that level of English, and so create communication which is less clear for me, basically. So yeah, there's a whole lot of maybe traps associated with these improvements that large language models are currently offering.
Question, allow me. Do you think, or did you think to apply your project or your methodology to some more specific, like organizational culture, or to religious, because religious is also like a culture of... No.
Completely. I mean, I haven't applied this linked to AI, but clearly when I do intercultural communication, the first step is to say, okay, we're not just talking about national cultures, we're talking about all kinds of identities and cultures. We can even think of the culture of the Sibiu Innovation Days, which, you know, we have participants who've been here 4 times now, and who know each other and who know how things work. And so you've got a whole lot of expectations linked to this that become operational when you're talking to people that you know have been through that same socialization process as you are. So we heard in one of the presentations as well about the importance of taking into account company culture in terms of cybersecurity. But yeah, certainly, I mean, culture is being used here as any knowledge that we think we share with other people based on a social group we think that we both belong to. Or not.
Yeah, but it's, in a way, like large language models, like ChatGPT, they kind of implemented some sort of cultural blacklisting, you know, because beforehand you used to say, okay, ChatGPT, tell me how to kill someone. And you would basically say, you can stab, you can, whatever. And now there is this moral layer, which is censoring some ideas or like self-mutilation, racism, pedophilia, whatever. I wouldn't call them culture for sure, but you know, it's still like human behavior. But then whitelisting some cultures and taking into account is another story for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure I'd not talk necessarily about culture there, but maybe practices that are flagged, that are blacklisted and so on. I mean, clearly this is a, I mean, and Christoph was also talking about the, what do you call it, the not a feedback loop, but the idea that you needed to have some kind of user feedback in order to validate or not processes. And clearly the systems are being presented commercially today, even though a few years ago it was not the case, as you said, take these things into account. But I'm not sure that is really the same kind of integration of cultural knowledge and identities that I'm trying to get at. Merely maybe an ethical position from the companies which are proposing these tools. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will do a short break, 10 minutes, and start with the next panel on the last of these days. Thank you. And thank you, Ovidiu, for moderating.
You're welcome. I will be here also next year, you know.
Thank you very much. I wanted to make a joke to say we skip already the first presentation.
To wake up. Use my own.
You can use it.
Yeah.
It was. problem is that we need to connect to that. Yes, just to make a little bit air conditioning.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
More than that, I need to connect.
Participă acum. I cannot hear you. Let me try again. I don't know why. Let me see. So let's try again. Nope. Let me Let me see why. Da, da, e copiat, e copiat. Da, da, da. Hear me, just wave your, okay, perfect, but we cannot hear you, so now we have to fix your, no, we have to fix yours. No, don't close and don't join again. Aveți idee cum putem să dăm drumul la sunet de aici pe boxe, de pe Google Meet, că nu reușesc, deci el ne aude, dar noi nu putem să-l auzim.
Nu, un pic, aoleu, că n-am ochelari la mine. Deci trebuie să...
Pe matrice.
Da, pe matrice,
Este,
pus pe matrice.
da, dacă
Unu, doi, unu, doi, doi, unu, doi. Trebuie să comutăm pe pupitru.
Yes! That's great, Claudio.
Ar trebui să tai aceu în cazul ăsta.
So I'll say hello. We did a
Perfect. You will be in background, okay?
Okay, sure.
You can come.
Okay, I was just going to ask. Wait there on. Yeah. See.
No, you can put it there.
Okay, all right.
Even one minute, then stay
Yeah,
more until
sure.
25, 6:25 or something.
Yeah.
but not the least. Yes, and I want to say good evening to everyone who is here in the room and also on online. We have somebody also online. And before starting with the first speaker, I just want to remember the beginning of Sibiu Innovation Days. And in 2020, with a big challenge with Corona, we're changing it from physical to online. And now, after 4 years, we are back in physical meeting, conference, and something did not change. It did not change the eager of people to pursue or to search for solutions of existing market or worldwide problems. And for that, we are going to speak about the innovative partnerships. Well, we do have advantages for innovative partnerships, as we probably know, creation of valuable networks, better and innovative products, of course, low risk of failures, and identification of new business opportunities. With all this said, I want to start the panel. I am Alin David, moderator for this panel, the last panel for today. And I want to introduce Mrs. Merja Lamanen, I think I pronounced it correctly, from University of Jyväskylä. Okay, it's quite tough, but I managed to do it. And Mrs. Lamanen works as a digital transformation lead, and she specializes in developing new digital tools and services for higher education.
Yes, thank you very much, and I'm honored to be here for the first time in Sibiu and for the first time in the Innovation Days. So my topic is the challenges and possibilities of European university networks from the ICT perspective. And there's my colleague Liisa Kallio, with whom we have worked for a while in these international networks, and we'll be sharing our experiences to you now. So a few words of the background of this presentation. The presentation is not only based on this alliance, but this is a kind of ongoing and fresh example of the possibilities and the challenges of the European university networks. So For-them Alliance, please raise your hands. Who is involved in For-them Alliance? Yes, together we are strong. So it's an alliance of 9 European public research universities. This is now the second stage of this alliance. The first one was from 2019 to 2022, and it involved then 7 universities. And now at the second stage, we have 2 new members, Agder in Norway and Sibiu, Romania. So the alliance members are around the Europe, Norway, Germany, France, Spain, Finland, Latvia, Poland, Romania, and Italy. And the key idea of this alliance, so it's not really a project, it's an alliance. This is supposed to be ongoing operations, so not just a short while or a certain time. The key idea is to offer new opportunities for internationalization for both staff and students of these universities. And the main ways to do this are short mobility and virtual mobility. Virtual mobility meaning international cross-studying possibilities online. And this operation is co-funded by the European Union. And if I may point to you that it covers quite a big amount of students and staff, so approximately 230,000 students in these 9 universities, and then about 30,000 staff members and more than 2,000 doctoral students. So it's quite a big number of possibilities. These are the 5 missions of For-them. Please visit the webpage for more detailed information, but I will just tell you the key headings. So skills and competencies for both personal and professional development, building European campus, meaning offering these studying possibilities and sharing European values, and then naturally research, innovation and transfer, and then labs and co-creation, which means that we are together aiming to solve transnational challenges, and then service to society, meaning, for example, civic engagement and several learning opportunities. But then, about the possibilities and challenges. So, at the first phase of this alliance, 19 till 22, we built this For Them Digital Academy. I'm not going to go into details because our colleagues Claudio and Fred will be discussing this Digital Academy in more details in a while, but the main idea was the virtual mobility of students and staff, providing online courses, collaboration and networking possibilities. And we connected the 7 partner universities' learning management systems. We all had Moodles, or still have Moodles, to each other's with this LTI tool. And these 2 newest members, Sibiu and Agder, which are on the kind of outer circle, they are on the process of connecting as well. Agder doesn't have a Moodle, and Sibiu is kind of installing Moodle, so this is on the process. But what we aimed at the first stage was this interoperability of Moodles. And we also built this common quality standards and pedagogical framework for online courses to be able to provide high quality studies for our students. And this is just an idea how this platform looks like, or the course offering. We have both massive open online courses, MOOCs, and also synchronous courses, kind of, and even point-to-point cooperation that are available in various languages. And then, well, these were mainly the possibilities, so this internationalization and with the virtual mobility and sharing ideas and networking, but then we come to the challenges from the ICT perspective. I work in the digital services, so this is quite familiar area to us, what happens in this kind of higher education cooperation. I'll give you examples of the concrete problems that have to be solved in this kind of cooperation and processes. If you lack a common digital strategy and resources, it's hard to aim to the goals that are set. As an example, for example, if you only have some resources for the IT staff, but no resources, for example, outsourcing or buying services, that may hinder the cooperation practically. So when we want to change the operations, you have to have IT resourced sufficiently there, because you need IT for that. And then, of course, we are talking about 7 to 9 universities, so we all have different operational environments. We are all from different European countries. And for example, our funding models are different. Infrastructures, naturally, they are different. We have different IT systems. The processes are different. Decision-making processes are different. And also the organizational cultures, they differ as well. So what it practically means is that, for example, setting the common goals may be a bit slow, and also agreeing on the common practices is slow. So things don't happen very fast, to put it diplomatically. So you need to have time and resources to do these changes. And what I see as a kind of, not maybe as a threat, but merely as a risk, is that too often the projects, they develop their own technical solutions, which are then left drifting in terms of maintenance and development after the project period. So then we have developed something great and nice and working, but then what? Who is going to maintain them and develop them, and what if something needs to be paid and so on? So that is quite often a risk. And then also challenges in strong identification of individuals. There are European-wide solutions under development, but they take time as well. And now when we want to provide these online courses and cross-studying right now, so what are we going to do with this? And this is one example of the challenges in study administration, because ICT and study administration are something that has to be considered when you are cooperating in higher education or providing cross-studying possibilities, but they are too often forgotten. There are enthusiastic teachers doing cooperation and joint teaching, and there's nothing bad, bad in that, but we have to take care of the structures as well, supportive structures. So for example, this is an example of the learner's path, and there are many points where the student's strong identification can be done. It can be done before you allow the student to browse the study offering or not. Or it can be done before student applies for the studies or not. Or admission to the studies, you can demand it there or not. Or before you actually let the student study, for example in your LMS, or not. Or at the point of the study attainment, well, at latest it has to be done before registering the study attainment. But then there are all these different possible points, and they all set different demands for the IT systems and study administration processes as well. And both at the university providing those studies, and also at the student's home university when they want to register the credits there. And lessons learned. So not only in Fordham, but as an example in Fordham, but also in other European cooperation networks. So we'll share you the main points that we have learned already at the first stage. So big picture and goals must be clear to all project actors and from the beginning of the project, because it's surprising that people may interpret these goals or topics differently. And changes, they take time and they require resources. As a concrete example, these like interoperability of learning management systems. It's not easy to do, even if we all had Moodles at the first stage of the alliance, but Moodles are not identical, and still we had to do technical development to be able to connect them. So it takes time and it requires work, it requires resources. And we also recognized these challenges quite early on, but they could not be solved easily because of different processes and tools at different universities. We had different organizational structures, cultures, and decision-making processes, and also different levels of digital maturity. And what was quite surprising, actually, for example, these common European laws are interpreted differently in different European Union countries. For example, copyright. It means different things in different countries, which was a bit surprising. And of course, when you think about the technical issues like integrations of the systems or data management and trust, these are issues that have to be negotiated, and they're not easy to solve on the national level either, so nevertheless, thinking about the international context. And also, if you have the insufficient resources, it brings you a lot of challenges, and also the understanding of the issues and their relations and their importance may differ a lot depending on the people involved in the process. So this is something that we have been working quite a lot on. So we want to share our tips to other projects, what to do differently. To start with, all stakeholders of the project should be involved already in the planning phase of the project, and specifically study administration and ICT experts. And I will explain you why, because otherwise you may make promises to the funders that cannot be fulfilled. For example, for GDPR reasons or for the technical structures or digital maturity being different in different universities. You cannot have a European-wide digital process of study administration if the partner universities are doing it differently, some of them more manually and some of them more digitally. So please involve IT and study administration at the early stage, already when you are planning these cooperation, because then you will make everyone's life easier. And also, it's a good idea to visualize the processes and use cases already in the beginning of the project to get the big picture, because it's sometimes surprising how differently different actors may interpret some goals or the ways to reach them. And also, it's a good idea to benchmark other similar networks and projects, learn from each other, not make the same mistakes or have to solve the same problems again and again. So spread the word and share your ideas, do open source when possible, so to kind of build the aims to next level instead of everyone solving these issues like point to point and case by case, and then some others are then facing the same issues soon again. But thank you. This was it in a nutshell.
Thank you, Mrs. Lamanen. And now we are open for questions. Any questions from the audience? Yes, please.
Yes, yeah. That would be lovely. So I will repeat. So the online audience will hear the comments were that these impressive numbers of students, they are also a possibility and a great resource. I strongly agree on that. And then another comment was about, for example, involving companies to help us to solve these issues. It would be easier if we could pay them, just between you and me. So I get back to the point of not having enough resources for the IT development. But I strongly agree. Yes, yeah, we are kind of trying to solve this problem, how to maybe get resources for this. Yeah, Fred, go ahead.
Please.
It's a bit, in a way, like merging and acquisitions, but we don't have a common legal status, you know, so in a way it's different because we don't have like the centralized decision making, so it's
yeah, I will repeat Fred's comment that we're not a legal entity and we don't have a centralized decision making, so it's hard to act on very, very many issues, so it brings us a lot of challenges in the practical actions. Yeah, Alex, go ahead.
But I tend to suggest maybe there is also a big opportunity because we are setting up a model which is, we are one of currently just over 40 alliances, and we are setting up a model which, it doesn't have a legal status, but it is a model for other universities working together in the future. Clearly, there is a big need for development and sense of interoperability. If we have companies that are interested in this, we heard this morning that the European Commission and the European Union also have money through DG Digital, for example. And why not get together ourselves with companies, or also with other alliances, and develop what it is that we need, and we really be pioneers in this area.
Yeah, sure. I will put it shortly that there's a lot of space for cooperating. We are kind of showing the way for other alliances, and if we could invite companies and other stakeholders to cooperate with us, we could then build these models together.
Alliances or partnerships, why not?
Yeah. Yes.
And please.
Yeah, just to put short this comment for the online audience, that you have to keep those people committed to the project whose CVs we use for applying the money. So yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you again. And our next speaker is Mr. George Bontas. I know him, he finished in Sibiu at the University Lucian Blaga. He worked about 10 years in banks in Europe, supporting them in digital transformation. And then he returned to Sibiu, leading the Romanian team in building products and offering services in the regulatory technology space.
Yes.
George believes in an agile mindset, which is, I think, now it's the trend in worldwide. And continuous improvement is part of the daily activity and empower people to that under the appropriate pre-designed rule book will be energized to take decisions at hand and learn from them. So George, please just click on
that one. Okay. Thank you so much, Aline, for the introduction, and good afternoon also from my side. It is a pleasure to be part of the Sibiu Innovation Days once again, so it's also for me the fourth time, as many of my colleagues or speakers before me were also present. It was a very interesting presentation related to partnerships. Beforehand, partnerships, alliances from different countries. I'm going to talk about a different type of partnership that is related more to an implementation in a company, on how at a company level or how companies can profit together to build more value for the customers. So I'm George Bontas, as Aline was also introducing me. I'm the country leader for Recnology. It is a product company based in Europe, with ambitious desires to grow internationally. I'm an alumni of the University of Sibiu. That's why I'm also passionate being present to this conference, and not only. I have more than 13 years of experience working in the digitalization of the banking sector, especially in the regulatory reporting area, so meaning digitalizing the risk of the financial industries. And yeah, I'm also part of the board of the Sibiu IT cluster, so our new IT cluster that we just built last year. Some few words about Recnology, just to understand where do we start the journey. So we're doing regulatory reporting for the banking industry, and we're offering a platform to connect the regulators, being central banks, authorities that need to manage the risks of the markets. And on the other side, we are connecting with the regulated, being the banks themselves, being the insurers in this world, and so on and so forth. And as you can see also, we're offering the services for bank reporting, for tax reporting, for risk reporting. We're having different engines. So we really start with the contract that an individual signs with the bank or with the insurer, and go towards a very macro view of the economy, being like in a country. If we talk about Romania, we even have our customer is National Bank of Romania, and they're using our tools to collect the data and understand the risks that are on the financial market. But on the other side, we're working also with other national competencies across the globe, starting with Australia, Canada, Europe, all over, so we're quite well positioned. We're offering the normal services that the product is offering towards the market. So it's on one side the supports as professional services, also the consulting around the products that we're offering, and also managed services. So the products are installed in some data centers administered by us so that it's much easier for a customer to use that. But we have also 3 types of deployment options, and actually here we will jump more in my presentation today. On one side, customers install their software on premises, on their infrastructure, regulatory as a service, so we're offering everything as a service to the customer, but now we also introduced the Google Cloud option with Technology Cloud. How was the cloud journey happening throughout time? So we were looking at 3 main challenges and opportunities, because in general, challenges are offering also opportunities for everybody, both the customer and also the solution or service providers. On one side, we're talking about scaling. If you think what regulatory reporting is, it is a process where hundreds of millions of records or information needs to be processed in a very, very fast time frame. And especially that is when you have the reporting tsunami, and that is being yearly, being monthly, quarterly, that you need to execute those reports and deliver the information towards the authorities. That means you need to process everything very fast, located in that moment, but afterwards all your machines are sitting somewhere there. They're not being used properly. Of course, there are also some daily reporting requirements, but in general, being daily, they don't require that massive amount of processing power. On the other side, we're looking also about deployments. We see in today's world what is happening, not only authorities, but everybody's more flexible. So the request of data, the request of information is more often, and this brings the need to, on one side, develop those changes, but on the other side, also to deploy and automate the deployment of those changes in a controlled environment so that the user, the end user, can make use of those developments. And last but not least, it's about security, especially if we talk about data that a bank or an insurer has, that's according to GDPR or even to whatever laws we are thinking, it must be very well protected. Yeah, nobody wants to know what is the balance of your account or the balance or the credits that you taken from a bank. That's private information and needs to stay private. So definitely security is also extremely important in this context. So what did we do, or where did we start? We started because our solutions are 30 years old. So we started with regulatory reporting 30 years ago, 1993, actually. So this year we will have the jubileum, so to say. Of course, we had a few spin-offs of the platform, so we cannot say that the platform that I'm presenting now, it's the one that we developed 30 years ago. But for many, many years, and especially since I started in 2010, we were having this architecture, which was monolithic. You're having a 3-tier architecture where you're going with a database in the background to store the data. You're having an application server, and then, of course, a web server to be able to consume the data as a user and to visualize it. Most of the processing was done at the database level. At that point in time was mainly Oracle, which, of course, with the modern needs of having a lot more processing, a lot more granularity, volumes increasing, we saw that this is having its limitations. So our strategy was to move to a more modern architecture, which of course it's a container-based delivery, to go more, to have the storage of the data just in a database, but just for persistency reasons. Then move to a calculation processor, which was then in the application, which could scale at the horizontal level. We, after a few iterations, we identified Apache Spark as the best technology for us. And of course, it remains also with the application server to be able to consolidate data and also to use it for the user itself. Everything is now Dockerized. We are using the Helm charts in order to orchestrate everything. And this was the direction that we went as a delivery strategy. Of course, now we still used our own data centers, or the space that we hired in different data centers, and we saw their limits. I was talking about processing power and the needs that were for the processing ad hoc at one moment in time, and then the machines were just lazy, sitting somewhere in that data center. Of course, this is not efficient. From all points of view, it's not efficient for everybody. So what did we do? We came with a business proposition, and we said we need a partner to support our ambitious goals of doing further containerized deployments, to move towards public cloud and give more value to the customers. And in this context, we started talking with the normal cloud providers, Google. We also, as we were working very much with Oracle, we also intensified the discussions with them, AWS, and so on and so forth. And in the end, after a lot of discussions, we saw that the best way to partner with is actually with Google Cloud. Why? They were more fit for our needs. On one side, they did not only provide the infrastructure, they were ready to come with their teams, to work together with our teams, so we were developing an application ourselves, a self-used application, our cloud. Our cloud comes from Technology Cloud, so we created our own cloud where the customer can create at any time, per one click, one environment with our product and start using it. So this is actually the fascinating part of using cloud technology in this context. If we were thinking in the past when we wanted to deploy something, we created the package, the jars, whatever, the package that you want to deploy to the customer. You are giving that to the customer, whatever service provider you're having there. They then required an installation protocol, a configuration protocol in order to get it sorted. And of course, what it happens a lot of time in this kind of situations, because we're talking about very complex customers that we're having, they're having their own customizations. So those customizations required manual intervention. And what had happened? Oh, this breaks. What happened in the past? It's very hard to really manage it. But with this strategy, we actually created infrastructure on demand. So the customer can select based on a different set of configurations what kind of setup of environment they want, and also they pay as they use. So if you think you're in a monthly cycle of reporting, you create your instance for whatever you need to do for the reporting requirements. The processing starts. If you have hundreds of millions of records, it's going to use more resources than normally it would have, because we created also the swarmification. So you start a parallel processing on multiple nodes on parallel. It creates the results, and what happens after the results are gathered and consolidated, it just shuts down those resources and releases them for the next user to use it. And not user of Regnology, but user of the Google Cloud, which is fantastic. Yeah? So, of course, we have this flexibility of starting, suspending, shutting down the instances on demands. We have this self-service option to take everything in the Google Cloud. And of course, the delivery, we just deliver our new versions per an Artifactory, and automatically those are detected by the Google Cloud, and the user can all the time select the newer version or the version that he would like to use, being for testing, being for productive usage. This is the smartest way actually to move forward. And on to say, yeah, if we think about security, if you're the only provider, it's quite risky to keep everything safe. So the investments that you can do as a smaller company, I mean, we're not small, we're 900 people, but also not very big compared to what Google does. you cannot keep the same standards. Of course, we can go under the radar because we are too small and nobody will start chasing you, but we know the crawlers of today, they are not sleeping. Yeah? On the other side, being in the banking area, there were a lot of questions in the last years. Will public cloud be allowed? And fortunately, all the big authorities, and you see here also EBA, EBA stands for European Banking Authority, they created some outsourcing guidelines, especially in this context, to allow for usage of the public cloud. You need to comply with these guidelines, and that's it. And there are other international guidelines like FINMA, DORA, and so on and so forth. And nonetheless, I don't want to make only a presentation or a publicity for Google, but it sounds like Apple presentation. It's 100% carbon neutral, because of course they invest a lot also in green energy, and on that side we also see that we are carbon neutral by delivering such solutions directly in the R cloud of Google. That's all from my side. Thank you, and looking forward to questions.
Thank you also, George.
In our cloud, did you move from Oracle to PostgreSQL, another database?
We are now, because I was saying, we are looking to have a partnership with Google, and they are supporting us to move to AlloyDB. So we're not going to Postgres. AlloyDB.
And Georgia, if I may, I want to ask you regarding this partnership, this innovative partnership that you are pursuing with Google. Which are your next steps on fostering the, I don't know, further this partnership with Google?
So definitely now our applications are available in the Google Cloud, in the Google App Store, as you would see it. We have already customers who are validating that the processing is what they are requesting. We see that the processing power, it's also hitting. So we have, for several customers, 10 times faster processing than they would have been before in the systems that we were using. And one topic that I was also addressing, we wanted to become database independent, so AlloyDB was one of the investments that we're doing as a partnership with Google. And of course, this brings us to the next chapters. Once you're in the Google App Store, definitely you want to do more apps that will be profiting from this elastic infrastructure.
Thank you very much, and yeah, I wish you best of luck.
Thanks. Thank you so much.
Well, for our next group of speakers, we have three colleagues from Continental. So the first, Mrs. Boarescu. She is Global Industrial Engineering Group Leader for Continental, and yeah, she is specialized in helping different business areas to develop their people and products from zero to success, from employee to leader, and that's why she's passionate about it. Her colleague, Mr. Rusu, is head of Digital Factory at Continental Automotive Systems, Sibiu, and he's driving transformative changes in hardware and software development. The last from the group of three, I think Mr. Dinu Tudor-Gruian, head of Manufacturing Software and Testing, is responsible for equipment, software standardization, globalization of newly developed solutions. So please start your presentation.
by the way, the whole story is about the idea going down the road, growing up, going to school, to university, and then get it done in really finished product, service, whatever. And exactly this model was followed when today we have actually a presentation in the university here by one of our colleagues who is also a student in University of Transylvania, and she's presenting right now a solution where the autonomous guided vehicles are becoming not blind as before, but they get sun. They are getting cameras, they process everything in the cloud, more intelligent in their tools. So if you're interested, you will also find some materials for that presentation, which is also part of this conference. So going forward, and I have to watch. Somebody should raise a hand if I spend too much time. So I'm more into the stories for innovation. Today, I started actually with standardization, so I did a trip back from standardization to the idea, but I left the colleagues here to present the other parts. And I'm trying all the best I can for becoming the facilitator for innovation, especially in an industry which is very conservative, and I'm talking about automotive. Some familiar faces in the room know what I'm talking about. So it's not easy, but we still go forward, and we go forward also through our setup. So we continuously have a setup. Agile, you know, it's a trend. It's really a trend, but being too agile is too trendy also. So we try to be somewhere on the right side of this. And the setup we are having, especially when we talk about expertise, knowledge, getting new experiences, getting everybody connected, which are acting in the field, we are using we are leveraging our expertise and our colleagues from around the world. So we are talking about a network of 1,200 people, 50 countries that are acting in these fields which are very technical. And these people are coming together on a regular basis, not all 1,000, but we have small groups oriented on different technologies, different interests. They are coming together and they are bringing everything on the table, hopefully, in order to push forward and get rid of some challenges we face here. This is something we are doing more on the front-loading side, but this is also the backbone of our standardization. So we have both the proactive and reactive part. And we heard also previously that we are reactive and not involving the stakeholders from the very beginning. You don't get to buy in. That's this part. In order to move from that part of, let's say, everyday job to the real birth of the ideas, we set up an innovation hub, which is currently still internal for our continental location here in Sibiu. But we are bringing some experts from outside. We have also some of the colleagues here involved in some topics. And we streamed actually the innovation and some of the methodologies you find out there for bringing ideas and mediate and all these theories together, and we bring it to our needs. And we want to go to the very model where we start from the challenge, of course, we go to the defined topic, and through the ideation process, we go to try to push for a proof of value. Not necessarily proof of concept, depending on what we need. So, very important challenge is our trigger. It's not like trying to find spherical chicken in vacuum somewhere on a distant planet. It's really a problem. And that challenge is driving people raising their hand. And that challenge also drives the analytical mindset to define it in the right way. And then how to the problem solve. So we are doing this cycle here, especially, sorry, hard, especially until the prototyping to find out what can fail fast and what can fly fast. In the end, once everything is done, and if we have a proof of value that we see it's good and could stay there, then we go to the prototype phase. And here I will let the colleagues to go forward. Not to stay too much on the next topics and not to explain you what facilitate means and the analogy and the rules in Latin, blah blah blah. This is also what we have as a content in our innovation hub and in our innovation culture, and I'm really proud that we are talking about this in Romania. We are talking about Romanians being here. We're talking about, of course, with our partners here. We are a global company, but I'm very happy I'm with lots of peers also in Germany. Not to say most of the time we are there, but anyway, here we could do this much faster, more efficient than somewhere else. Don't ask me why. At the moment, maybe next year. Sorry. For the innovation, we are aiming at the manufacturing technology. We are not looking necessarily at products. We have colleagues in our R&D centers that come and give you a new brake system for a new car. Nice. How do we produce the car is our topic. So we try to solve the problems on the manufacturing side, and we are aiming at these 4 points with our innovations. Of course, the think tank, what do you do, how do you do, bring people together, involve it. The framework, what I showed you a little bit before about the methodology, and we are enablers to get the problem solved in a decent time. Of course, the whole idea is not to encumber the process, but to keep it in a certain framework and keep it light where we have to be at the end of the day. Thank you.
Good. Now, the idea is like this. We have an mediation process. As we said, we are having that know-how and consider in which we are growing or developing ideas and trying to do proof of value. But after we have proof of value, we need to do the instrumentation. We need to create a clear blueprint to see exactly how we can grow further that idea and put it in practice. First, I just want to start with a pretty small example. So sometimes in 1977, I think, Star Wars happened. And when people looked at those robots, R2-D2 and C-3PO, they said, okay, it's science fiction. Today it's science fact. We have those robots. So the small one are so-called AGVs. The big one still don't have it, I still want it to Continental. Boston Dynamics, for example, look what they are doing. Why not? Let's see how to make them work in an industrial environment. Okay? Now I'm talking about robots, but let's go to something much more simpler. In, I think, 78 in Japan, they invented the first mobile phone. And since 78, look where we are now. The phone is smarter than also, I'm looking, how to say, I'm looking a bit, I don't want to say scared, but enthusiastic, let's say more, to the future, and looking at elements, okay, sorry for this, language models, okay? They will make it smart, they will create intelligence on top of the automation which we are used to. So, short definition of what an AGV means. An AGV is that automated guided vehicle. The small a over there, that makes it also automated. Okay? It's used, or we are using it to move stuff, to get inside our facility, to move boxes, to move materials and so on.
So, why we are doing this? We are doing this because actually, because they don't need better things. Because they don't complain if they have to carry heavy objects. They don't get backpacks. Sometimes they do, but it's easy because so it's there are a lot of benefits out of using this. Now in Conte Sibiu, we have a lot of them. I don't necessarily want to give you the number, but what I can tell you is that everything that is PCB creation, okay, all those lines, PCB creation, are 40 lines, more than 40 lines, and all of them are replenished by AGVs. They are working 24/7. We have 600,000 deliveries, boxes moved by the CPD in the last years. And looking at their odometers, we've seen that cumulated they've made more than 200,000 kilometers. Now imagine people doing this and using them. And I've prepared also a small movie. There we go from the start now. More like.
It's wrong.
It's on the other display actually. Now I got the problem. Just let me see how to move it here. Well, this is it. And I think I still need to bring some sound. Hopefully it will work directly via the system. Okay. No. There is no sound.
Select it. Exactly.
Just a second to see. Okay. Over here. Okay. Matrix H. Okay.
Environmental and safety standards, leveraging its extensive expertise in Industry 4.0. Once the products are introduced into the Mega Lift for storage, they are to be ordered by the standard automated replenishment system. The roller is removed from the Mega Lift, placed on the conveyor developed in-house, and will later reach the sorting place to be divided accordingly to the production line. The pairing of the lines is done through the cognitive audio-visual software developed in-house. The gravitational conveyor developed by our tool shop serves the concept of drop and forget. The fleet manager processes the order through our management app developed in-house and assigns an AGV for the task.
Happiness, sir. I'm coming right away.
To have an exact overview of the position of the AGV, an MQTT Notify software has been developed. Smooth traffic through modules is available using our smart opening doors while moving approach. Once on the production line, the material's traceability ends. We developed an in-house vertical rack so that both drop and pickup action take place at the same time.
We managed to supply all the front-end lines with material in a short period of time, and now our focus is for the back-end, auxiliary and heavy-duty AGVs.
Please make room.
We wanted the AGVs to be user-friendly, that's why we gave them a voice. Once in the drop-off area, the AGV positions itself in a taxi line, waiting for its turn to finish the order while moving in tandem. The final action of the AGV is to deliver the empty KLT picked from the vertical rack, thus confirming by voice that the order is done.
We developed our own dashboard to keep track of our AGV KPIs.
AGVs improve material replenishment time, flow, and delivery performance by over 80%.
Continental Sibiu. Ideas that work.
So I'll get back there.
Having doubts? Santa Claus takes advantage of our service too.
I forgot about
And we
this,
all know,
actually.
Santa never fails to deliver.
I totally forgot about this at the end of the video. Good surprise. Okay. So,
open the doors automatically. You need to avoid each other. You need to avoid humans. And also they are creating a sort of a prediction path of the obstacle that you move in front of them. So yes, they know exactly that, okay, that's the trajectory of, the vector trajectory of that obstacle. But they are trying to re-plan the path in order to avoid a collision, a near collision. So this is what we have. How we managed to do this? So we had about 30-something material movements around there. So we were facing the challenge. Okay, that colleague has some problems, they don't want to push anymore. The other one had a football injury and now he cannot move the balls and stuff like this. And he said, okay, let's try to use the technology. So that was the challenge. Okay? After the challenge, as Dean already explained or walked you through all this, we defined the concept. What do we need? What is the available technology on the market? At that moment, we had no idea how an EGV should do that, how it should be equipped. We had no idea. We said, okay, let's see what we need, not what exists on the market. Okay? What is there? What is our need actually? What this robot should do? Okay? And we went to vendors. We iterate and reiterate and reiterate and we found some excellent solutions. But not all the time we managed to secure the budgets and so on. So we had to go back to the drawing board, you know, until we managed to do some prototypes. After we did the prototypes, we figured out, yes, this is how an EGV should look like for continental. Okay? So for our scenario, not for continental. For continental, it's built on this scenario. So this is how an equipment or an EGV should be equipped. Okay? We started the pilot. We tried to find the right finances and so on. Nothing new over here. And then we started the rollout phase. We did everything in 1.5 years. So it was quite an aggressive and fast rollout, but in the end, it wasn't a huge revenue. What is important for you to know is that Continental, at the moment, is working in 4-shift model. So whenever I release an operator or, I don't know, I'm doing something to multiply by 4. Okay? I have 4 shifts. So it was, let's say, it paid off quite easy. Then, of course, it becomes standard, and from there, now I see it over.
With a more pragmatic approach
Thank you. Also a bit long, but really interesting presentation. I hope that the humans are not going to be replaced in full by AGVs, but at least we try to partner with them and to work together. Questions from the audience for the Conti team, please?
We are still old if we put that on the slide.
We did have another raised hand over there, Catalin. Thank you very much.
So, first of all, Catalin, thank you for the switch, because my colleague Claudio Rocco from Palermo is online and is going to be kicked out of his office if he doesn't present now. So thus, therefore, the change. So nice to meet you again, or for the first time. I'm Freddy Long, co-IT officer of the Fordham Alliance, along with my better half here, Adrian Florea. And Claudio is online with us.
Hello, can you hear me?
Let's see.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can also see
Hello.
you now.
Greetings from Palermo. It's a pity to not be there in presence, but I hope that maybe in next year or next years I will be able to join. Frederick, can you please share the presentation so that I can see it as well?
Okay. Okay, can you see it, Claudio?
Okay, yes.
Okay. So.
Okay.
Just a minute. I'm being mailed currently. Up. And so to switch. Oh, so not the right one. Yes, this one, yeah. Okay.
If you want, I can share the slides.
Or if you prefer, I don't know. Oh, it's okay. Yeah, it should be good. Okay. Can you see it, Claudio?
No.
Okay. So maybe you can do the sharing, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Typical IT stuff, you know? Like we pretend we do AI and whatever, and we have trouble with PowerPoint, you know?
Can you see my screen?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, can I go?
Yeah, you can start. Thank you.
Okay. So hello everyone again. I'm Claudio Rocco. I'm a developer at the University of Palermo. I'm here to present you the digital platforms that we built in the context of For Them, together with my colleague, my friend Frederick from University of Bourgogne. What are we talking about today? So we'll talk about the European universities, in particular the For Them Alliance, but this will be very brief because our colleague Maria has already gave you an overview on this. Then we'll talk about the goals and objectives that we established and what we did, what we reached, and so on. The digital platforms that we built, so the Alliance website, the short-term mobility platform, and the Digital Academy. And then we'll give you a look forward to the next years and some concluding remarks. So about the European universities, maybe just to let you know that this is an initiative promoted by the European Commission. So as of now, we have 50 European universities, which are all alliances of more than 2 or 3 universities around Europe. And in particular, For Them is our alliance, an alliance of 9 universities across Europe. As the name suggests, it's for them, for the students, for the staff, for everyone involved in our universities. Now, going to the objectives, to the goals, I will let my colleague Frederick, I leave the floor to him so that he can continue our presentation.
Thank you. So,
Frederick,
yeah. About our goals, so this is a definition from our website. So bring together a new generation of creative minds, able to cooperate across languages, borders, and disciplines. So basically, yeah, okay, cool. So basically, that's a lot of things, many aspects, learning, teaching, research. So providing digital tools for these cooperations between staff and students can cover a lot of grounds. So yeah. Okay, can you change, please? So for them digital platforms, we have a few digital platforms in common between our universities. We're going to cover our common content management system, our website, a short-term mobility application tools built in-house, and our learning management system aggregation, the digital academy that Maria spoke about earlier. And so we also have other tools which we won't cover, like Teams, shared channels that we use for cross-universities cooperation between staff. Also a database for researchers called OpenAir, and other things, so yeah. So first of all, this Alliance website, so it was a cooperation between University of Latvia's IT services, myself, communication team, and a third-party provider. It was totally rebuilt from a monolithic CMS approach to a more like headless, like it's a fancy word to say you disconnect the back end and the front end, basically. And so in the future, it can be leveraged to do other things with the data, like mobile apps and so on. With this React Next.js code, very fancy also. So yeah, can skip. So it looks like this in practice. So you can see the map we did with communication team, which is used quite a lot. Okay. So yeah. Another tool, common tools, is like this short-term mobility application process. So basically, this is a great part of our alliance. We provide the opportunity for students to travel for like 5 days or so. All the costs are covered, you know, to do like, for instance, archaeology in Poland or sports sciences in Finland, or, you know, this kind of great things I wish I had when I was a student. Yeah. And so it was a big challenge because we need to collect like personal data, as CVs, motivation letters. We have many people involved, like administrative staff to say, okay, this is a student from my university, organizers of these mobilities and the students themselves. So basically this is like the study administration Maria was talking about. And so we also have this double binding, you know, we have project deliverables. We're supposed to do this amount of things, but then we don't necessarily have the right tools for the job. So yeah. So yeah, I built something on scratch, I would say. So you can get to next, please. So basically, it's a SharePoint backend because it allows to provide like a multilingual backend on the cheap. With the website front end and many low-code automations, so you can skip again. Oh, yeah, cool. So this is like the SharePoint multilingual backend for the administrative staff, and so yeah, you can skip again. And so there are all sort of automations thanks to Power Automate. So this is basically called low code. It doesn't imply artificial intelligence. It's just like modeling processes. And the sad thing is that you can actually automate many jobs out of these simple tools. You don't need AI to automate many tasks in many jobs, you know. But so the interest of this kind of tools is you can quickly edit whatever part of the process you want. And it's in, well, it helps to know how to code, you know, for sure, but you don't necessarily need to be a developer to use these tools. Okay, next one, please. And then comes our digital academy, so I leave the floor to Claudio.
So about the Digital Academy, the Fordham Digital Academy is one of the main, most important output of this alliance. Currently, it's a set of 10 interconnected e-learning platforms, which are used for virtual mobilities and for online courses. We are talking about 10 platforms because there is a central platform which is used to host all the courses for the alliance, so the courses which are made by more than one university. And then there are 9 universities, nine more platforms, which are one local e-learning platform for each partner university. All the platforms integrate a catalog which is used to show all the available courses for the students. I'm showing you now a screenshot of the catalog. As you can see, the courses are organized by category. So first we have the MOOCs, which are the most important kind of course in our catalog. Then we also have synchronous courses, so all those courses that contain synchronous activities. And then if you scroll down in the page, you will find team teaching activities and other kind of resources. As you can see in the top left part of the page, there is also a button to filter the activities so that the students can find the courses they want according to some criteria. So I want to talk about the Digital Academy, starting from the challenges that we had to face and then going to the solution that we built. About the challenges, the first and most important challenges that we faced were the challenges on privacy and data protections, because we, the universities, we don't want to share our personal information, our database with other parties, in particular with other universities. So when we build a solution, when we think of a solution, we must think of something that collects as little information on users as possible, potentially no information on users. And then also comes the problem of the European Commission that on the other side wants us to report on virtual mobilities and wants us to provide a lot of information that our Moodle platform usually don't have, such as the course status, if a student is a master degree student, if it's a PhD or a bachelor degree, and so on. So a lot of information that our Moodle platforms usually don't have and don't collect. Then about the administrative challenges, I think that my colleague Maria has already provided you an extensive overview on this and why our local bureaucracy may usually do increase our the steps required to enroll in our courses. Then we need to talk about the objectives that we set for ourselves, because we want the 50% of our students to participate in virtual or physical mobilities, and to reach that numbers we need to invest on the Digital Academy and on virtual mobilities. But we need to onboard the students, because at the moment not many students are involved in the Digital Academy. So we need to incentivize the students by ACTS recognition, by open badges and so on. So we need the students to see an added value for their curricula. And of course, having a smooth UI and UX is definitely crucial. About technical challenges, of course, when we started in 2020, we were 7 partner universities and we all used Moodle. So we built a solution that works only on Moodle. But now in 2022, 2 new partners joined. They don't use Moodle as their LMS because they use Canvas, they use Google Classroom and so on. So we need to find a solution to integrate the Digital Academy in all platforms. And this is either develop the same thing for these new LMSs, which requires money, requires time, requires resources, human resources, and so on, or we need to ask these new partners to move to Moodle, to transfer all their courses or their activities to Moodle, which is something that definitely not optimal. And then about the development cycle and Moodle updates, of course, Moodle is constantly updated, so we have new features, we have old features that get deprecated, the server requirements as well may change, so we should aim to updating at regular intervals at the same time, more or less. If you put also the fact that we have 2 new LMSs in this picture, then it becomes very, very complex. So let's speak about the solution that we built. This is basically an API server which runs on the central platform together with a custom Moodle plugin which runs in all Digital Academy platforms. Basically, the API server was built on FastAPI in Python together with Redis for caching and MySQL as the database. The server provides the endpoint to perform the CRUD operations on the catalog, so create, update, and delete. The database contains all the data on partner universities and on the courses, so the LTI credentials. We use this standard for LMS, which is LTI, LTI allows us to have navigation between platforms for students in just a few clicks and without needing more than one login. So the sessions are transferred from one platform to the other, and it's the basis of our solution. Also, again, I want to underline that no personal data is stored on our API server. About the plugin, it queries, of course, the API server to provide the CRUD operations. It takes care of rendering the catalog and provide the tools to filter and search in it. And it provides a common UI and UX across all platforms, as you have seen in the screenshot of the catalog. Deep down, there is the API server, which communicates with the electronic platforms. We use API keys as our shared HMAP secrets, and these are used to authenticate all requests from the clients to the servers. Then we have JSON, which is used to encode the responses, and Redis to provide the caching functionalities. Finally, I want to show you a screenshot of the central platform of the home page, together with the link to access it, so you can see the catalog for yourself. But keep in mind that enrolling in courses is only limited to our students of our alliance. Now going to the future and to the conclusions, I'll leave the floor to Frederick again.
Grazie mille. So looking forward for next steps, we need more cross-universities IT cooperation, because at the moment all our tools have been relying on a few shoulders, and IT services are not necessarily involved or feel they are already very busy. They have other users for internal tools, so building cross-universities solutions is definitely challenging. So in the end, you have a few people doing what they can. So we definitely need more people involved. We need scalable tools for data and automation. I think for merging and acquisition, it's often the case you need this kind of way to aggregate data, because at the moment we have so many states. In my university we have very few machine readable stuff. We have some, but for many things it's basically content on PDFs, websites, and so when you want to get structured information out of this, it's a challenge without money or the money to do it, or the commitment to do it, and which leads us to our last point. Tackling the study administration in common from high-level decision making. So to conclude, this is like a report on interoperability between universities. Making this work is no easy task, as all colleagues working in a European University Alliance will confirm, and Claudio and I can surely tell. So thank you very much. Mulțumesc frumos.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions?
Questions from audience?
Yeah.
Please, Georgia.
Looking at LMS, there are a lot of LMS systems out there. Have you made decisions like buy or build, or you directly went with the build decision?
So the tricky part is, at the very first we had this centralized versus decentralized. So they both have advantages and problems. Like the big problem with centralized is basically you're asking courses duplication, which means, for instance, if in your university you have 20 courses to share, you need to copy them in this central platform, and then you desynchronize the versions, which can be very hard to scale in the future. But then we went to decentralized version with the central platform also. But it's also a lot of challenges, namely pushing new versions of the plugin everywhere, and also integrating new tools like Google Classrooms or Canvas, which are different systems, not necessarily open as Moodle. And and I think you get this for every kind of software, like it could be student information system, learning management system, content management system. We are switching from this monolithic architecture from the past to this more microservices stuff, and we have all this transition is a bit painful. Thank Thank you, mulțumesc.
Claudio, Fred, I also have one question. How do your IT services usually work together?
So we have a success cooperation, I would say. Like for instance, with Riga IT services, we work a lot in the alliance. But then for other cooperations, basically we have together with Adrian, we try to gather everyone and to check the boxes of the project. You know, we have many things to accomplish. Which can involve our IT services at a deep level. But so I would say like the everyday cooperation is just for a few. And then for our IT services, it's very rare, I would say. You know.
Okay, thank you very much.
My pleasure, thank you.
If there aren't any questions, then we can
Thanks.
move on. Thank you. I have to revert back to the presentation. One moment, please.
We can also close the connection.
Can I close it?
Just say the discussion.
Okay, so our next speaker for the second time today, I think. I invite a technology enthusiast with a focus on continuous learning and development. Cătălin, as an entrepreneur, he enjoys solving complex business problems with high-end technology. So please, Cătălin, you have the microphone.
Okay, thank you. Do I have my presentation here? Okay, super. I was thinking a little bit about innovation first, and when going into a little bit more details, what it is important is that innovation is pretty much linked with the entrepreneurship part. And looking a little bit through some charts, and I believe that it's important what this four-term project does, is that we will need to have our students more involved into innovation projects. But in order to be involved in innovation projects, it's also important to be entrepreneurs, to be teach and to become as an entrepreneur. Hence, my presentation. I would not want to go into necessarily details. Just as a note, you saw there Agile Networks Technologies. Does anyone think from where Agile Networks Technologies come from? What networks actually means? Yeah, so actually it's Agile comes from agility, networks from a network of companies which are working together in order to develop solutions, to develop services, and of course the technology comes as a let's say more like how to say it, an enabler in essence. So few points in terms of me. Yes, I'm also an entrepreneur, and the reason why I also wanted to do this speech is because it comes from a series of presentation which I did for the last 2 sessions. So this is the third presentation coming on this subject, and it's just a little bit of a recap what you need to do when you want to start a business. So one important point which I would like just to emphasize is that when you want to become an entrepreneur, and when young people want to become entrepreneurs, it is important to do what they do best now, right? So in order to focus on exactly their skills, to try, to POC, but also to innovate. What is important for us, for let's say the management and the rest of us, is to actually foster that collaboration which they will need to work on. In terms of the other points where you want to develop your business, and also this is more linked to my experience, is that of course you need to make sure that your colleagues are happy. You need to make sure that the young people especially are happy. And going to the young people, I was looking through some charts, and what is important to realize is that the young people, and I'm talking here about the latest generation from 2009 moving forward, they are actually co-creator. So they want to be inspired, they want to become entrepreneurs, they want to innovate, and I believe that it's important also for us to foster that. Also another important point is that when you are an entrepreneur, you need to make sure that you are a problem solver. And in many situations, this is one of the points which we have actually, especially in Romania, that all the time you are thinking in what is not working rather to thinking in what we should work on. And another point is that, of course, you need to be persistent and you need to be patient. In terms of developing yourself, here there are 2 points, and I wanted to make more like a map, because what is important is that the young entrepreneurs, and here in my case was a little bit different, they want to learn more, but they want to POC, but actually they do not have the right skills in terms of especially the management part. So, like having some project management trainings and so forth. The second point is that, they do not have, some of them, they do not have the courage to start something. Hence the reason why it's important for them to do entrepreneurship, and it's more important for us as a business owners to foster an entrepreneurship environment into our company. And of course, later on, to make sure that you are growing as a leader through these stages, like manager, entrepreneur, and also entrepreneur, linking more the entrepreneurship with the leadership skills. It is an important step for us. Hence the reason why into the last period of time I was involved into a lot of conversation with the university to build programs around entrepreneurships. In terms of matching between the series of the presentation, there are just a few points, some highlights. Definitely there are the hard skills which we need to have, but also there are the soft skills. And here I just listed some of them. And of course, one of the most important one is innovation. And in order to foster an innovation environment, it's important to foster also an entrepreneurship mindset. Definitely other points which are also important, because we saw a lot of businesses which actually failed, is how you are doing your operations, how you are doing actually the implementation of the idea, and how you are putting that in practice. Many times with or without budget, because there might be situations that you do not have the budget for that. In terms of the soft skill, just some important highlights. I believe that one of the most important points is actually the discipline. Of course, active listening, but a final point which I saw from my experience in the last 3 years at least is to have a positive mindset, to make sure that you're going to make it, to make sure that you're going to grow. Here, just a list of, let's say, important points in terms of the the soft skills part. And in essence, if you are having discipline, if you are persistent, if you have the integrity in terms of doing business and walk the talk rather than just promise and not delivering, active listening with your client, having the positive mindset, all these are linking up together in order to make sure that you are getting the results which you like to, which you are, setting yourself as the objective. The discipline, from my perspective, was a thing which actually helped me a lot. Why? Because I was able to start a road and just continue on that road. Of course, being adaptable on the road, but in the same time having a lot of information which is coming through me, which was coming to me in order to also, adapt the direction in order to think how I'm going to move forward, how I'm going to get the results which I would like. A little bit about the hard skill part. So, and I was talking a little bit with a lot of other people, in terms of their experience, but also this is more my experience, is that, okay, you have a good idea, you have a positive mindset, you are doing innovation, but it's a matter also of implementation. And the implementation, it's actually coming with a lot of operations, supply management, and so forth. But also to not forget about, the strategic marketing. I believe marketing and sales, it's a big topic right now. Everyone is focusing on that, especially on the digital marketing, financial management, and of course the overall macroeconomic aspects which we will need to have and we will need to deliver. one final remark here, which I was observing myself, and for me was an important point, was to make sure that, especially that we have the right people to deliver. And by right people, meaning the people which have the mindset, which are coming from the university with the right mindset, with an entrepreneurship mindset, with a can-do attitude, which is very relevant and very, very important. I just want to sum up, yeah, I'll leave it to my colleague to continue, to Ciprian, because we are wanting to do this together. Some key takeaways. So what I noticed at least for myself was what is important is to take decisions fast. You know, to have your own path and to follow that. Definitely to focus best on what you know, to also embrace the failure, and I believe that if we are failing, failing is the most easiest way to learn, and to embrace it, but also to find different way to solve the problem, but also to learn from your colleagues, to learn from your clients, and definitely from your shareholders. So from people which have more experience, which are better, specialized, and they are more professional to certain specific topic. And yeah, one final remark with a little bit of green there is, you need to be adaptable in essence. If you are adaptable, then you're going to be able to make it, and yeah. Identify exactly what is important for you, and go over the humps each time when you are having a challenge. With that, that's it. I was going a little bit fast than normal. I know that.
Thank you, Katalin, for that. Really appreciate it.
We are late. But of course, just one or two questions.
Please, questions for Katalin? Katalin, I do have one question. Which was your biggest challenge as an entrepreneur?
To have a positive mindset, actually, that was the biggest. That was one of the biggest challenge for me, because at the point when you are starting as an entrepreneur, you are definitely responsible for the people which you have into the team. And having this positive mindset then means that you are also able to move things forward, and you are moving things forward, especially for them.
And coming up to this, what was your biggest learning from the last years as an entrepreneur, of course?
To have the right people in the boat, to have the right people into the bus. I believe that this is one of the biggest things. I had some learnings from that, especially because there were some. We also had some colleagues which were not supposed to be there, or at least we are in a hurry. If you want to start a business and you want to scale fast, there are moments in time when you are not taking the right decision in that essence.
Thank you very much. Really nice speech and presentation. Oh, we have one more question. Wait, please.
That's actually very interesting, because we developed with the Sibiu IT cluster, a Sibiu startup hub here, and there were some young people there, actually, some people which already started their own business, and they develop products, so they have their own products. And what was interesting is that, they want to build such great products, and the clients come to them. And I believe this is a mind shift change. You need to make sure that you are fulfilling the client needs. That's the reason why I said marketing and sales, because first you need to understand the client needs, but also you need to position correctly, in terms of what you are doing for the market, for your clients. And I believe that's correct. So the study is correct. Many startups do not focus in terms of they build great products and they have good technology, but they do not feel the market needs. So that's one of the important topics. And actually, you could see that with the young people. That's the reason why I believe that is important for the young people, because as far as the study also shows, and I was looking a bit about the future of the workforce, they are co-created, they are inspired, they were not going to work for us. I don't think that the future workforce, they would like to come to work for us, you know, in big companies and so forth. They want to be inspired, they want to co-create, they want to be there, either as an entrepreneur, has the reason of this topic there, or either as to be sustained as entrepreneurs into their own business in order to make sure that you are getting the right value for them.
Thank you very much, Catalin, for everything today. And I think we can move on to... Yes, last but not the least, Mr. Ciprian Cândia, an entrepreneur also, as Catalin, the same, with interest in software engineering, focused on European nearshore business model, exploiting innovative technologies and agile software methodologies, blended with strong ethics. Mr. Cândia, please.
Hello, nice to be here today. I'm also very happy that you are still here. Today we got in this panel very nice and good information about different cooperations and point of views. Somehow in my presentation I will refer almost all the concepts that were presented, but it was by mistake. I have no power to understand what people would go to present, but let's start. So, my name is Ciprian Cândia. I study in Sibiu, and later on I finished my PhD at Romanian Academy. I'm a serial entrepreneur, so since 18 years, at the age of 18, I'm self-employed and I create companies. I'm found some, I invest in others, and I fail a lot. But today I will speak about how the new landscape, we are speaking a lot in Romania and Europe too, worldwide, about the digital landscape, how this influence all of us in personal view, but today I will speak from a small and medium enterprise view. But somehow, what I learned from our fellow colleagues today, they refer about one aspect. You have to involve early the administration and ICT. And today I will speak about ICT. So usually when you are a small and medium enterprise in Europe, but also in what Catalin present and the fellow colleagues, we can say that each project is a small and medium company in a matter. Also the Conti project was somehow in this way, we will find. But I'm pretty sure that under the radar for all of us, even if you are intrapreneur or entrepreneur, we can debate. You have to follow some of these ideas, like you have to be connected to the innovation ecosystem somehow. You have to, I put some pictures in the presentation. Some pictures are generated with AI, some are not. So at the end, if we have time and we like, we can identify, or maybe you tell me which it's with AI generated and which not. But I also use these mind maps to scare everybody, because in fact, behind the innovation, this part, innovation ecosystem and networking, is very simple. If you are an entrepreneur or a small and medium enterprise employee, everybody give you advice. You have to be connected to this and say, yeah, of course, I'm connected. But in fact, you have a lot of tasks to do. It's very complicated. And then we go ahead. Probably you need the test before invest. Everybody spoke about this today. But again, we have a very generous number of tasks that you have to handle, and so on. Competence and skills. Also today it was spoken or addressed. In my chart, it's a bit less, but it's important. And of course, somebody said that you need the finance. I think at least in 2 presentations. Yeah, you have to find the finance somehow. If you are lucky, you can find easy. Otherwise, probably you are going to die because you cannot find it. That's simple. So, but now again, I'm a small and medium enterprise. It's too complicated. How I can do? Again, the context is the ICT, so the technological part of our life now, digitization, let's say. What I can do? Usually in a small and medium enterprise or the department level in a larger company, probably you have a sort of CEO, and then probably you have a lot of C levels. Even in the department, we can create a play role. You have same structure somehow because we are working this way. So, but most of the time, a COO, it's all the C in the chart. The COO, it's also operations. COO is probably, we can take the alliance that you presented before between universities. You have somehow a project lead, okay? We are calling a project lead or project manager, or it's the COO in that case. He has a budget, he has a number of some stuff. He needs to do operations, he needs to do whatever, yeah? If he has a bigger budget, probably can have some part-time or full-time positions. But it's very complicated. So the COO, most of the time we have a lot of hats that we are playing with. Let's speak about something. If you go at a seminar or somewhere, you say, okay, probably you need a chief technology officer, another C, okay. Many times, probably we have somehow in our imagination, we are speaking about the technological officer. It's somebody that we probably, a COO, let's say, that is not in the ICT domain, will say, okay, probably this guy somehow stay on the moon and do some meditation. I don't understand. We don't know what is the technological officer. What is that? Probably is like this guy. Or probably something, oh, we don't have it here, okay. Maybe it's like a CTO that's confusing, it's blurry, it's something like that. But in fact, we have to understand that the CTO has some competencies in the ICT, but always need to follow the business needs. If we are discussing or putting in our perspective the CTO as a guy that can program your, I don't know, connect your printer, let's simplify, or do some only technical stuff, you are doomed. So, I don't know what I did. So a CTO need to do or need to follow a lot of tasks too. But these tasks are from his perspective, from the technology point of view, technical point of view, and following the business needs, always. Yeah, here are some keywords from European Union that we are following now in this context, let's say, until we are going to change this. But if we take each part, we can see that are some or most of the tasks that I present before, the 4 big tasks that everybody in small or medium enterprise or large enterprise we will follow. I will jump because it's somehow late and just a lot of complexity. And we come back at this concept. Okay, again, I'm a CTO now. I'm a small and medium company, and probably a small and medium enterprise could use, and also I'm sure that everybody use a CTO as a service. You cannot hire a CTO probably because of many things. But for your project or for your investment or whatever you want to do, probably you need this. So it was a very good presentation, the first one. And you say, okay, you have to involve the ICT. In fact, you have to involve the CTO very early in the project or whatever endeavor you plan to do. Yeah? Otherwise, nowadays, we are not speaking about 50 years ago. Nowadays, probably you get lost. So probably you need a flexible, cost-effective, etc. What this can, as a service can be also inside the company. Probably you need a CTO. If you are a large organization, probably you have a CTO department maybe, not only one guy, many guys. Probably you need some part-time from that situation, from that department, because you need the flexibility, you need the expertise, etc., to mitigate the risk, so on. Very important. Okay, this slide. It's very important how you as a, let's say, CEO or a decision person, you plan to work with this CTO. Because otherwise we come back to the picture where we believe something. It's probably blurry, we don't understand. First of all, you need, because it's not full-time, probably you need to understand that it costs. So if you pay something, you want to get something. So plan a budget, even if it's in company. A small and medium enterprise in Europe could be 250 employees. So it's quite a lot of people. Okay, plan a budget, think about this, you pay something from the project or from your task, you want something back. Plan, work with, so do a little bit of exercise before at the first meeting when you say, okay, I have this problem, solve it. He is not solving the problem, yeah? It is in your team. So, okay, I have a problem, and let's see how very often a small and medium enterprise, it's conducting a decision, a small decision. Usually I have a problem, I do some research, because I'm the decision person. Then I identify some digital products or services or whatever. I start to asking for offer because, yeah, cost is very important. And then, in fact, if I do something, I buy a product and I buy the consultancy, the process from the product provider, and I assimilate as a CTO, in fact, but it's very wrong. And many times, the small and medium enterprise all over the world are doing this mistake. And yeah, here it's a very hard table to read, but I did this. So if you buy a product, probably you have a good product integrated with something or provide integration with something, but you miss all the business part. You miss the strategic alignment, you need maybe the customization that you need, and later on you are coming and say, okay, I have a great product, but in fact my business are not requiring this. Okay, I'm buying the reporting system. Very complicated, but maybe at this stage I need a smaller one, or from the same provider, but I need to align it with my business needs. Otherwise, the provider will be happy to sell you a product. He will be very happy to serve you, not only because of money, because of the use case, etc. Yeah, we take this, and then we say, okay, but I didn't need, or I don't need this. So I give you a very stupid example, but I think that you will recognize this in somehow. You put some other words, but the example I think is very familiar. So it is a small and medium enterprise or department, etc. 10 employees, you have some 40 giga emails, it's about email. And you have also a website, intranet, I don't know, a page, something where you do communication with your colleagues or customers, I don't know. And somehow you need a new approach, maybe a refresh, to have it a little bit modern. And then the CEO or the decision person jump to, let's do it, because probably he is a doer. Yeah, I want to do it. And he will do the process that I present 2-3 slides before, and he is going to select a provider. Let's see, it's no matter if it's an internal provider from another department or external. I call it Pro G. Yeah? It's a professional G, I don't know. And the guy is very committed. So, it was fast, very fast. So we have a new website, refresh it, very cool. Because I'm a doer, let's install it. I don't know, make it work. And then the Pro G realized that he don't understand where the hosting is, or whatever hosting I have now, or my department. He don't understand. He don't know it. He said, okay, but to do the task that you asked me, I need something new. Okay. Then the CEO, because it's a CTO, he's a doer, say, okay, I go in the market, I do the same process presented before. I solve the problem in 5 minutes. I bought a new provider, a hosting. But in the next stage, very fast, he is on check or checkmate. Because now the Pro G is telling to the guy, okay, but I know only one hosting methodology or whatever software. We don't go in details, a cloud solution. And you bought something wrong because I forgot to tell you that I don't know other things. And now the guy is blocked completely. Now, if very fast you think in your life, somehow, very soon, you had this situation somehow in what you are doing in your projects. It's very common this to happen because we have to understand, or the small and medium enterprise need to accept that the CEO is not the CTO. Very rare it is happening this. And if it's happening, after my 25 years of experience, the CTO will be more active than the CEO, and probably the sales go down. The activity, the sales activity, you have to sell something to be on the market. So my point of view is that realize that if you want to be a CEO, you cannot be a CTO too nowadays because the technology is very complicated. Even to buy a simple solution to host a website for your company and the email, it's very complicated. We can discuss about big providers that present that is very simple, but immediately after you buy, you say, okay, now what I'm doing? Because I don't know how to do it, in fact. Yeah, the advertising, it is something, and then the doing, it's something different. So it's very complicated. And my last slide, it's about an initiative that it's taking place. It is special for small and medium enterprises in the central region of Romania. It's called Digital Innovation Hub. It is an initiative that takes place all over the Europe. It's not something in Romania. This kind of digital innovation hubs are driven by European Commission in order to promote for small and medium enterprises access to some, let's say, very simplified CTO as a service, very simplified. In this context, the central region are formed by six counties. We have a website. From Sibiu, we are 3 organizations, 4 maybe, 4 organizations that are part in this program. Yeah, here are all the partners. We are not going to, or inside of this program, any small and medium enterprise can come and ask for assistance. Of course, we have some verticals. One is about smart city, and one is about manufacturing, and one is about healthcare, e-health track. So we have 3 tracks. Any small and medium enterprise from this region can approach any of us, I mean the partners listed before, go on the website and ask for these kind of services. I think it could be, I don't know, we hope to be a very valuable service for the community and to grow together, to educate all the CEOs, let's say, to accept and to create a process. You present before that it's about process. Yeah, it is about process. If you put the CTO, let's say, function in the process, then probably you will have a successful project at the end. I repeat, from ICT point of view, I am not repeating about the business. I don't know how the business will run. But at least from this part, the digitalization part of your project will be much better, much better. Otherwise, probably you go in the check or checkmate, and it's very hard nowadays to recover because you spend a lot of emotion, intellectual energy, hope, everything that Catherine presented before, and you fail. But nowadays it's very hard to recover from that fail because all our businesses are related somehow to the digitalization. And if you are not taking advantage of the digitalization, probably your cost is higher. You present, Conti present this, your cost is higher, and then your product is too expensive. Could be educational product, could be, I don't know, manufacturing outcome, could be a service. But this is the life. So, thank you very much for your time. I'm very happy that I'm here with you today. Thank you for moderation.
Yeah, thank you also.
It is a party like, I don't know, after my talk. So I'm very glad to invite you to the party. Already start. Yeah.
Yes,
Any
maybe question for Mr. Kenya? Please, Fred.
Sorry. What is your best-selling service as a CTO, as a service? Like, what you help the most small, medium companies to do?
With advices. Advices. This is the.
No, but I mean, like, what specific?
Yeah. For example, the small and medium enterprises are very reluctant to give advice, to receive advices. They know better what kind of solution, digitalization they need. So if we speak about companies like up to €1 million, yeah, I have this mark. They are very playing with all the heads. They ask you, but they are not listening. So you cannot sell something. It's just give free advice. And then from 1 million up, they understand that probably the future will be very hard influenced by if they listen or not. And what we are selling, it's technical advices, but you cannot put all the companies in the same, because in the same pot, because the small and medium enterprises are so diverse. They come with a problem, but in fact, after you discuss or do a first 2 sessions of consultancy, they discover that in fact they have something more important to do, and the project it's moving. But most of the time, you come out, you find out that probably they need cloud access to collaborative platform. This is most. This part of small ERP or whatever, it's somehow solved, because nowadays you cannot work without. Maybe if you are below 1 million turnover, probably you can do some manual work. Otherwise, you have to do already some order management, small. But here, the companies are buying only or accepting to step up only probably if they are successful up to 5 million turnover. Then it's a new break and they say, okay, my systems are completely outdated or not possible to work. And then they can accept. If we are speaking in manufacturing, probably a small company will ask for robots or automatization, but they cannot afford. So probably you need to come with a solution like, okay, let's do some order in your warehouse, for example, put some better labeling system and the monitoring of your stock. So small things. Yeah. But advice are the most important for small and medium.
Okay, thank you, Ciprian.
So,
yeah,
thank
many
you very
thanks.
much.
And I think we can close the panel for today and also the day of the conference, the first day.
Yes, thank you very much that you supported us, and we invite you to the dinner at the same hotel at My Continental, and tomorrow morning we will start also a full day. From 9 o'clock we'll start the first panel about, it's not a panel, it's actually a debate. It's some about good practices from Italy and from Norway, and lesson to be learned from here, from Romania, based on how was our habits changed after the pandemic. So we will have the guest speakers, Professor Lasse Berntsen from University Southeastern of Norway, and Professor Ugo Fiore from University of Salerno. So please enjoy this evening our dinner. Thank you.